pitch rather softly in his hands, and his footwork really good. That's good for the young man. It's going to be Lewis again in to bowl to Barnwell, and Barnwell is coming forward, opens the face of the bat in a much more skillful manner and much wiser manner to pokes the ball down to backward point, and they've got sufficient time to cross for a single. No ball, in fact, signalled by the umpire, a little bit belatedly. Let's put it this way, that I picked it up belatedly. The total has gone by 2 now to 158 for 3. As the field changes around for the left-handed Johnson, 157 for 3. Johnson is 72. Lewis has not been as penetrative this year as he was in his first couple of years playing for the Windwards. Here he is now in outside the off stump. Good judgment there again by Johnson as he let it go by into the gloves of Stewart. The over comes to an end at the end of the over. Lewis, 10 overs, 3 means, none for 30. And Volcanoes, 159 for 3. That's the latest score here at the National Cricket Stadium.
Yes, that's a better over from Lewis. On or about off stump. Bit wide of off stump on a couple of occasions, but that's okay because Barnwell also tried to give his wickets away, flashing at one that was wide of off stump. But it's a better over and just needs to be a little closer to the batters. Having said that, Barnwell and, of course, Johnson, they have played extremely well. Barnwell, extremely positive, very positive. And together, they have done a remarkable job for Guyana thus far.
Well, it's going to be Maxeen. Maxeen once more in now to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is getting a very good ball. That was really well bowled. Just about over the off stump. Or maybe just a little outside, but it was that close. But the carry and the bounce again, because the pitch is so true. And he let it go by into the gloves of Stewart. But it was a lovely delivery. Didn't have much lateral movement. It's just that the line was perfect. Moves in once more is Maxeen to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is driving in the air. That's going to go down to the long on area and will just dribble over the boundary now. That's 4 runs. It was pitched up and he came forward. And he's naturally aggressive, this Chris Barnwell. And he lifted it over mid-wicket. Still didn't maybe time it as well as he wanted. And the ball, in fact, going over the boundary line, that's 4 runs to him. He's gone to 38, and it's 163 for 3.
Well, that's a good shot by Barnwell, and that's because he's reading the pitch so well. Played it well. Yes, a little bit across the line of it, but timed it well, and got 4 runs for it.
Yes, the timing was superb, as his once more is a delivery that is driven back past the bowler. That's 4. That's a magnificent shot. Even the batsman at the non-striker's end, that's Johnson, had to take evasive action. It was a big booming drive. And as he ducked his way, the ball sped past, airborne, but nobody could get their hand to it at all, at least not the bowler on his follow-through. And that went crashing very fast to the boundary for 4. He's gone to 42. It's 167 for 3.
Yes, great shot. It was a slow for half volley, really, and he launched into it, the mid-off being up, and he crashed it into the long fence for 4. And he has been very positive. He has assisted Johnson, who is quite content to stay there and nudge it to wrong whenever he gets a bad one. Barnwell has been very positive so far in the partnership.
Yes, he's really travelling. He's motoring on. He's gone to 42 as Maxeen moves in to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is driving well. Fine shot. This is even better. 4 runs. Lovely shot. He really drove into it, climbed into it and hit it sweetly. And to the right of the mid-off fielder. And I said that this is even better. Maybe Tony Dixon would say the previous one, and I won't be surprised at all. But this one, my preference, all along the carpet, down to the boundary for 4. He's gone to 46. It's 171 for 3.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Good shot. Got in line. Another half volley. And just played it sweetly up the middle of the bat. Through extra cover. To the right of extra cover. Didn't have a chance. It raced to the boundary, for another 4.
Tony, which one did you prefer? I'll come back to that. I'll ask you. I don't think you'll have much of a thinking to do, but it's going to be Maxeen. Badly treated so far. 3 4s in this over as he moves in from around the wicket this time to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward and pushes the ball out to mid-off, this time with no aggressive intention. Better bowl delivery. Total remains on 171 for 3.
Yes, but I think he's disappointed because that was a real gentle half volley, and there's a wide space between the man at point and the man at extra cover. And he was supposed to crash that through that area. I think he was disappointed that he didn't accomplish that. But by and large, coming back to your question, yes, I think both shots, they were great shots, both of them.
Once more, is Maxeen bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is off the back foot and opens the face of the bat, gets it down to backward point, and gets a single. So he's now moved on to 47. It's 172 for 3. That's evasive Anthony Dixon. The reason I thought that he preferred the one that went back past the bowler, because it was kind of Anthony Dixon's style, of course. He would hit the back pass, airborne, and very much in contrast, I think we played a lot of cricket together. Mine will be the drive off the carpet. But again, there are all sorts of arguments. Viv Richards told me once, well, you know, if it's in the air, it goes faster. But the other argument, if it's on the ground, you can't catch it. Also. So, 72 to Johnson. Barnwell is 47. 43 overs gone, so the scoring rate has been pretty good. They're up at 4 runs per over now, as here is Lewis with another over from the far end, in and bowls to Barnwell outside the off stump. That's sprayed. It's called a wide too. Not surprising at all, because that was really wayward. And maybe he's not too very happy about it, Lewis, because I think after the ball pitched on, he did go further away.
Yes, he's trying to bowl an off stump line, which is good. So his intent is good. His execution is poor. So he needs to work on executing the line. He's trying to be honourable off stump. He has 2 slips in the gully, extra cover made off, and he has a man down on the sweeper. So he has protection there.
Here's Lewis in now and bowls outside the off stump again. He's just too wide. Barnwell lets it go by. Stewart collects behind the stumps. And I think I know what he's trying to do. I think Barnwell has made some really unwise flayed at stumps outside the off stump, deliveries outside the off stump, and I think he's trying to lure him into some indiscretion. But if it's that wide, certainly he's not going to go after it. Taps away at the creases. Barnwell looks up and sees that Lewis is coming in. Once more bowls outside the off stump. This one is a little bit closer. Left it alone as Stewart collects behind the stumps. Total remains on 173 for 3.
Now you need more of those deliveries, because they are dot balls, to keep pressure on the batting team. Because the wicket is playing so well that you have to be as accurate as you possibly can. And you need a lot of dot balls and allow them to make their own mistake at certain times in their innings, because they will also lapse in concentration. But you have to be right there on above.
Here's Lewis again. Moves in to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell gets a delivery outside the off stump that he doesn't have to play at. Let it go by. And Stewart dancing around, collects behind the stumps. As the total remains on 173 for 3. So these two teams, important matches for both of them. They want to accumulate as many points as possible. Turns once more in lovely sunshine. A couple of Grenadian blackbirds just flew across the field. As here once more is Lewis in now and bowls to Barnwell again outside the off stump. Doesn't have to play. And Emmanuel's collecting behind the stumps. We've had quite a few birds around. In fact, we've got our friends the pigeons. They come around every day and circles to the north, to the southeastern area of the ground. That might well be their home there. They've made something of a family affair. They probably came up pretty early and got their breakfast, and they're just about having fun around. Back here is Lewis in and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is getting a delivery outside the off stump that he doesn't have to play at. That completes the over. So at the end of the over, Barnwell is 47, 72 to Johnson. Replying to 318 all out scored by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Guyana Jaguars, they're now nicely perched at 173 for 3. Maxeen 2 for 61. These bowled pretty well. And Lewis just completed his 11th over, none for 31.
Well, it's going to be hard work out there, Stephen, for the bowlers, as Maxeen.
There's one more ball. We got that wrong. There was, in fact, a wide in the over. I thought, too, that the players seemed to think also that it was the end of the over. But no, there was a wide. So here is Lewis. He's going to be bowling his last delivery of this over. Legal delivery, let's hope. Moves in now to bowl to Barnwell, and Barnwell is tucking that neatly just in front of square on the leg side and gets a comfortable single as Kotoy having to run across to his right and a bit back too, and they got one. So that completes the over. Finally, 48 now to Barnwell, 72 to Johnson. It's 174 for 3. More thoughts from Tony Dixon, and then Justin Hector is up next.
Yeah, I think Lewis would have been better served if he can get the deliveries to at least once in a while to come back into the right-handed batsman. Most of his deliveries have been away swingers, and Barnwell picks it up very early and is leaving it low. Now, if he can want to get back into the right-handed batsman, surprise him a bit, but we have not seen that yet. Good morning to you, Justin Hector.
Morning, Tony, and morning to you wherever you tune into this broadcast. Beautiful morning here at the National Stadium in St. George's, much in contrast to what we had yesterday. And of course the Volcanoes finding it, as we thought, a little bit difficult to break through in good, really excellent batting conditions now. 174 for 3, the Jaguars, as recently the extra coverage, it will go in the boundary for 4, and once again Barnwell showing his power and his class. Magnificent shot to extra cover for 4.
Yeah, well, he was looking for that shot in the previous over. He did mention the fact that he was a bit disappointed because it was a juicy half volley, really, and there is a big space between the extra cover and the man at point. And in this case, well, the man at extra cover and the man at mid-off, and in this case, he found the gap all along the carpet, and it's just raced away to the boundary for 4. Great
so
job.
Barnwell's 50 runs off 44 balls in 68 minutes. So it has been a very good hand played by him. Here is Maxeen again to Barnwell, this time a much better delivery, not as full as the previous one, which was a hit for 4. And Barnwell just lifts the bat and allows it to go through to be taken by Stewart. So this pair proving to be a real thorn in the flesh of the Volcanoes. And yesterday you just got the feeling that they could have been a little bit more patient. They were really trying to get wickets.
Well, they did have a drop catch, I think, which would prove crucial at the end of the game.
Here is again is Maxeen on his way to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell gets a similar delivery to the previous one and allows it to go through again to be taken by Emmanuel Stewart.
So you remember the fielding aspect of your game is so essential. It is so important. That component of your game helps, to back up the bowlers. And when your fielding is great and when you're catching properly, it means that you can exert pressure on the opponent, and so when you miss those simple chances, you're going to pay for them.
So Barnwell is on 53, 72 is Johnson at the non-strikers end. So here is again a delivery again outside the off stump. So just probing away outside the off stump is Maxeen, and that's probably is more what is required now. Probably just now trying to play on the patience of the batsman.
But that's a better line, of course. It's a better line. He's a better line. The ball is not moving as we saw it when it was a bit new, when it was newer from Maxeen. He was getting into swing big. It's not swinging now, and he's not getting into go away. But the line is decent at this moment.
He moves in again. Left arm around the wicket to bowl to, and again a delivery outside the offside. Pushing to the offside and thinking about a single, but cannot do so. As the fielder from extra cover comes in, Captain Hodge does the fielding. There is no run.
See, he's not quick, so it means that if he's not swinging it, he has to be careful when he's bringing up the half volleys. So he has to be very careful with his line, Maxeen.
He moves in again from a northern end to bowl to Barnwell, who to this delivery again is getting a delivery outside the off stump. Much better line, much better length. That brings up the end of the over, and at the end of it, Barnwell is on 52. 72 it is to Johnson. 178 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not a bad over for Maxeen. Just probably would want Barnwell to play a little bit more. Too many deliveries being left alone, although they are dot deliveries, dot balls. But at least you'll want them to play a bit more, because whenever they play attacking shots and they score boundaries. And after that, we realize we're having a lot of dot deliveries. But so you need them to play. You need them to bring the defense into focus also out there, because what we've seen from them is a lot more attack and a lot more left alone, but we're not seeing them defending balls on our body off stump, having to defend them with their bats.
Lewis will bowl to Johnson. Moves in from the southern end to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets one which, if anything, just comes back into him, comes back into the left-hander from Lewis, and Johnson is just a little bit tucked up in defence. Plays it down on the offside, and there is no run. He remains on 72. It's 178 for 3. Only on the third morning of this game. Conditions are a lot different to the start of the game, of course. The old field itself also looked a bit not as green as it was before. Delivery again, just if anything coming back into the batsman and just drifting down the leg side. Johnson allowing it to slide past his body, and Stewart skipping across to his right to collect. So no runs. And one aspect to Tony that probably with the sun baking down on the outfield, it will be a lot quicker today and tomorrow. So there will be a lot, much more value for stroke play.
Well, the outfield is gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's bathing in sunlight at the moment. And once your time here, it will race the way to the boundary. As we've seen what Barnwell has been able to do thus far.
Here is Lewis on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson looking to drive, probably just beating with one. It probably came back in a little bit and coming off the inner portion of the bat and skirting out towards backward square. And there is no run. Kotai is in that position. So good delivery by Lewis.
It's better over. A good line off stump, on our body off stump. Can get in the ball to come back into the left-handed Johnson. One would like to see him go away from him. We have not seen that as yet. But he's getting to come back into Johnson.
Here he is again, moves in close to the umpire, balls to Johnson. Johnson again gets one outside the offside and tucks it away in the offside, just go on the wicket on the offside. He feel that extra cover had some grounds to make to his right, and the batsman had enough time to cross for a single. Another single which takes Johnson to 73. Barnwell on 52. The more enterprising of the two comes back into strike. 179 for 3.
So it's that, and that's the way the partnership is building, because Johnson gets off strike, get off strikes, and give Barnwell the strike, who is the more attacking, who is the more aggressive, who is timing the ball sweetly. So they rotate in the strike. Very good indeed.
So here is Lewis. Let's see what he can do with Barnwell. Barnwell taps away, waits for Lewis and gets a delivery tight on the off stump, and not as fully pitched as those we've seen Barnwell more inclined to lean into, and can do no more than to push it up on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there, having to use his defense coming into play, on our body off stump coming back into him, and Barnwell can do nothing more than play defensively in front of him.
Lewis, who is in the midst of a reasonably good spell, in very, very bright sunshine now, begins to move in from the southern end to bowl to Barnwell again. Barnwell gets one outside the outside man, drives it obviously, and over extra cover. It will go maybe a few bounces into the boundary for 4. So 6, in fact, it has gone all the way. So that was very well struck. A wider volley, really asking to be dealt with, and he dealt with in getting the maximum out of it.
Yeah, too many bad deliveries. So I made a point again that he had a decent over, and then the last delivery, it was a wide half volley. And Barnwell is seeing the ball the way he's seeing it now, and reading the wicket and the bounce and the pace of the pitch. It was eats and drinks, and he launched into it inside out, over extra cover. Great shot, 6 runs, and the Windies really have their work cut out for them just then.
Barnwell is on 58, 73 to Johnson, 185 for 3, and really just and the deficit just being reduced. And in fact, if anything, the rate of scoring has even increased during the course of the morning. Remember, towards the end of the day yesterday, the Guyanese were scoring at about 3.7 runs per hour. They're just a tag over 4 now. So we know they'll have to look at stemming the tide of runs, as a new over is about to begin. And Maxeen choosing to go right, left arm over, and a delivery down the leg side again, bad delivery. And Johnson looking to cut it over backward of square. Didn't make contact, and it's taken by Stewart. So good progress by the Guyanese. Morning, Crony.
Yeah, morning, Justin. Good morning for the Guyana Jaguars. they would have scored some 40 runs in some 32 minutes. So it really have been a productive morning for the Guyana Jaguars.
And a rate of scoring that the Volcanoes can at least afford at this moment, as Maxeen comes in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson gets one on around the off stump, pushes it up towards extra cover, and there is no run. So he remains on 73. Barnwell is on 58, 185 for 3. As you were saying, Crony, much in contrast to the type of conditions we had yesterday, especially towards the end of the day.
Yeah, the sun is shining brightly this morning, and the pitch is probably playing at its best also for batting.
Maxeen to Johnson. Johnson again, this time has more time, just stands up on the back foot and opens the face of the bat and goes for a very quick single. He has to hurry, and in fact, very good running by the two. There was always two there. The fielder at cover on the offside, deep cover on the offside, had to make quite a bit of ground towards backward point. Therefore, the batsman had enough time to come back for 2. So, good shot by Johnson.
Yeah, he steered it down to backward point, and the fielder on the cover boundary, yeah, and I had to run probably about 30 yards to his right. So, there was 2 easy runs there.
So, yeah, Johnson goes to 75. As here is Maxeen on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson again, this time steering it not with the same timing and placement. This time slowly down towards the fielder who comes off the boundary. And yeah, as there's a single to be had to Johnson to take him on to 76. Barnwell, who is on 58, comes back into strike. 189 for 3, the Jaguar.
Yeah, it had been good going. Very good partnership. So so far these two has added some 89 runs. And really, they're certainly digging in to probably give Guyana Jaguars really a good foundation this morning.
Well, yeah, I would say that they probably have already laid that foundation, having put on partnership of 89 so far. As here is Maxeen on his way to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell clipped it crisply off the hip. It goes straight out to the fielder at square leg. There is no run. We're just feeling that he could have done better with that. That's a delivery just on or around the leg stump. There's no run, no damage done. As Maxeen walks slowly back to his mark. We're now beginning to feel probably the effects of a placid wicket on a very hot day. As here he's moving in again to bowl to Johnson, to Barnwell. Barnwell is this time a delivery wider and full outside the off stump. Lets it go to bring up the end of another Maxeen over. At the end of it, Johnson remains on 76, 58 to Barnwell, 188 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, and the Windward Volcanoes will be really hoping to get a breakthrough. I think it was a session this morning where really both batsmen took control, particularly Barnwell. He moved from overnight 28 and he's 58. He just scored some 30 runs this morning. And we are seeing him hitting some beautiful shots. Cover drive, you see me hitting straight back. And he really have been playing a positive inning this morning. And certainly that would have slightly tinted in favor of the Guyana Jaguars. I think they would feel very happy of the morning's play. The pitch continues to play very well, and stroke play really is very good on this wicket this morning.
I think the Windward will also know that probably they may be probably 1 wicket away from probably breaking through and picking up 2 or probably 3 wickets again in very quick succession. As here is Lewis on his way, tries again to Johnson. Johnson gets one full on and plays it around behind square on the onside, and the ever-present Katoy is there to save. Delivery which was probably not dealt with in the manner in which Johnson felt he should have.
Yes, it was pitched up on his legs, and I probably think he would have loved to have that delivery again, just to clip it somewhere to make it, but played it straight to the fielder at backward square. And there was no run. As
Lewis again turns and begins to move into bowl to Barnwell, to Johnson. Johnson this time gets one on off stump and can do no more than to push it up on the offside. The bowler himself feels and threatens to have a shy at the wicket, and just probably keeping the batsman on his toes.
Lewis has been bringing the ball into the left and also moving it away from the right hander. I think we just need to try to get it to go the other way, and with the angle, certainly would create more problem to the left-handed batsman.
Yeah, if you want to just get it to hold its line. So that is what he'll probably want to do. This time a short delivery tugged away on the onside. True made on, they run for one. They'll be back for the second. It will run pretty close to the boundary. It will not get there though. They will come back for the third, however. And although Johnson may have just stuttered a bit on to the third run, they got it third quite easily to take Johnson on to 78 and to take the score, the Jaguar, 190 for 3.
Yeah, 3 runs was really there for the taking, but I found even the last over, we saw Johnson going for 2 runs and had to really hustle to get back. I think you need to run the first run very fast. But again, it indicates how easy it is for batting out there, as he went back to a ball that wasn't all that short and hit it down to long on and picked up 3.
So, Barnwell is back on strike. He's on 58. In the meantime, Johnson has gone to 79. And quickly catching up with Johnson is Barnwell. Of course, he's much more aggressive than Johnson. Here is Lewis on his way to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell gets one pitched up and just past the right hand of Lewis, diving across to his right. And not sure whether this was difficult to tell, whether it was airborne or whether it passed him, whether it came off the ground, not too sure. But Lewis did dive across but couldn't get hands on it.
Yeah, he was trying to stop it. It came up off the ground actually. I think Lewis there is just trying to get that away swinger to be closer to the off stump. So pitch just around middle and leg. And I was hoping as he came forward that they're gonna just angle. And Barnwell was equal to it as he played it back on the onside. And the field at mid-on completed the fielding.
191 for 3, the Jaguars, as Lewis comes in again to bowl to Barnwell, who to this delivery gets a shortish delivery, looking to pull it away on the onside. An appeal there by the Windwards after the ball was taken by Stewart, but probably just coming off the top of the pad or the tie pad. One could have seen a deflection, and of course there is no damage, not out, says the umpire.
A strange shot by Barnwell. That ball was not short enough for that shot that he played, looking to pull somewhere to mid-wicket, and seemed to have been beaten with the pace. Seemingly it was a slow delivery also.
So Lewis turns and from the southern end and begin to move in again to bowl to Barnwell, who to this delivery is just playing it out on the offside. Much tighter delivery. And bring up the end of another over by Lewis, a reasonably good over, steady over by Lewis. And at the end of it, 193 for 3, 191 for 3, the Jaguars, 79 to Johnson, 58 to Barnwell. That's the latest score here.
Yeah, not a bad over from Lewis. We have seen him this morning look a different bowler. Yesterday afternoon, we realized that he was not running in, but this morning I think he's different in terms of his approach to the wicket. He looks pretty aggressive and have been moving the ball consistently away from the right-hander and away from the right-hander and into the left-hander. He has been bowling, I would think, this morning, I think, pretty close to what we know he can do in terms of his speed and in terms of his aggression. I think what is necessary now is to get that important breakthrough. That really going to put the Volcanoes really back into the game.
Yes, so we've seen spin for the first time this morning, and the introduction of Shane Shillingford. From the end which he bowled from yesterday afternoon, one thought that he struggled a bit with his lines, and one hope that very important cog in the Windward bowling.
Yeah, he has done very well for the Windwards over the years, particularly on this stadium track. He would have picked up quite a number of wickets. I can remember him taking a 6-wicket haul, 5-wicket haul. So he have done well on this track. But certainly the wicket is playing very well now. He'll have to use all the guile, all the skill that he knows in terms of trying to get the better of the batsman this morning.
So it will be Johnson to take strike from Shillingford, and of course did stray a bit on the pads of Johnson, maybe too often yesterday. Comes in on both to Johnson and starts well. A delivery on a body off stump, bringing Johnson forward, and that's what he wants to be doing a lot more of during the course of his bowling. Johnson taps away the crease again. Semi-attacking field by the Volcanoes. As Shillingford comes in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson comes forward and leaves that delivery outside the off stump. No real apparent spin yet by Shillingford. You haven't seen a lot, in fact, of spin by any of the teams so far, in terms of the wicket providing that type of support. Here is Shillingford to Johnson. Johnson again comes forward and plays a delivery tight on the off stump, back up on the offside, and there is no runs. Shillingford turns quickly top of his mark and getting ready to go into bowl to Johnson, who to this delivery is driving through extra cover. There is a cover out on the boundary, and he can have a single to take him into the 80s. He's on 80. Barnwell, who is on 58, comes into strike. 192 for 3. The Jaguar, Shillingford to the right hand, will shift from around the wicket to over the wicket to Barnwell. And a similar field being set for Barnwell, except that it seems to be more onside concentrated field. There is no deep cover as it were for Johnson, because of course the ball is coming into the right hander. As Shillingford comes in to bowl to Barnwell, who to this delivery is going back and flicking it away through mid wicket, and the fielder down on the deep mid wicket boundary does the fielding and throws the ball back into the wicket keeper. So another single, another rotation in the strike, another single to Barnwell. He's on 59. Johnson, who is on 80, comes back into strike. 193 for 3, and eating into the deficit ball by ball, over by over, as Shillingford comes in again to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a delivery, he drives again and not really getting hold of it probably the way he wanted to. The ball just slowly going down to the fielder on deep cover, the deep cover boundary. So another single to Johnson takes him on to 81. 59 to Barnwell. 194 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, first over by Shillingford this morning. Just seemed to be trying to get his line right, but you can see the plan to the left-handed Johnson is to toss that ball outside the off, some enjoyment in that drive. And the slip is waiting and the short cover, hoping that he can miscue and probably hit in air. While the right-hander, you've seen him with a pack leg side field with mid-wicket, and he also have a short mid-on, and hoping that, again, to take the attack on the legs, hoping that Barnwell is probably going to look to drive and hit somewhere in one of the fielders. But I do believe that you will have to you really have to really plan and really have to use your skill in terms of trying to fox out one of these batsmen.
So Lewis is taken off. On comes Jordan, and was the second change in terms of the attack so far this morning by the Windwards. And
well, Lewis had 13 over so far. He had 3 maiden, none for 42, and he did bowl with some pace in his first spell. And he obviously will be hoping to make that an important breakthrough as he prepared to bowl to the right-handed Barnwell.
Yes, so Jordan will be starting from the southern end, as you would like to call it, Crony.
Southern end?
Yes.
River Road end.
River Road end. So he'll be bowling to Johnson. It's was still maintaining a slip and a gully. Backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and of course a man down on the deep back with a point boundary. As Sherry Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a delivery just on about the off stump. Like a real loosener by Jordan, and just taps it into the offside. They feel that extra cover comes in to do the fielding, and there is no run. Yadram is at extra cover. Big young fella. As Jordan turns on the top of his mark again and turns and begins to move into bowl to Johnson. Johnson to this delivery is pulling down behind square, and away it goes to the boundary. So a short delivery by Jordan, and Johnson, who's been there for a while, no real pace. Although it did get some height, But he never would have troubled Johnson. Johnson able to pull it down behind square and away to the boundary for 4 to take him on to 85 and the Jaguar to 198 for 3.
Yeah, good shot by Johnson. He probably hit this ball from probably somewhere over a middle and off stump. He was really quick into it and hit it down to backward square, which is vacant. Is the fielder now is being placed. This backward square is now being pushed down to that boundary. But good shot, and it tells you the confidence that the batsman is playing with. And he really confident he hit that ball down the backward square for 4.
Of course, in good conditions, Jordan comes in to bowl again to Johnson, and Johnson to this delivery is pushing it away up on the onside. And the fielder at both the fielder at mid-on and mid-wicket converge, picked up by the mid-on fieldsman. There is no run. So Johnson remains on 85. Larry in a landmark, 100. And there is no excuse why he shouldn't in these conditions.
Yeah, it's beautiful condition for batting. And really, if you are in, you want to take the opportunity to go on. And you may want to ask, how they're going to get another wicket.
Yes.
But really, it's really, really good batting.
Jordan on his way again to bowl to Johnson, who to this delivery is looking to pull again, and the ball coming off for the outer portion of the bat. In fact, ball will be just getting a little bit big on him, and almost giving a chance to the captain Hodge, who probably didn't quite pick it up. I thought he moved a bit late though. But anyhow, Johnson, that's the 100 partnership between Johnson and Barnwell. It's been a good one of 122 balls in just 92 minutes. So it's been a quick 100 partnership, relatively.
He got himself in a tangle there. Again, he was looking to pull. I think the ball came on him quicker than he expected and somewhat hit him high up. And just lobbed out to where at the backward point would have been, and it just falls short of the backward point. But again, he was really in no position, beaten again this time by pace. It was a quicker delivery than he expected, and certainly almost found himself in trouble.
Jordan will try again, this time to bowl to Barnwell as the batsman crossed and wide down the leg side, and Stewart having to skip across to his left to gather, and there is no run. So 88 to 86 to Johnson. Barnwell is on strike. He's on 59. He haven't had a lot of the strike in recent overs, Barnwell, so he has slowed down a bit. And 199 for 3, the Jaguar, as his son just hidden behind the clouds for a moment, bringing some relief to the players out on the field. As Harry Johnson on his way to Barnwell. Barnwell clips this one off the body. Ball just around the thigh area and picks up an easy single towards square leg on the onside. The fielder at mid-wicket having to run back to do the fielding, and there is a single for him to bring the end of another over. The 200 also comes up for Guyana. 200 of 301 deliveries in 233 minutes. And of course, drinks are with us as again the sun comes shining again.
It has been a very good morning for the Guyana Jaguars. Starting at 145 for 3, they would have scored 55 runs in the morning session. And this morning, just it would be a long one, 2.5 hours, but they will feel pleased about the morning session so far. I think both batsmen look very confident. Barnwell in particular was very attacking. I think he played some very good shots. And then the last few overs we see Johnson getting into the zone in terms of playing some good shots. So the work for the Volcano bowlers certainly is cut out this morning. They will have to work very hard. And they would really like to break this partnership.
Yeah, well, it's a 100-run partnership. And of course, a 101-run partnership, and it's started. There were a few chances given. I mean, Windward would have to blame themselves probably for the fact that Barnwell is still there. Give a catch which we thought that at this level should really have been taken by Shane Shillingford. That was not to be. But apart from that, there has been little opportunities.
Yeah, and the opportunities is far and wide, but that catch at mid-off really should have been taken. I mean, he got both hands hit and just slipped through. But They will have to continue to fighting. There's still 116 runs adrift, 117 runs adrift. And as you said before, one wicket could really change things. So they had to keep pressing, they had to keep fighting. You know, I think it was a good change to bring Jordan from that southern end. In that first over that he bowled, he was able to get the ball to move both ways, and this is something we have not been seeing from Lewis this morning. Basically, he have been moving the ball away from the bat, and this over, Jordan was able to bring one back, and I think, you know, a lot will depend on the line. A lot will depend on the sort of length. They had to be consistent on one line. If it means you bowl off stump and have your attack on the off stump, they will have to look that way, because in these sort of conditions, you know, you have to look at the situation. You have to sum it up, and then you have to decide your form of attack. But what is happening with the nature of the wicket, the pitch, and the way the batsman is playing, you certainly will have to look to bowl one side of the wicket.
And I think you could have seen in the huddle, even there at the drinks, the Fletcher just having, you know, a little discussion, probably just, you know, assessing how things have gone so far this morning, and offering some advice here and there to the bowlers in terms of what they should be looking to do and so on. And that's very good. Fletcher is one of the most experienced players, and it's certainly, it's a chance to assess for them at this point.
Yeah, and Barnwell is a sort of player that is going to attack. Right? He's not going to just sit there and push, right? And you just had to try to walk him out. You know, that delivery that just away from the stump that he loves to drive at. Sometimes you may have to use the ball a slow one, right? You had to use some variation in terms of getting in probably to look for the drive to a slow delivery. So they have to look to plan their attack in terms of how they deal with each batter. And to me, outside they probably stand a chance of probably getting Barnwell in particular to make a mistake. So they really had to look at the batters and plan their attack in terms of how they're going to try to get them out.
So it will be Shillingford to pick it up at the start of play after the refreshment break, and he will be bowling to Barnwell with a very, very biased onside field, because there are only 3 players on the offside. Slip, cover and a made off, and a long off on the boundary, as Shillingford turns and Chillingford begins to come into bowl to Barnwell, who gets one in line with the pad, and when attempt that single, probably in the end maybe if they had gone immediately could have, but had to go back as the fielder at mid-wicket came across to his right and do the fielding, no runs.
And I like that attack, you know, the leg side field, forward shot, like straight mid-on shot, mid-wicket shot, backward square shot, and then you have the 2 fielders on the boundary.
Here is Shillingford again to ban this time. Gets a good delivery which almost squared him up a bit, and the ball coming off the outer portion of the bat and going away towards a vacant point area, backward point area. Smith having to move for Slip to do the fielding. In the meantime, the batsman crossed for a single to take Barnwell on to 61. It brings Johnson, who is on 86, on strike, 201 for 3. The Jaguars. As Johnson comes into strike now. Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson. To this delivery, gets a full toss and drove it up towards extra cover, straight to the man at extra cover, and there is no runs. Here is Shillingford again. Begins to move into bowl to Johnson, who to this delivery is coming forward and opening the face of the bat and going for a very quick single. The throw comes in from Kotoy, and he just threw his hat down. Thought he really had a chance there. Johnson, who doesn't seem to be the best mover between the wicket, or really struggling. He's on 87. Barnwell is 61. 202 for 3.
Yes, just seemed to be struggling a bit, is Johnson in his running, but. I think was really good running, because Barnwell was up very quickly. The throw came in and missed the stump, but it was well backed up by Jordan.
Here again is Shillingford on his way to Barnwell, pulls through the vacant, in fact, wide off the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and it goes away for 4. Because continuing that attack in vain is Barnwell, and a good shot, taking the ball from just outside the off stump, and a slog sweep out between down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, very good shot by Barnwell, and I think Shillingford wouldn't be too perturbed about that, because this is what you want. You look at the field, and he's hoping that he will hit it to one of the fielders on the leg side. But this was a brave shot, and he hit between the long and the wide, mid-wicket wide, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
Barnwell 65, 206 for 3 here. Shillingford this time on the legs and flicked away to square leg, and backward square finds Katoy in the way, and there is no run. So the end of another Shillingford over. At the end of it, Johnson remains on 87, Barnwell is 65, 206 for 3. The Jaguars, the latest score here at the National Stadium.
And Shillingford continue to work, and this is a plan that I think you're looking to see where you're going to attack a batsman on a particular side. And the 6-3 field, Shillingford really was trying to keep it on leg stump, encourage the batsman to drive on the front foot to either the mid-wicket, the short mid-on. But this pair continue to go on. They are so far put out 107, and Barnwell 65 and 87 to Johnson, who probably will be looking to get on to a century today.
As I said earlier, there is no reason why he shouldn't. The conditions are excellent, and really best day for batting. See a different tinge to the colour of the pitch from yesterday. As here is Jordan to bowl to again pull away down behind square. Well, there's a fielder out on the long leg boundary, and the batsman just ambles through for a single, and another single which takes Johnson to 88 and brings Barnwell back on strike on 65, 207 for 3.
And Johnson has moved from that dreaded number of 87 to 88.
Here is Jordan again. He's a hard trier. He'll really put everything into his work, and he begins to move in now. Right arm over the wicket from the southern side to southern end to bowl to Barnwell, who to this is cutting down towards the fielder on the deep cover boundary, and they're gone for one. Barnwell just contemplating a second, but couldn't get through for that. So another single to Barnwell, go to 66.
It was a bit of a misfield, just a little fumble to the fielder on the boundary, and Barnwell was quickly looking to come back, but Johnson has came through for one and really settling his mind as one, so they remain just a single.
So Johnson is on 88, he's back on strike, as here is Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson plays Reefer really outside the off stump, the delivery probably angling in and leaving the left-hander, and for once a real false shot by Johnson.
Yeah, that is sort of delivery we have been talking about. This one just left him. He was bringing the ball into the left-hander all the time, and this one just left him a bit. You look at the drive, and he was beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery.
Yes, and that's probably more the length and the lines, you know. Here is Jordan again on his way to bowl to Johnson, who gets a full toss this time and hits it between extra cover and mid off. It's running away towards the boundary. They're gone for one. They will back for the second. It will go into the boundary. It does. So no way Shane Shillingford could have pulled this one back. A rang full toss to take Johnson further, closer to the 100, and given the treatment.
Yeah, bad delivery, full, and he hit it well. Even though sometimes the delivery is bad, but you had to hit it well, and I think he stroked it well between the cover and the mid-off, and it went down to the boundary for 4.
So that 4 takes him on to 92. Barnwell is on 66, 212 for 3, the Jaguars. And the runs still continuing to flow here. As here is Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson looking maybe caught in two minds, wanting to pull it away down on the onset, and in the end wanting to just leave it. In the end he achieved the latter, allowing it to go through to the wicketkeeper, who had a little fumble. Probably the ball just tailing back a little bit and gave the keeper a little discomfort.
Yeah, just some movements. The ball just seemed to swing back when it passed the batsman. So, and just falling short of the keeper.
Here is Jordan again to bowl to Johnson. Hit it upishly away down behind point on the offside. They gone for one. They will be back for the second. It won't go to the boundary. And 2 more to Johnson. So he goes on to 94. 66 to Barnwell. 214 for 3. And
again, that shot, I don't think he would feel confident with that shot. Again, this was a delivery that was leaving him. And he was looking for the drive, and it came off the bat over a backward point, over a goalie position, and went down to that fielder who had to move from a backward point on the boundary to move to his right to collect. But I need another good delivery. I think it was a fall shot by Johnson.
And another reasonably good over being ended there by Jordan. And at the end of it, Johnson has moved to 94. And Barnwell on 66 will take strike to Shane Shillingford, who is continuing from the northern end as he comes in now to bowl to Barnwell, who to this delivery gets a good delivery and goes back and across and plays it up towards the short mid-wicket fielder, and there is no run. So the umpire just probably Shillingford that is getting a little bit close to the danger area, and he trot back to his mark. And Barnwell waits as Shillingford moves in again to bowl to him. This time a lot wider off the crease. Comes in, bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell hit it long and straight over the top, all the way for 6. So a delivery pitched up, half volley, and Barnwell went absolutely straight down the ground. And beautiful shot. 6 more to Barnwell.
Yeah, good shot on over pitch delivery, and he's not afraid to put the bat to the ball when it's there, but he has played it straight back over where long off would be, and it went easily over the boundary for 6.
He goes for 72, 220 for 3, and the Jaguars racing along now, basically. Harry Shillingford on his way to Barnwell. Barnwell this time again gets a delivery, this time not quite as full as the previous one. Comes forward and plays it back up to Shillingford. Here is Shillingford again on his way to bowl to Barnwell, who to this delivery. Again, driving up, this time beating the left hand of the fielder, short mid-wicket, and going up towards mid-on. And the fielder comes off the long on boundary to do the fielding. Another single to Barnwell to take him on to 73, and to take the Jaguars to 221 for 3. And really good conditions for cricket. You've seen maybe a little bit cloud, but nothing to worry about as Johnson goes back, and that would have been very, very close. One could have seen the keeper jerking his head back. Maybe a little bit error in judgment by Johnson.
This one just seemed to, with the arm, just seemed to straighten a bit as he was playing for the ball to turn away from him.
So here is Shillingford again. Bowls to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, and again a little problem there for him. Maybe looking to push the ball up on the outside. The ball again just holding its line and taking the inner portion of the bat onto the pad and out on the offside. So
it's just a bit tentative there. I think the delivery before a very good morning. This pair 122 so far, and both batsmen looking fairly comfortable, not being in any trouble. But as you know, it's just take a delivery to get a wicket. But that last over, I think bowled by Jordan, I think was a good testing one. We have seen 2 fall short by Johnson. Outside the off stump, he was beaten, and then looking for another drive that went aerially down to backward point, so it was a good second over by Jordan, although we have no seen a change with Hodge coming from that southern end.
Yes, so the captain has decided to take matters into his own hands, and he will be bowling to Barnwell, the left arm orthodox bowler. Comes into bowl to to Barnwell. Barnwell gets a delivery which he comes forward to and plays up on the onside. Hodge just skipping across to pick up. And there are now 4 fielders on the onside. And very still the heavy offside field. More balanced field. Nobody, the long off, the mid on, as Barnwell pushes it up towards extra cover. Towards mid on, they feel that extra cover just comes across to his right and cut it off. Here is Hodge again coming into bowl to Barnwell, who to these deliveries this time a lot straighter to extra cover. Looking to just pick that gap either side of the extra cover fieldsman, and there will be at least a single. Here is Hodge, left arm to around wicket to Barnwell. Barnwell just inducing a fall shot. A delivery well pitched, well flighted, and Barnwell probably a bit beaten in the flight. The ball coming off the very bottom or inside portion of the bat and going up towards mid on. There is no runs. So here is again his Hodge ball to Barnwell. Barnwell this time comes forward, much more short, pushes it up towards mid on. The bowler comes across to do his own fielding, and there is no run. So quiet over so far. Here is Hodge on his way to bowl to Barnwell again, and Barnwell this time getting it just past the hands of the short leg, and some indecision as to who should have actually gone for the ball. The fielder at backward square having to come in 50, 30, 40 meters probably to do the fielding to bring the end of a tidy over by Hodge, one in which he induced a fall shot from Barnwell. At the end of it, 94 to Johnson, 75 to Barnwell, 223 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
And not a bad over ball by Cavem Hodge, captain of the Volcanoes team. That last delivery just slanted down the leg side a bit, and Barnwell was able to go in and just turn it down to vacant leg gully position. The field on the backward square bounce, we had to run in a long way, so they was able to pick up 2.
Shillingford will continue to Johnson. Johnson 6 away from 100, and Shillingford comes in and bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward and just smuggling whatever spin may be present. Not really. There's been nothing there really for the spinners. No vicious spin, just yeah. Here is Shillingford on his way again to bowl to Johnson. With Shillingford bowls, and Johnson again comes forward and plays it back up the wicket, just on the offside. The fielder in at a very short extra cover comes in to do the fielding. There is no run. As Shillingford again a lot more in control today, it seemed to me, as he comes in out to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a delivery which just back of a length and just straightening slightly, very ever so slightly, and he's able to just go onto the back foot and play it up on the offside again, and there is no run. And Shillingford begins to move in again to bowl to Johnson. To this delivery is looking to drive and beaten, and almost, well, maybe there was a misstump as the delivery beating him and almost yocking himself and passing on the onside. But it would be interesting to figure out what actually went on, Crony. So
yeah, he looks very tentative against Shillingford there. I know he's 94 and probably eyeing the century, not sure whether or not to attack or to defend, and I think he got himself in 2 minds there. He was half-hearted, really in no man's land there, and the just seemed to take the outside edge as it passed on the leg side.
Yeah. Well, here he's again to bowl, and delivery which is bang on target and comes forward and pushes it up on the offside. Maybe this is what also deceived the keeper. The ball may be coming off foot. It seems more look to like the bottom inside edge and taking it to the right of the keeper. Series Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is sweeping in the air and falls safely. The fielder comes off the deep backward of square boundary and does the fielding, and here's another single to Johnson to bring the end of the over, but not a very comfortable period for Johnson. He's on 97, 75 to Barnwell, 226 for 3. He's the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yes, I think Johnson just needs to remain positive. He has scored 97. He has batted well, but in the 90s, the nervousness, he just seemed to be a little bit unsure in terms of, whether to attack or whether to defend. And we saw in that over one that he was beaten with one that just passed the leg stump as he looking to come forward and go down to a long leg position for 2. And but he need 3 for his century, and he would love to get to that that 100. But he just need to, in my view, remain positive and play as he has been playing.
So Hodge will continue from the southern end, and he will be bowling to Johnson, who is on 97. Here is Hodge on his way to Johnson. Johnson gets a delivery which spins into him with the left hand over the wicket, and he just turns it away on the onside. There is no run towards mid wicket. So here is Hodge again on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson this time again getting a delivery which turns into him, looking to play it a lot squarer, and in the end getting it more towards extra cover than backward point where he was probably aiming, and there is no run. Here is Hodge again, comes in bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes and plays it upwardly back towards the bowler, and they just drop it in front of him. And again, anxious moments there for Johnson.
Yeah, there's really some nerves there. We see Barnwell now coming down to speak to Johnson, but there's a lot of nerves that he came forward and almost pushed the ball back to Hodge, who just dropped in front of him, and he was not able to pick it up. But really, you're seeing all the nerves in Johnson there. He just need to maybe just walk around, settle himself, and get back to the work that he has been doing.
Yes, I guess he's been there before. So here he is, waits for Hodge, comes in on balls to Johnson. Johnson gets a delivery well flighted, and this time plays it confidently out to point. They're going for one. They'll be back for the second, and he goes closer to the 100. He's now 99, 228 for 3. And that will ease the tension a bit for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, certainly. And this was over pitch, and you could see that he didn't even go fully to drive it. Being probably much more cautious. But he was able to pick up 2.
On the verge of 100, waits for Hodge, comes in, and this time off the edge, and he goes down towards, and that will be the 100. As again, not a very confident shot, getting the outside edge, and the ball going away towards the boundary, and rather like a difficult chase by Devon Smith. As the batsman goes for 3, and Johnson brings up his 100, so he'll go on to 102. So it's been a good 100 by him, a good knock by him, by the captain. 100 runs off 173 balls in 239 minutes. He's been congratulated now by Barnwell, and of course acknowledged the applause of his teammates and the few spectators who are here.
Yeah, it was a very good knock, good captain knock. For Johnson, who have not been seemingly among the runs in the tournament so far, but he had played well. He had led from the front, and really he had played some good shots in that inning, and really deserved that 100 that he got here today.
Yes, of course, and if at all he did look vulnerable, it's just in that 90s. As Barnwell this time is getting a full toss and gives it the treatment, and Jordan can't pull it back. It goes away for 4. So another full toss by Hodge and Johnson and Barnwell, who is always going to be putting those away. Did so well. He goes to 75, and it's 231 for 3. The Jaguar.
And that's the positiveness about the batting. When the bad ball comes, you put it away, and I don't think Barnwell in particular would have missed out any. This one was over pitch, and he came forward and whipped it between that mid-on and then between mid-wicket position down to the boundary for 4. And this is one thing we could say about his batting. He have missed the bad balls. He have been able to put it away. He was positive, and his inning would have really helped Johnson a long way in terms of really turning things around for the Guyana Jaguars.
Took the pressure off Johnson, who was able to just play his game. Shillingford balls to Johnson. Johnson gets a delivery outside the off stump and allows it to go through to be taken by Stewart. No run. 235 for 3. 102 to Johnson. Barnwell is on 79. And one could probably say approaching a century also. Here is a delivery by Shillingford, struck up on the offside by Johnson. Can't score. They feel that shot extra cover comes across to do the fielding. And Johnson now would be a very relieved man but knows the work is only half done. As he comes, Shillingford comes in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson this time strokes it up, beating the left hand of the short extra cover and going down towards long off. And he picks up another single. He goes to 103. 79 to Barnwell, who comes back into strike. 236 for 3. The Volcanoes, the Jaguars. And Shillingford toiling away from the northern end. And has Barnwell again to contend with. As here Shillingford again begins to move into bowl to Barnwell, who to this delivery is coming forward and playing it up on the offside, and probably suggesting that there was just a slight drift towards the offside by the delivery, and there is no run. As Barnwell waits again for Shillingford, who comes in on board to Barnwell. Barnwell gets a delivery on the pad and pushes it up towards the onside, knocked down by the fielder, the short leg fieldsman, and there is no run. So 236 for 3. Johnson 103, 79 Barnwell, as Shillingford again gets ready to bowl to Barnwell, who gets a overpitch delivery on the pad and tucks it away nicely into the onside. The fielder at long on has to make some ground to his right, does so, and limits the batsman to a single. That brings the end of another Shillingford over. At the end of it, Barnwell, he's on 80, 237 for 3. Is the latest score here at the National Stadium. As I said, welcome again back to you, Tony.
Good morning again, Justin, and to all your listeners in Guyana, of course, well and truly in charge of the situation here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Some 137-run partnership between these two, and they have done an excellent job for Guyana. They came in under a lot of pressure, some 2 wickets lost very quickly with a score of 22. And since then, since the demise of Epmire, these two would have held it together, has put on a really brilliant partnership together, Justin.
Yes, and after a few more thoughts from you, Tony, the Pastor Stevenson will be the next commentator in.
Yeah, well, Barnwell and of course his captain Leon Johnson, like you were saying, they have done a really excellent job coming together. Some 137-run partnership, still ongoing in the Benue Islands so far. Cannot make a breakthrough. They will have to do that as quickly as possible.
There is a delivery by Hodge that is pushed down to mid-off, and they hustle for a single. This is a big stand. Good 100 by Leon Johnson. Maybe good 100 is an understatement. Excellent century. And Barnwell is not far behind. He's on 71, and it will be Johnson, which is 103. Taking strike. Here is Hodge in now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is off the back foot, turns it up to silly mid on, and there is no run. It's been a very torrid day for the Windward Volcanoes so far. They've had to struggle, had to work very hard. Hodge is in now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, opens the face of the bat, glides it down to Kotoy, who's fielding there at the backward point. And again, he can't score. We've lost the sunshine, but no indication of rain at all, I must say. As it's Hodge again from the far end, left arm orthodox, over the wicket and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is up the back foot, gets a good delivery, and he plays it very well. Just eased onto the back foot and played it to the right of the bowler, who came and picked up on his follow through. Still 238 for 3, as it's once more Hodge in bowls to Johnson. Johnson's off the back foot and clips it nicely to a short mid-wicket. Ball going very quickly to the fielder station there. The total remains on 238 for 3. Johnson once more faces up to Hodge. Hodge brings a faster delivery, but he's equal to the task as Johnson just prods the ball out in front of him. The over comes to an end. At the end of it, Johnson is 103, Barnwell 81. He'll be taking strike. Only 79 deliveries he has faced. 238 for 3, and the Guyana Jaguars continue to jaguar along at a run rate of 4.10.
Excellent from the Jaguars, having assessed the conditions quite early and knowing exactly what needed to be done out there. Early this morning, I made the point that in my view, I can only see one team getting first innings based on the excellent condition of the wicket also, and the fact that I think the Windies didn't bowl as well as they should. Barnwell has done an excellent job together with Johnson, and they continue in that vein.
Well, here is Shillingford from the northern Odabo end. He is in now and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is driving back to the bowler, who gets an accommodating, comfortable bounce, picks up, shines the ball in his trousers. Always does that to Shillingford as he begins to move in now. Tall, slender figure. He's in now and bowls a delivery that is on the line of the leg stump, that he comes forward and pushes it out to short mid-on where Hodge is fielding. The total remains on 238 for 3. Here once more is Shillingford. Good move in. And he's there now and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward and driving the ball up to mid-on. This time the ball travelling much faster to the same fielder though in Hodge, who ran around to his left, to his right, beg your pardon, picked up and sends the ball back to Shillingford, who again does a ceremonial shining of the ball on his trousers. Does it more as if he were a fast bowler rather than an off spinner, trying to keep the ball in as good working condition as possible. Shillingford is in once more, bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is lifting that in the air. That's going to go over the boundary line. That's 6 runs. Oh, that was a lovely shot. It was tossed up, and Barnwell just put the left bat down and slightly across, and he heaved that over long on. Don't forget he's a big man, and the ball went soaring over the boundary line. He's gone to 87. The total is 244 for 3.
It's a great shot. Flighted, not much use of the feet, well in position, way over long on, and for another big 6 from Mr. Barnwell.
Shillingford again is in to bowl to the stocky Barnwell. He's really clubbed the ball very well today. He's hit it hard and clean. He's there now and bowls to Barnwell, who is coming down the track and just driving it up to mid-off. They've got to hurry up to mid-on. And you know what? That might well have been an opportunity for a run-out. I just messed up there at, is that Cato? At mid-on. Just seemed to have, who is it? Substitute fielder, sorry. So they did in fact come back for the second run.
Yes,
so,
they did.
Yeah,
yes,
he's now got to 89. Barnwell, just 11 short of what would be a very good 100. As Shillingford is in and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is lifting that down to the deep mid-wicket area. It's going to go just one bounce before it reaches the fielder down there. And they go through for a single. So one more to Barnwell. That stayed a long time in the air, and there are 2 fielders down there, one at the deep mid-wicket area, and Fletcher, who's down at long on. That's Lewis and Fletcher, and neither of them was able to get there. So he's gone to 90, 247 for 3. The over comes to an end, and Johnson, who's 103 of 181 balls, well, both of them will be. It's been a captain knock. There's no doubt about that, Tony, and well supported by his middle order batsman in Christopher Barnwell.
Well, I think what Barnwell has done is that he's been the aggressor of the 2, and he has been extremely positive, and that has been able to help Johnson along with his innings.
Well, here's a new over. Hodge in to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward. Thought about the single. Just pushed the ball up on the offside. Fletcher comes in from behind square. Attack the ball very quickly. That's the manner in which it should be done, really. You've got to attack the ball, make sure you keep your eyes on the ball. The fundamentals were there. They saw the cat-like approach to Fletcher and decided no, they wouldn't go. Hodge in, bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is reaching forward, drives the ball down to long off, will get a comfortable single. He's oozing in confidence now. He's gone by 1 to 91, and the total has moved on now quite swiftly to 248 for 3, brings the left-handed Johnson back into strike.
Yeah, the partnership has been that way all along. Johnson rotating strike, and that has been, I think, the hallmark of the partnership. They've been able to rotate strike, the left and the right combination, and of course all sorts of problems thus far for the Windward Islands bowlers.
Yeah, really, it's been wonderful, gorgeous batting here. Here once more is Hodge in now and bowls, and he gets onto the back foot. Is Johnson. He gets a short delivery and pulls it down to deep mid-wicket. Will get a comfortable single. That one pulled down in length, And the line was just maybe about the middle stump, and he rocked on the back foot and pulled it down to deep mid wicket. One more to his total. So the 150 run partnership just been posted between Johnson and Barnwell. 181 balls and 131 minutes. So that's really quick going. They've been really striking the ball very well. Here once more is Hodge in now and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward and drives the ball down to extra cover, and there is no run. So it's 249 for 3. We're in the 60th over of the innings. Here is a nicely flighted ball by the left-handed Hodge, who is pushed up to mid-off, and again there is no run. Here he is once more is Hodge in now and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell gets a faster delivery. Well played though. In the end, he had to dig it out, push it up to Shillingford, who's at short mid wicket. The over comes to an end. So with Barnwell 91, 104 to Johnson, and just 60 overs completed in the Jaguars innings, the total now 249 for 3.
Yes, and they're scoring rather quickly. The Windward Islands serving up too many bad deliveries, and allowing the batsmen to take advantage of the situation. Scoring up the bad deliveries as freely as they would like. Having said that, though, I think that these two have played excellently well, both Barnwell and his captain. Partnership of 150 runs, well put together. Barnwell, of course, being the aggressor in the partnership, and by and large has laid a platform for Guyana to have a really huge first innings total, with still 7 wickets left in the hutch.
Yeah, so they're certainly in the ascendancy. Here is Shillingford with a new over, round the wicket this time to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is coming forward and drives the ball neatly, elegantly, gets it out to Fletcher, who's feeling there at mid-off, and there is no run. I'm sorry, Fletcher is down on the long off boundary. I beg your pardon. Here is once more delivery that is pushed up. This time Fletcher comes in to the pitcher. They get a single. Nicely flighted delivery. And he just came forward and drove it neatly. There's no power aggression into it. So the 250 runs have just come up. Another landmark, 271 minutes, 364 balls. So you couldn't want a better performance than this, with a run rate of 4.14. They're really motoring on. Shillingford is in once more to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward and looking to push the ball back along the track, and he does so too. Shillingford picks up and again, as usual, rubs the ball in his trousers, goes back a little lick of the finger, and begins to move in once more to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward, pushes the ball this time on the offside to the left of Shillingford, who just moves around, picks it up once more and goes back, rather pensive. There is the body language out there that doesn't really suggest any measure of animation on the part of the Windward Islands players. Here is a delivery that is really, that one was quicker through the air, kept a little low, but I thought he handled it very well. Had to dig it out, pushed it out, square up the wicket on the offside. The keeper came from behind the stumps quickly, rather alert. So no runs, still 250 for 3. Shillingford again is in now and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is off the back foot, pushes out on the offside. They've got to hurry, a quick single. I think it might well be Jordan coming in very quickly there, just underarmed the return, but it was a good response by the non-striker. Got a single, one more to Barnwell. He's got to 92. It's 105 to Johnson. Barnwell will be taking strike, 251 for 3 Jaguars.
Yes, again, good rotation of strike. Soft hands. Jordan, not known for his fielding ability, coming in from extra cover. Probably someone as Kotai probably would have been, looking to initiate that run out. But by and large, still better over from Shane Shillingford, one that kept Barnwell quiet, balls, deliveries at a pitch on or about the middle and off stump, and had him being quiet, playing defensively. So a much better control over from Shillingford.
So it's going to be Hodge again, in and bowls. Barnwell leaves that alone outside the off stump. The keeper, in a jumping manner, collects. So Hodge is into his 5th over, none for 14 so far. Shillingford none for 52 or 14. As is Hodge once more, just a slip and a backward point, extra cover, long off, mid on and a mid wicket. He's in and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell gets a delivery that is a bit pushed through with the arm. Douglas collects there at mid off, a little bit of a wideish position there for him. as it's once more Hodge in and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is off the back foot, clips it in front of square. Now they've hustled for one. They thought about the second run, decide against it, and quite wisely too, as Maxeen came off the deep square leg boundary, and the batsman had time to cross only for one. One more to the total, to Barnwell's total. He's now gone to 93, and the total has moved on to 252 for 3. Brings the left-handed Johnson back into strike. Hodge to Johnson. Johnson is driving well, but a little bit more to the left or to the right of Shillingford. That may have gone close to the boundary, but it was right in his path and stopped a potential boundary maybe. He is once more coming in. Hodge from the far end, bowls to Johnson. Johnson gets a good delivery. Nice trajectory too, but he is in defense, played it very well. Over to mid-on. Total remains on 252 for 3. Hodge is in again and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is turning that up on the onside. Again, Douglas having to run across, this time to his left. The over comes to an end. Good over there by Hodge. 5 overs, none for 15. And the Jaguars, or that's Johnson, pushes it out just in front of square on the offside. Can't score. 259 for 3. So we got 2 Centurions batting. They're set. Shillingford is in. Bowls to Johnson. Johnson is sagaciously forward, pushes it out just to mid-off, and there is no run. Still 259 for 3. What an innings that has been. A runner ball innings. Shillingford again, wrong the wicket, or spin, passes the umpire now, and bowls to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, stabs the ball out on the outside for Douglas to kick it from boot to hand, and that completes the over. So at the end of the over, 63 overs gone, 259 for 3, 259 for 3. It's 105 to Johnson. Barnwell exactly 100 of 99 balls, and what a superb, excellent, magnificent, well orchestrated innings it has been.
Yes, and I think the fact that he scored at 100 of 99 balls gives you the impression, gives you, the idea in terms of what he actually did. He really played well. He attacked the bowlers from the word go. Yes, he was given a chance at mid-off, but that didn't hamper his spirit or damp his spirit. He went on and, continued to play positive. Number of sowing shots, timed the ball quite sweetly, and he's still there on 100, no doubt.
Yes, it really was lovely. Here is Hodge in to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward. As to whether he's going to change gear, Tony, is there any reason? 100 of 99 balls?
Well, I don't think so, because that has worked for him thus far quite well.
Hodge in now to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward, driving sweetly down to the sweeper position. Would get a comfortable single. They amble it. One more to his total. He's gone to 101, and the total is pushed on now to 260 for 3. Brings the left-handed skipper into action. Johnson. Yeah, when you get 100 of 99 balls, I don't think you've got to do a lot more than that, Tony.
No, the fact is, what he has been doing has been working for him. The wicket is in still excellent condition for batting. We'll get back to that.
Hodge is in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, pushes it out to extra cover, short extra cover, where Shillingford is their station as a village policeman. Picks the ball up and sends the ball back to the bowler. Dark conditions, not bright by any stretch of imagination. Hodge brings the left-handed Johnson forward, and again action replay, pushes it back to Shillingford, who picks up and in that characteristic manner of his shines the ball and sends it back to his skipper. He's into his 6th over. Is Hodge from the far end, in now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is off the back foot, gets a good delivery, one that pushes him onto the back foot, stabs it out, and again for the 3rd time in the over, it's Shillingford who has to come in and pick up. Total remains on 260 for 3. Hodge, which should be the last delivery of this over, bowls to Johnson, and Johnson for the 4th time in the over pushes the ball out to extra cover, where Shillingford picks up. The over comes to an end, and with Johnson 105, Barnwell is 101. Both Centurions, of course, they're very set there. 260 for 3. Don't forget Volcanoes 318 all out.
Yeah, well, as batsmen, when you get to 199 balls, so too is Johnson, who's been playing so well. This is an opportunity to get a big one. So your appetite for runs now comes in. We have not seen any wicket-taking deliveries far from the Islands, and the surface presents itself for you now. You should be getting better now that you've scored 100.
Shillingford is in now and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is driving up to long on, will get a single. Fletcher comes off the boundary, sends the return to the keeper's end. He selects to go past the non-striker's end. One more to Barnwell. He's now gone to 102, and the total has moved to 261 for 3. And Barnwell by nature is an attractive, aggressive player. He likes to be busy. Here is Shillingford, bowls to Johnson, who comes forward and pushes it out. Just forward of square on the offside, picks up. And by a Hodge, the total remains on 261 for 3. Here once more is Shillingford in now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is coming forward very easily and comfortably and pokes the ball out to short extra cover. Douglas running across to his right, picks the ball up, sends it back to Shillingford. So it's been a pretty good over so far by Shillingford. It's been treated badly by Barnwell. In now and bowls to Hodge. Hodge comes forward, turns it down to... I don't think that's where he intended for it to go. They've gone for one, won't come back for the second, as Jordan comes up very quickly from the deep backward square boundary, just attacked the ball dying before it got to him. There was a fleeting moment when they thought about the second run and decided against it. So, one more to Johnson's total. It's gone to 106 now. Total has moved on to 262 for 3. Brings the right-handed Barnwell. But you know what? It'll be nice to see some fireworks here. Love to see old-fashioned cricket. Here is once more Shillingford in and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell is turning it just behind square on the leg side. So he's not really opened up. He's probably said to himself, I've scored relatively quickly. There's no need to do anything too ambitious, anything dangerous, anything ugly, injudicious. Outside the off stump, rocked on the back foot and cuts down to the deep third man boundary. That's 4 runs. Well, I don't think he wanted to hit that square, Tony. I think he wanted to hit it a little bit more to the point area. In the end, it came a little bit off the outer portion of the bat and it went down to third man, but that's not taking away from the shot at all because it was short and it was cuttable. Gave it the treatment that it deserved. 104 now is 106, beg your pardon, is Barnwell, 266 for 3.
Yeah, too many bad deliveries from the Windwards for my liking, really. You see 4 good ones and then and hence the reason why Guyana is scoring over 4 runs and over, because almost every over an opportunity presents itself with a bad delivery to score a boundary, and they have obliged quite nicely. These 2 batsmen now, they are there and they're playing so well. The fact is that when you don't get to 100, Stephen, and in Barnwell's case, he's seeing it so well, and everything out there is going for him. So he should be getting better. The conditions are nice. It's not very hot. It's nice and cool. And your confidence level should be there. He's not very tired. So at this juncture, yes, he can attack if he so desire. Because now he's on top of his game. And the Windwards, from their perspective, they have not bowled as well as they should. Not too many wicket-taking deliveries. And as a result of that, the pitch has been in excellent conditions. The pitch has played well. Not much there for the spinners, but you have to be on target. We saw Pomal bowl well. He bowled some 35 overs, and with great control. And I think that has been the problem with the Windwards, the fact that they have not controlled and bowled a decent line consistently well. And as a result of that, Guyana is in the superior position that they are in now.
Yeah, really superior. It's not very often in regional cricket that you have 2 batsmen being centurions while batting together. It's I would say it's a rare sight. It's a very rare thing, and because it's that rare, I think it must be deemed also special. In addition to that, you don't have too many West Indian regional players who get centuries in the regional tournament. So whenever a player gets to 100 and beyond, I think you've got to give him tremendous credit. And I think you've assessed it very well, Tony. The Windwards have not done a very good job at all in keeping things tight. But while that is the case, you must give commendations to these 2 players, Johnson and Barnwell, who've batted excellently.
Well, I think it's good for cricket from my perspective. The fact that we have not been seeing young players produce and score runs at the regional level, and we have not seen scores like we would have seen in the past, scores in excess of 350 and scores in excess of 400. So from a cricket and a batting perspective, that is good. This facility here, however, is one of the best bats in the region, if not the best. History will show that number of runs have been scored here, number of hundreds have been scored here. The surface is so good, especially in the second and third day in a 4-day game. You know, that hence the reason Guyana won the toss and elected to field first, knowing that there will be some moisture in the surface earlier on. But once it dries down, the surface here plays very well for batsmen, and as we can see presently in this game, it has done just the same. Yes, there are a bit there for the seamers, but they didn't execute as well as they should. And like you said, Steve, not taking anything away from Barnwell and of course Johnson. They have played rather well. I think the hallmark of the inning again has been rotation of strike, the left and right combination. You know, they have done that well. A lot of soft hands have been used. Barnwell very attacking, very aggressive. Johnson on the other hand, relax, rotate the strike, get off strike, give Barnwell back the strike, and so by and large they have done an excellent job and must be very pleased and proud of the performance thus far.
Well, they're only 52 runs adrift. Never was good at math at all, but I think having gotten a bit of time when Tony was talking, had an opportunity to calculate that. So 52 runs adrift. They certainly want to get maybe beyond the 450 mark, thereabout, and then put the Windwards under pressure. Now, don't forget, you still got 72 overs remaining in the day's play. We've got an elongated day's play today simply because we had interruptions yesterday. So play started at 9:30 this morning. And if at the end of the day, well, Guyana could get beyond that 400 mark, they would feel pretty comfortable indeed.
Well, if they're going at 4 per over, obviously they will get there. Losing the wickets or not, they will get to 400. And of course, scoreboard pressure will come into play.
Hodge is in now and bowls to Johnson, who comes forward and drives neatly. And the ball going across to where an extra cover would be. And Preston Maxeen, who was fielding behind square on the offside, had to run after it. They had sufficient time to cross for the single. So one more to Johnson, who's gone to 107 now. And the total has moved on to 267 for 3. Barnwell now comes into strike. Hodge is into Barnwell. Barnwell is off the back foot and strokes the ball back to the bowler, who picks up on his follow through and would go back, just dabbles his hands into the dirt to make sure that it's dry as possible and can get some grip. He's there now and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell again is coming forward and doing basically the same thing that he had done in the previous delivery, and that is to push the ball back to the bowler, who goes back again. He's been economical, 2.62 runs per over. He's in now, Hodge, and bowls. Barnwell is onto the back foot. That one kept a little low, really, but he wasn't not in any danger at all, and pushed the ball out to extra cover. He's batted very well, middled most of the balls he's faced so far, as here is Hodge again, in now to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is digging one out, one that was a little faster again. Now he's not giving it any generous flight. He's sort of pushing it through the arm, and so he doesn't want Barnwell to free his arm, so to speak. He's been much tighter than Shillingford, is Hodge. So he's teasing him, and he's going to allow him to make the mistake. Here is Hodge now to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell comes forward, pushes the ball back to the bowler, who picks up on his follow-through. Very good over there by Hodge. 7 overs, no maidens, none for 17. So he's been very economical, much in contrast to Shillingford. 16 overs, 1 maiden, none for 65.
Yeah, Shillingford, that's a good over there by Hodge. And I like the fact that he's been making Barnwell play every delivery. By contrast, of course, Shillingford would have been treated quite badly by Barnwell. But we saw Shillingford batting at number, and Cotoy batting at number 7 and 8 for the Windward Islands, the lower order batsmen, and they both got half centuries. This certainly was an indicator that the wicket is going to be playing well, because had 7 and 8 both getting half centuries for the Windwards, and now top order batsmen, they are out there in the middle.
Well, here's Shillingford with an over, bowls to Johnson, who comes forward and drives, gets the ball down to the sweeper position, down at the deep sweeping extra position, and he gets a single. One more to Johnson, who's gone out to 108. So there'll be it'll be interesting to see how these two go along. He's 108. Barnwell is 106. There's no question as to who is scoring faster. And here is Shillingford again, this time to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward and pushes the ball back to the bowler on the offside. Shillingford runs across, picks up, and again he shines the ball rather rigorously on his trousers, turns once more from the top of his mark, begins to move in to bowl to Barnwell, and Barnwell is coming forward and pushes the ball up to mid-on, short mid-on, where Hodge is on the drive. Good position he is there, just cutting off the single from going down to long on. 268 for 3, delivery that is driven, and well, the batsman, the non-strikers end having to get out the way. Shillingford didn't stop the ball cleanly, just ricocheted and went behind him. Hodge did the cleaning up. It is once more Shillingford in and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell gets one that sort of straightens on him. He's off the back foot and pushed the ball up to extra cover. Jordan comes in very quickly, picks up, and no chance for a single. Shillingford again is in now to bowl to Barnwell. Barnwell is coming forward and turns the ball up to mid-wicket. They've got to hurry for a single. The return is going to come to Stewart, but they get it quite comfortably in the end. And that's the end of the over. Very interesting over there. It was a bit of a teasing, tantalizing over there by Shillingford, but he didn't take the bait at all in Barnwell. I thought he played it very well. 269 for 3 is the latest score here at the National Cricket Stadium.
But he's seen the ball so well, that's Barnwell, that he can relax and play, play on merit. A decent over there by Shillingford, a better over. Not too many bad deliveries in this one. But Barnwell is in the ball so well. He's not very hot out there. And obviously with lunch around the corner, not too far away, probably about another half an hour, and realizing that the surface is so well that he will like another shot at it after lunch, probably get a double, that's the way batsmen think, especially when they're interested in scoring big runs.
Well, he certainly is Barnwell in his Hodge and bowls to Barnwell, who is circumspectly forward, pushes the ball out to mid-off, and there is no run as Hodge again from the far end. He's bowled well in and bowls to Barnwell. Barnwell gets one that could do no more than push it back along the track. So he's not doing anything special per se, but what we can say, Hodge, is that he's a model of line and length and consistency. From the far end, he leans forward, bowls now to Barnwell. Barnwell is wrapped on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before. It's given him. Gone. Leg before. Well, Barnwell looks as if to say, hey, I might have gotten a nick onto that. Look, he's looking at his bat, and I think Stewart might have just tapped him on the shoulder as if to say, well, hard luck, but he's coming back disconsolately, leg before to Hodge for 107, 269 for 4, and he gets a good congratulatory handshake there from Maxeen as if to say, well done, you played very, very well. So Guyana Jaguars, they've lost their 4th wicket. Barnwell, leg before to Hodge for 107. What a marvellous innings has been. 269 for 4.
I think what is so good to see is that most of the players, they are congratulating him. That's the Volcanoes players, because they appreciate the fact that he has played an excellent knock. Yes, they are very happy to see he's back. Hodge, we must give him credit. You spoke about his economy, bowling like on the 2.5 per over straight. He's been bowling straight, making Barnwell and of course Johnson play almost every delivery. That one was straight. As to whether or not there was an inside edge, we would not know. We don't have the benefit of the replay. Of course, the umpire is much closer than us. What we can say from our vantage point is that it was very straight. The appeal went up and the umpire responded in the affirmative. But by and large, it has been an excellent knock by Manuel, coming in at a time when Guyana was in a bit of bother. And together with his captain, Lee and Johnson, they would have restored things a long way for their team. And would have laid a foundation where the others now can come and bill around and get a huge first innings total.
Yes, he walked back rather slowly to the pavilion, and Les Reefer has just come out to bat. Raymond Reefer, beg your pardon, as a delivery that pushes him onto the back foot from Hodge, and he pushes the ball back along the track. But it was really a very lovely, affable scene to see these Windward Islands players just saying to Barnwell, well done, congratulated him. Here is a delivery that is keeping a little bit low by Hodge. Reefer is onto the back foot and pushes it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. Just a slip in. There is a backward point, extra cover on a mid off. There is a long on rather, and a mid wicket. Here is a delivery that is turned up, or looking to turn it up on the onside. The ball beats the attempt as Stewart collects down the leg side. So it's a maiden over there by Hodge, maiden wicket. And I think, Tony, it's fair to say that he really deserves it because he bowled very consistently, good line, good length, and he got a very prized wicket.
Yes, I mentioned the fact that the wind must bowl too many bad deliveries. We have not seen many bad deliveries from Hodge. He's similar in the vein of Pormal, making sure that his line and his length are very consistent. They're very good, making the batsmen play. We have not seen the batsmen leaving many deliveries alone from Hodge because most of them are on or about the stumps, and they have to be playing, bowling to his field. And the captain came in and initiated the breakthrough, and he has done a marvelous job so far, not only with the bat, but now he has to come in and get the wicket of Barnwell to dislodge the partnership.
Shillingford is in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is driving well. That's a fine shot. He's going to get a single. They're not going to come back for the second run as the fielder from the deep sweeping position. We're a little bit obscured here in the commentary booth. Certain areas of the ground that makes it a little bit difficult. So one more to his total. He's gone to 109. Raymond Reefer now comes into strike. So we've had a few Reefers in regional cricket. Going to get back to that. As here is Shillingford. Off spin, wrong the wicket. And he is going to move in now to bowl to Reefer, who comes forward and drives the ball back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. And there is no run. So we've had Leslie Reefer, Raymond Reefer, and Floyd Reefer. So Reefers are very much in the mix. Shillingford moves in once more. They're moving the extra cover fielder just a little bit more to his left, as here is Shillingford bowls, and he's off the back foot, pushes the ball up in front of him on the offside. So Shillingford has yet to pick up a wicket. Reefer will want to do something special for his team. Taps over at the crease. He's got the ability as an all-rounder to score quite a few. Shillingford is in now and bowls. Reefer takes it on the pad, coming forward, long forward, and negate whatever turn and bounce there might be, and the ball goes bouncing out just short on the leg stump, on the leg side. Here he is once more, is Shillingford, very careful as he moves in now and bowls to Reefer. Reefer is getting a one that was really coming into him, and he had to be on the back foot, and that one came very quickly, kept a little low, I dare say, and he had to hurry the back defensive shot and push it out on the offside. Here once more Shillingford in, bowls to Reefer. Reefer is coming forward and just drives the ball out to Jordan, who's feeling there at the short extra cover. The over comes to an end. That's Yadram, I beg your pardon. And at the end of the over, 270 for 4. Reefer is yet to score. It's 109 to the skipper Johnson. And this has been a very good performance by the Jaguars.
It's good performance, not a bad over from Shillingford. It's very important that the Windward bowlers right now bowl and keep the balls in good areas. Reefer is new to the wicket. He has not yet scored, and so the ditches will still be there in his stomach, and showing that delivery from Shillingford the way it should have been forward. He was back as Hodgkins comes in
and bowls, and Johnson pushes the ball back to Hodge. He's gotten the prize wicket of Barnwell leg before. Here he is once more, is Hodge, this time to bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward. So it's much quieter this time, and the run rate has dropped a bit to 3.89, but it did get up to over 4 as Hodge again is in to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is driving up to mid-on, long on rather, will get a comfortable single. One more to him. He's gone to 110 now, and the total has gone to 271 for 4. Brings the other left-hander Reefer into strike. Hodge to Reefer. Reefer is yet to score. Reefer is driving up to long on, gets his first run, and he's greeted with applause from his teammates. And so he's off the mark. He's gone to 272 for 4 as Johnson now comes back into strike. So they've done a bit of rotating so far in this over. Here is Hodge again to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is tugging that ball down to the deep mid-wicket area. They've gone for one, will come back for the second, and get there quite comfortably too. Short delivery, and he was onto the back foot and just tugged it down to the deep mid-wicket area. So 2 more to Johnson, has gone to 112, and the total is pushed on by 2 to 274 for 4, as it's Hodge once more into his 9th over, in now, and bowls, and Johnson gets a faster delivery that he can do no more than push it back along the track for the bowler to pick up on his follow through. The over comes to an end. Hodge 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21, 274 for 4, 1 to Reefer, 112 to Johnson. More thoughts from Tony Dixon. Justin Hector is up next.
It's a bit of a quiet period at this juncture, with Reefer trying to get his eyes in. Of course, Johnson is playing the way he has been playing ever since he came in, rotating the strike, getting off strike. Reefer now trying to get his eyes in. Partnership has to be the next goal of the Jaguars, because they just had an excellent one. Obviously, they will have to build a next one. As we say, welcome back to Justin.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. 274 for 4. Shillingford bowls to Reefer. Reefer strokes it up on the offside. But in fact, Reefer strokes it up on the offside and can't beat Shillingford as he goes back to his mark. Certainly it has been a wonderful partnership between the 2 Jaguar batsmen. Delivery which is just turned away on the onside and going away behind square on the offside. The shot like fielder has to give chase, but will not think about coming back for the second. So it's 1 more to Reefer, takes him to 2, and it brings the Johnson back on strike. And certainly has batted 206 deliveries so far for his 112. So he has Harry Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward and drives up towards mid-on. The fielder just taking Maxeen taking a step or 2 forward. Picks up, there is no run. 275 for 4. As Harry Shillingford bowls to Johnson again, who is on the back foot and plays it up on the onside, knocked down by the fielder at a forward short leg. And of course, again, there is no runs. Shillingford in his 19th over, yet to take a wicket. As he comes in again to bowl to Johnson, who to this delivery again is similar shot this time again, into the man at short leg, and there is no runs. So the fall of Barnwell has brought Raymond Reefer to the crease. As here is Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a wide delivery outside the off stump and flashes it down towards the fielder at deep cover. Gets another single to bring up the end of another Shillingford over. At the end of it, 113 it is to Johnson, 2 to Reefer. 276 for 4 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, and Shillingford, that last delivery there, thought wide to Johnson. Johnson freeing his arms and playing it down to the sweep. One would have thought that with Reefer being new at the crease, probably bowl a tight delivery and get him to face as many deliveries as possible. Johnson has been there for the entire day. Reefer is just coming, and we want to attack him as much as possible.
Hodge will take it up, continue from the southern end. He bowls to Johnson. Johnson just nudges it behind point on the offside and not contemplating a single. So he remains on 113. And Hodge from the southern end here at the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's bowls to Johnson. Johnson strokes it up towards extra cover. And again, there is no runs. It's been turning out to be a marathon innings by Johnson, as again strokes it up on the onside of the wicket, and there is no run. Hodge, who have bowled with good control and has picked up 1 wicket in his 10th over, 1 for 21 so far. He comes in now to bowl to Johnson. Gets a little bit of turn there. Johnson turns it away on the onside. Kotoy has to run away from a shortish mid wicket, 10 meters away to his left to do the fielding, and the batsman crossed for a single to take Johnson to 114, and the total to 277 brings Reefer back into strike. And Here is Hodge on his way to bowl to Reefer. Reefer comes forward and a false shot there. The ball taking the leading edge, and for a moment almost seemed like it was going to carry towards the extra cover, but it went wide of him towards mid-on, and the batsman again can cross for a single. So being deceived again by Hodge.
Yes, he has been the best bowler on the show so far for the Volcanoes, and hence the reason why I thought that they would want Reefer in strike as much as possible, because Hodge is bowling well at the moment.
He's coming in again this time to Johnson. Johnson on 114. Johnson comes forward, and again the ball probably just opening the face of the bat and sending it out into the onside. So the end of a very good over by Hodge. At the end of it, Johnson remains on 114. 3 to Reefer, 278 for 4 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
What he has been able to do is to attack the batsmen, make them play. You haven't given them much to hit. He's been there on or about there, on the stumps, making them play almost every delivery, and that has been good from a Volcanoes perspective. He would like a little bit more support, a little bit less bad deliveries from the other bowlers, because they're still in this game. In terms of cricket being the game, being what it is, couple of quick wickets before lunch, and they're back in it.
As here again is Shillingford on his way to bowl to Hodge to Reefer, and Reefer comes forward and plays it defensively up on the onside of the wicket, and there is no run. Shillingford just pick the ball up and goes quickly back to his mark. Doesn't really waste a lot of time. Does get through his overs pretty quickly as he comes in again to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is forward again and plays it up on the onside, similar delivery, and Shillingford fields. Reefer is on 3. Johnson is 114, 278 for 4. And Andre Fletcher, who has spent most of his time in the Yadram, just coming to share something with Shillingford as a ball which is driven up towards the extra cover fieldsman, and there is no run. So Shillingford has been a lot better, I think, today in terms of his control, his direction, his length. Yesterday he tends to stray onto the pad and was punished on a couple of occasions. And here he is now on his way to bowl to Reefer. Reefer comes forward and pushes it up towards mid-on and can score. So, as I was saying, totally much better control by Shillingford.
Yes, he's bowling to the new man, so he has to attack him as much as possible.
Indeed. See. Wait on the top of his mark from the northern end to bowl to Reefer again, and Reefer gets one which is forward to almost circumspectly forward, just getting lots of bat onto the ball, and there is no runs. So the fall of the wickets, a little more control by the Volcanoes. A delivery outside the off stump and beating the batsman. The final delivery of Shillingford's over. At the end of it, Shillingford has completed 20. He's bowled 1 maiden, 70 runs. Another, in fact, it could have been his first maiden. And at the end of it, the Jaguars, they are in a pretty good position. As I said, welcome back to Reefer.
Yeah, Justin, I think picked up a very important wicket that it really would have suddenly given them some confidence going into the lunch period.
As Hodge bowled this time, Johnson getting it on the full and knocking it down towards long on. Picks up another single to go to 115, 279 for 4. The Jaguars. As Reefer comes back into strike to Hodge, and Hodge just waiting on the top of his mark and coming into bowl, and still they're not quite ready. In fact, the fielder from forward short leg moved towards a silly mid off. I think that's the change that was made. As here is Hodge to Reefer, and Reefer almost searching for the ball, but managed to get the bat onto it, plays it out on the offside. There is no run. As Hodge, who has been by far probably the best of the bowlers so far this morning, bowls to Reefer. Reefer this time is able to play a much fuller length delivery up towards long on, and picks up a single to take him on to 4 and to take the total to 280 for 4, the Jaguars.
Yeah, just a bit more pressure being put on Reefer there. That silly him off the fielder moving from what would have been forward shot, like he goes to the offside. This ball was pitched up and was driven down to long on by Reefer. You see there that Hodge looked a bit disappointed as he realized that he really pitched his ball up just a bit too much.
And I must say good morning to Sylvanus Fontenoy, who I managed to establish some contact with. He did send his regard to all of us, and I say good morning to the lovely people of the Hailing of the West there in St. Lucia. Hope you're enjoying good weather as we are in good weather here. As Hodge bowls, a delivery pitched up and plays up into the offside, and there is no run. Couldn't you remember Sylvanus, wouldn't you?
Yeah, most certainly, and I would think obviously they would be listening.
Yeah, he's following the stream very much so. I say good morning to him again. Delivery bang through the offside, into and through the offside. They're gone for 1. They'll be back for the second by Johnson, and 2 more to Johnson. He goes to 117, 282 for 4, and the Jaguar.
Yeah, good shot by Johnson. This one was over pitched by Hodge, and he reached for it and hit it through cover. I think he probably just bounced off the seal mid off, and he was able to pick up 2 runs. But he continues to look well. Yeah, really, he's playing a captain's innings for the Guyana Jaguars.
Hodge on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward and plays it back up on the onside. In fact, just past the left hand of the bowler and going on towards long on. The fielder comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and there is no run. That's the end of another Hodge over. At the end of it, 118 to Johnson, 283 for 4, the Jaguar, and that's the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, good over by Hodge, just there and there, but just on the off stump. He have been able to keep a good line in that he's not been strained too much leg side, offside, but have been able to really focus just about that off stump. Just a bit too straight, and he was hit down to long on for 2 singles in this particular over, but have been bowling with quite a bit of control.
So Johnson again, this time he'll be facing up to Shillingford, who comes in for an end to bowl to him, and Johnson is choking it up on the offside again towards extra cover, and finds the big frame of Yadram in the way. He can't score. So here Shillingford again on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson on 118, and to this delivery is driving it down towards the deep fielder on the boundary on the offside, cover boundary, and he can cross for another easy single. So he goes to 119. Reefer, who is on 4, comes into strike, 284 for 4, the Jaguar. And remember, it's in response to 318 all out by the Volcanoes. Sarah Shillingford on his way to bowl to Reefer. Reefer strokes it up towards long off, hitting the right hands of Shillingford as he went across. So Reefer 2 turns the strike over. He goes to 5, 285 for 4.
And Shillingford depending on a lot of flight. He's not a big turner of the ball, but he's looking to give it quite a bit of air, having the batsman to reach for it, and with the hope that he's going to turn away.
Well, driven again up towards extra cover by Johnson, and this time he can't score. He's on 119, 5 it is to Reefer as Shillingford toils away in his 21st over. Goes in now to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets one on or about the off stump. He rocks onto the back foot and plays it back up on the offside of the wicket. Was Yadram again, who is close in at a shortish extra cover, just comes across to do the fielding, and there's no runs. Yeah, it's Shane Shillingford again on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson this time gets a delivery a lot straighter and plays it up towards the short mid-on position to bring up the end of another over. At the end of another Shillingford over, Johnson is on 119, 5 to Reefer, 285 for 4 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, Shillingford again in this over have not been able to extract much turn, and there the batsman was equal to it and just playing on his back foot and push it out on the onside. Has been a very good morning for the Guyana Jaguars. They are so far scored 140 runs for the morning. With loss of 1 wicket, they really would have taken control of this game.
Yeah, we know probably would have liked to slow them down quite a bit more. But yet another change now. We've seen Katoy for the first time in the game. So we're not looking probably to induce an error or something from the batsman. They do what they can to make a breakthrough before the luncheon interval. As Katoy will be picking up the attack, taking over from the captain Hodge, who did a tremendously good job from the southern end. So let's see what Katoy can do. He comes in now to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer gets one which he turns away behind square on the onside and cannot score. So
I was wondering why he took so long to come on, but the leg spinners are basically they can go for runs, but they can also pick up wickets.
Indeed they can, as he comes in now to bowl to Reefer, who waits on Katoy to Reefer outside the off. Some driven quickly through extra cover. That will run away to the boundary. It should get there, it does. Jordan can do nothing about it. So an over pitch delivery outside the off stump, and given the treatment by Reefer. And well, as you were saying, they can go for runs at times, but they can also pick up wickets.
Yeah, my thinking was that they didn't want to bring him on when Barnwell was there and was really going, but they can really go for runs. But it's a good shot on over pitch delivery.
Good shot by Reefer.
Hit through mid-off for 4.
He's on 9, 289 for 4. Here's Katoy on his way to bowl to Reefer. Reefer gets one now coming back into him with much better delivery, better line, better length, and can only force it up towards mid-wicket where it was fielded and there is no runs. Here's Katoy again, comes in right arm over the wicket to bowl to Reefer. Reefer gets one which probably the intended googly seemed to have gone straight on with the arm, or if anything may have just left the batter shade. It's difficult for us to tell from where we see the keeper is very much in line. But anyway, it was a much better delivery from the previous two as he comes in now to bowl again to Reefer, who gets a delivery which is foolish in length again and pushes it up towards long on. And there is a single for Reefer. Reefer is on 10, 119 to Johnson, 290 for 4. Is the score here, the Guyana Jaguars. So as Katoy gets ready to bowl to Johnson, and here is Katoy on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward and plays it up on the onside to bring up the end of another over. At the end of it, the Guyana Jaguars there, 290 for 4, 119 to Johnson, 10 to Reefer, and that is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, and just 27 runs adrift. The morning session really would have to belong to Guyana Jaguars. Johnson, who had been there for a very long time, continued to play well. First over bowled by Katoy. We didn't see much in that particular over. After being hit through the covers of 4, you're just a little fast, a little flatter, and batsmen were really equal to it. But as we said before, leg spinners is the one that can make things happen. The tendency, because of the action, they can get bunks. They will be able to get turned. So it will be interesting to see what happens in the next few overs.
Yes, it will be. I think they wouldn't be taking too many undue risk, I don't think, because with lunch just around the corner, Johnson has already achieved his landmark, and Reefer is basically trying to settle in, not much time to settle in a short session like that, as the delivery down the leg side is allowed to go through, to be taken not very cleanly by the wicketkeeper.
Again, it was just in that delivery going straight on, no turn, it's going down the leg side.
Here is Shillingford again to bowl to Johnson, and Johnson to this delivery is coming forward and playing a delivery which probably hustled onto him. Maybe a much quicker, flatter delivery by Shillingford, and Johnson quickly pushing it away from the pad into the short leg, and there's no run. So Guyana Jaguars have really advanced the game this morning, and there is a wayward delivery by Shillingford, but unlike yesterday, this time he has a fielder right in the correct position for deliveries of that sort. Swept away down towards backward square for a single again by Johnson, and Johnson goes on to 120. Shillingford will now bowl to. In fact, it was a single to Reefer. He goes on to 11. Johnson now comes in to strike. He's on 119 as he comes in on balls to Johnson. Johnson is driving up towards the extra cover, and again knocked down by Katoy. So 11 to Reefer, 119 for Johnson, 291 for 4 Guyana Jaguars. Shillingford moves in again from the northern end to bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward and plays defensively this time, much more defensively into the offside, and Katoy having to, and Yadram having to move in from the extra cover area to do the fielding. As Shillingford again begins to move into bowl to Johnson. Johnson this delivery again on. And this time a lot straighter back to Shillingford to bring up the end of another over. So the end of another over by Shane Shillingford is 27 overs, 2 maidens, 73 runs, no wicket. 119 to Johnson, 11 to Reefer, and 291 for 40 Guyana Jaguars is the latest score here.
It's very hard work for the Windward Volcanoes bowlers. They really have to. The spinners really trying to see what a spin they could get out of the wicket. Shillingford in that over again was fairly flat, and looking to use the flight to deceive the batsman, but they were all equal to it.
As Katoy comes in and bowls to Reefer, Reefer pushes it up on the onside, and they cannot score. They feel Hodge, the captain, coming around from a shortish mid-wicket just to knock it down before it goes down too long on. Series Katoy again bowls to Reefer. Reefer drives it up towards long on, mid-off, and the fielder having to move just about 4 or 5 meters to his right and does the fielding. There is no run. Reefer is on 11. He waits for Katoy, who comes in from the southern end to bowl to him, and to this delivery well flighted, and good bit of fielding by Katoy to his own bowling, and having a shy at the stump just to probably keep Reefer in honest. He goes back to his mark. So not as windy as yesterday. It was really windy yesterday and last night. Jerry's Katoy on his way to bowl to Reefer. Reefer gets a wide delivery this time and gets the room and cuts it away down behind point. They're going for one. They'll be back for the second. I'm not sure. I don't think they will attempt the third. No, they don't. And 2 more it is to Reefer. Takes him on to 13 and takes the total 291 for 4 the Guyana Jaguars.
Yeah, good shot by Reefer. It was short, quicker delivery there. We pitch it short outside the off someone. It hit down to backward point, and the offside field being just a slip cover and a mid-off, and the fielder square on the offside. So there's a lot of room on the offside, and he hit this ball down to backward point. The field is not as fast as probably we expect it, or normally it is. So you're able to pick up 2.
Katoy to Reefer. Reefer strokes it up towards mid-off again and can't score. So he remains on 13, 293 for 4 Guyana Jaguars, and quickly overhauling the 318 made by the Windward Volcanoes. As a delivery outside the awesome, a bit of turn though, and Reefer having to come quickly down on it to bring the end of the over, to bring up the end of the over. At the end of the over, Reefer remains on 13, 119 to Johnson, 293 for 4 Guyana Jaguar is the latest scores here at the National Stadium.
Man, that last delivery was a googly, and as he reached for it, and it seemed that it was turning away from him. But I think the challenge the leg spinner would have now bowling to the left-handers is not as easy as bowling to the right-handed batsman. And we are seeing that both Reefer and Johnson seem to be very comfortable playing the ball coming back in. But that last delivery, given some air, just on the wrong outside the off stump there. And as he came forward, just seemed to move away a bit. But he was able to play it out safely on the offside.
So, Shillingford will continue. His bowling continuing from the northern end. He's had a pretty long spell from this end so far this morning. He comes in, he bowls to Johnson. Johnson strokes it up towards the long one for another easy single. And the score goes on to 294 for 4 Guyana Jaguars, 120 to Johnson. Reefer back in strike to Shillingford. He's on 13. And he which for Shillingford comes into ball to Reefer. And Reefer is driving again up towards mid-off, fielded well there by Yadram. And there is no run. He's in a short rather close in a shortish extra cover position. And of course they still mid off the backward point and the cover. Here is Shillingford again to Johnson. Johnson Reefer just comes forward and plays it in front of him. There is no runs. And he remains on 13 Reefer. Shillingford comes into bowl to Reefer, and Reefer is coming forward and driving it back to the bowler, and there is no run. It's just coming up to lunch, quite quiet period. Basically, the batsmen just preserving their wickets at the moment. Here Shillingford into and he's caught. Well, I was just saying that the batsmen are preserving their wicket, but being tempted into a drive there, Reefer, and not keeping it down. And Yadram, who is in a very short.
Three over, so it had been hard work. But just before the luncheon period, an important blow struck there as the wicket of Reefer.
So the Jaguars, the Volcanoes would have achieved what probably they were out to achieve, especially the latter half. Now we noticed that the Guyana Jaguars were scoring at a rate almost 4 and almost 4.5 at one point, and they have certainly brought some kind of respectability to the scoring. They have really pegged them back a bit and has picked up a couple of wickets in the interim. As here now is Hodges back and bowls to Bramble. Bramble strokes it up on the offside. There is no run. So Kotai just came briefly for 2 overs, and quickly Hodge has replaced him.
Interesting move there with the right hander now coming in with leg spinner. Yeah, one would have thought that you will have your leg spinner bowl to the right-handed batsman.
Well, they probably feel that as the delivery is driven through the offside, for it will give challenge if you on the deep field, but he managed to feel well and limit the batsman to a single. So single to Bramble. He's on 209 96 for 5. And it brings Leon Johnson back on strike. Hodge comes in again to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a ball which turns, but turns rather slowly back into him. So he had enough time to just push it on the onside. You've probably seen a little bit more turn at this point now, Reefer.
Yes, as the ball is given a little more flight, it seemed to be turning just that bit more.
Yeah. And Hodge, being left-arm orthodox, does get the ball to come into the left-hander as he bowls, and I believe which is played up and past the right hand of the fielder at short mid-wicket, and goes out towards the fielder at long off, single to Johnson. He's on 121. He brings Bramble back on strike. He's on 2. And it's 297 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars looking to bring up another milestone as 4 defensive comes Bramble and plays it up into the short extra cover region, fielded there by Kotoy. There's no runs. Yes. So Johnson is on 121. Bramble comes forward again, wrapped on the paddle, and excitement there by the Volcano players. The Bills has been taken off its lunch here at the National Stadium on day 3 of this encounter. The Volcanoes versus the Windward Volcanoes versus the Guyana Jaguars. At the end of it, I think the Guyana Jaguars will probably be the happier of the team. They have had a pretty good morning, and they are now just within about 21 runs shy of the Windward total. And they've lost a couple of wickets. I think they will be disappointed, especially the wicket of Reefer. But by and large, it's been a good morning for them. They're 297 for 5. Not out the captain Johnson 121, and Bramble, who has just come in, he's on 2. And the two will be looking to push it a lot further in the afternoon session.
Yeah, they will be happy with the morning's work. They have scored 152 runs for the morning session and lost just 2 wickets. Maybe in the last half an hour, they lost 2 wickets. But I think they will be pleased. As you said, they're probably just about 20 runs adrift. Johnson is still there. He has played a tremendous inning as a captain, and they will go into lunch and probably have a good lunch and feel that they would come back and probably look to maybe add an next 100. The wicket continues to play well. It has been hard work for the Windward Volcanoes bowlers. They would feel being in a better position as they go into lunch.
Yes, and of course Shilling followed up, completed 23 overs, 2 minutes 75 runs, and has taken a wicket just before lunch. Hodge also 12 overs, 1 minute 30 runs, one wicket. They look pretty good. In fact, they have done the bulk of the bowling so far this morning. And at the end of it, as we said, 297 for 5. The players are off for lunch, and we too will take a break, and we'll be back for the commencement of play after lunch. Until then, it's goodbye. Welcome back to the National Stadium in St. George's for play after lunch in the encounter between the Windward Island Volcanoes and of course the Guyana Amazon. The Guyana Jaguars, as you would remember, they were, well, I keep saying Amazon. As you would remember, they went to lunch at 297 for 5. So they would resume on that total. The northward batsman, Leon Johnson, he's on 121. And of course, Bramble, the keeper, he's on 2. And Shillingford will pick up the attack after lunch from the northern end, continuing from his spell this morning. He so far has bowled 23 overs, 2 maiden, 75 runs, 1 wicket. And he will come in now to bowl to Johnson, who comes forward and plays it out on the offside. And there is no run, so we're off and running after lunch. And of course, a couple quick wickets before lunch would have certainly lifted the spirits of the Windward Volcanoes. And they'll be looking to put the Guyana Jaguar under some pressure, although single was allowed there. Ball being struck up on the offside by Johnson. And both Shillingford and Maxeen coming across, neither of them could have effected the save, and as a result Johnson got another single to take him on to 122 and to take the total to 298 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. Bramble now comes into strike, he's on 2, and Shillingford will bowl to him with a very heavily biased onside field as Shillingford comes in and bowl to Bramble. Bramble gets a ball which he comes forward to and plays up on the offside. There is no runs. So the Guyana Jaguars are on the way in this afternoon session here. They're in a pretty decent position, and at a delivery which is again turning into Bramble from outside the off stump by Shillingford, and he plays it away just on the offside. Smith comes out from slip to do the fielding, and there is no run. As here is Shillingford again, moves into bowl to Bramble. Bramble drives up towards mid-off, and a good bit of fielding there in mid-off as the fielder came across to do the fielding, preventing what was more than a singer. Could have been more than a singer. Bramble goes to 3. 122 to Johnson. It's back on strike. And here again is Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward and plays it back up the wicket to Shillingford to bring up the end of the first over after lunch. First over bowled by Shillingford. No real alarms in that over, Tony. Welcome back after lunch.
Good afternoon to you wherever you are. Hope you had a good lunch. We are back at the National Stadium as those two teams engage in battle. Of course, Guyana in very strong position. The Windward Islands, having picked up 2 wickets just before the luncheon period, should ease the pressure of them a bit, give them some more energy coming back after lunch. Of course, Johnson, the captain, is still there, now joined by Bramble, the wicketkeeper batsman, and we want to continue to build partnerships, overhaul the 317 and give the Windwards, split the Windwards, give them some scoreboard pressure. But the Windward Islands will have other ideas. They don't want to make further inroads as the captain Hodge comes in from the southern end.
He will come into bowl to Bramble. Bramble on 3. Here is Hodge to Bramble. Bramble cuts in front of square on the offside. He goes over a very quick single. The return comes in, and probably if he had struck, it would have been very interesting.
But I think the problem there too is that Hodge wasn't backing up. Probably had he been backing up, it would have been a different situation. But he was ball watching while the throw came in. Excellent bit of fielding there from the man in the point region. Excellent bit of fielding, and probably a chance went to begging. And I mentioned earlier on that the old cricket, the fielding and the catching has to be spot on. If they are to complement the rest of the game. And we've seen bits and pieces of that, but generally together and consistently so, we have not seen that. And hopefully that should be one of the areas of the game where they should be addressing and trying to make better opportunities of.
Johnson will take strike from Hodge. Bramble in the meantime has gone to 4. Here is a delivery turning into the left-hander, which he just plays up on the onside, and there is no run. The 300 has come up for the Guyana Jaguars in the meantime, as a delivery which is cut in the air but behind point and safely. It's right away towards the boundary. They're going for one, they'll come back for the second. It will not go into the boundary, and that's all they'll be. And 2 more runs to Johnson. A delivery too short, just too wide outside the off stump, and giving the batsman the opportunity to free the arms and play down behind point on the offside. The total 302 for 5, the Guyana Jaguars. Johnson in the meantime has gone to 124 as delivery again, steered away again, down towards short third man this time. The fielder slip comes away to do the field. They're going for the second, and they would have that very easily too. So good running by the 2 batsmen on this occasion. Delivery just been steered away from the gully fieldsman, and they pick up another two more to Johnson to take him on to 126. Bramble remains on 4, 304 for 5, the Guyana Jaguars. And just looking to settle in again after lunch, as Hodge comes in again to bowl to Johnson, who to the delivery is driving magnificently through the offside again. There's a long chase for the fielder at mid-off. He may just cut it off before it goes to the boundary. Yes, he does, pulls it back. They're gone for 1, they're back for 2, and they will complete 3 easy runs. So this time overcompensating and pitching up a bit, over-pitching, and Johnson, who's been there for a long time, drove it through the offside and picked up another 3.
It's a good shot. Again, flight to delivery, wide off stump, and just coming forward, opening the face of the bat and caressing it through the offside, collecting 3 easy runs in the process.
He's on 129, 307 for 5, the Guyana Jaguars. This brings Bramble back into strike. He's on 4. He waits for Hodge, comes in now to bowl to Bramble, who to this delivery is getting a delivery on target and could do no more than to push it into the onside to bring up the end of another Hodge over. At the end of his, Hodge has bowled 13 overs, 1 maiden, 48 runs, 1 wicket, 307 for 5, the total. The Guyana Jaguars, as you said, Tony, very good position at the moment.
Base first over from Hodge after lunch, who bowled really well prior to the luncheon period. A bit of a loosener. Couple of deliveries that was overflighted, and Johnson obliged and played them through the offside, collecting runs in the process. So he himself and Shillingford resuming the attack for the Windward Islands. They want to make early inroads if they are to, put himself in a position where they can compete.
Here is Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson plays it a bit uppishly through the offside, safely, and there is no runs. So he's on 129. As Bramble on 4 here, Shillingford bowls to again a similar shot, just opening the face of the bat and running it down towards backward point, and there is no runs. So Shillingford looking a lot more comfortable today. Much better control we've seen from him. Not too many deliveries being sprayed down on the pads of the batsman. Delivery again outside the off stump, and Johnson stretching long forward and allowing it to go because it was not challenging the stumps in any way. So it's allowing it to go through to be taken by the wicketkeeper. As here is Shillingford again on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson this time getting one a lot straighter and looking to sweep it down behind square on the onside and missing the shot and being wrapped somewhere on the pad. And there is no runs. So he remains on 129, 4 to Bramble, 307 for 5, Guyana Jaguars. As we near the end of another Shillingford's over, he's in his 25th over. He has so far bowled, taking 1 for 77. As Johnson gets ready now to face another delivery from Shillingford, and he's off the back foot and cutting down behind point, and no need to run for that. That will run away towards the boundary for 4. Again, too short, a little bit of room given, bad length and a little bit of room given by Shillingford, and it was enough for Johnson to go back and just guide it past the backward point fielder and away to the boundary for 4 to take him on to 132, and the total to 311.
Yeah, once again, chilling forward, a bad delivery, and Johnson this time obliged again, just placing it behind point, getting on the foul in the process, and that has been what is the focus of the day. 4 good ones and then a bad one, and chilling for the comes in again to Johnson.
Johnson comes forward and plays it up into the fielder at Silly There is no run. And that's the end of another Shillingford over. At the end of it, Johnson is 133. 4 it is to Bramble. 311 for 5. The Guyana up in Amazon is still the latest score here at the National State. The Guyana Jaguars, I keep saying Amazon, I don't know why. The latest score here at the National Stadium.
You must give credit to Guyana for the way they would have orchestrated their innings thus far. 317 decent total by the Windward Islands. However, they went about their business well, and thus far they found themselves in a position of strength as Hodge comes in again from the southern end. 2
ball to Bramble. Bramble is on 4. Hodge, Bramble down the track, and when he gets it, didn't quite get hold of it, tugged it away towards mid-wicket in the air, and probably luckily that he didn't quite get hold of it. It was a real slog just coming down the wicket and having a swing. But he got away with that. It goes to 5, and the total goes to the Guyana Jaguars, 312 for 5.
I think he's looking to be positive, seeing that the mid-on is up as Hodge comes in.
2 ball to Johnson. Johnson gets one that turns, but turns pretty slowly into the batsman. He just comes forward and plays it back up towards the bowler.
They're still scoring at almost 4 runs and over, so no need for that sort of shot so early in his innings.
Here is a delivery again, this time driven well by Johnson, beating the man at extra cover and being knocked down by the fielder running around from mid-off. But however, the batsman had enough time in the process to cross for 1 to take Hodge further. He's up to 134. Bramble on 5 is back in 313 for 5. The Guyanese Jaguars.
Well, they continue to score freely, both batsmen. Rotating the strike quite nicely.
As here is Hodge on his way ball to Bramble. Bramble, this one got hold of it well, and it has gone all the way, I would think. Yes, says the umpire. Yes, it has gone all the way. This time a much shorter delivery by Hodge, and Bramble was able to rock on the back foot and hit it over mid-wicket, and it went all the way for 6. So 6 more to Bramble. That will take him on to 11, and will take the total past now. The total posted by the Windward Volcanoes, the Guyana Jaguars, they're 319 for 5 and now in the lead.
It's good to see 319 for 5. It's a good total, good score, and they're still there as Hodge again comes in from the southern end.
2 ball to Bramble. Bramble comes forward and plays defensively out on the offside this time and can not score. He remains on 11 as Hodge gets ready again to bowl to Bramble. Who to this delivery is driving up towards mid-on and can't score. That's the end of another Hodge over. At the end of it, Hodge has bowled his 14th over, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs, 1 wicket. Johnson is on 114, 11 is Bramble, 319 for 5. The Guyanese Jaguars, and that is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
It's not often you see total of 300s being posted on a regular basis in regional first-class cricket. Windward Islands having compiled 317 in Guyana in pursuit. Now have gone past that, 318 has been corrected. And so it's good to see that from a regional batting perspective here today.
Yes, and it's good for the West Indies cricket. These guys need to make runs. That quick single being taken again by Johnson. And good running between the wicket in the end. Well judged single. The fielder had to run away to his right to do the fielding, and therefore he had enough time to cross for the single. Take him on to 135. Brings Bramble back on strike to this time to Shillingford. Shillingford from the northern end will come in to bowl to Bramble, who's been there just for about 14 deliveries as he waits for Shillingford, and a delivery plays back up to the bowler. Probably were looking to play it a lot wider of Shillingford. Got it virtually straight back to him. no runs. As Shillingford turns on the top of his mark again. And we'll move into bowl to Bramble, who to this delivery is going on to the back foot, one which turns and turns into him. But again, we've seen some turn, but slow turn, really not anything to bother the batsmen at this point. As Shillingford again moves into bowl to Bramble. And Bramble to these deliveries, again getting a similar delivery, which he turns up on the onside. And Yadram from shortish mid-wicket comes across to his right to do the fielding. And there is no run. So Shillingford again comes into bowl to Bramble. Bramble down the tracker. When he gets there, just chokes it up towards long on and picks up another easy single to take him on to 12. 321 for 5, the Guyana Jaguars. And it brings back Johnson into strike for what should be the final ball of the Shillingford over. And here is Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson. And Johnson is driving out towards the fielder in the deep on the offside, the cover field, the sweeper. And he gets another single to end the over from Shillingford. At the end of it, Shillingford has bowled 26 overs, 2 minutes, 84 runs, 1 wicket. 136 is Johnson. Bramble is on 12. 322 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. As I say, good afternoon and welcome back, Reefer.
Yeah, good afternoon, Justin. The Guyana Jaguars has just taken first innings in this game, and we certainly want to build on that. We'll try to make some sort of score that really going to challenge the Windward Volcanoes as they look towards the second inning. But again, Johnson continues to play well. He really has played a marathon innings.
Yeah, for real.
And really captain's innings.
Well, it will be Hodge to continue from the southern end, and he will be bowling to Johnson. Johnson gets one again. We begin to see there's a slight, maybe a little more turn than we saw yesterday, but again, it's very slow turn and nothing to really cause major problems to the batsman. I think as here is Johnson, as Hodge bowls to Johnson, and Johnson easily forward again, and there is no run.
Yeah, we expect the wicket to turn a bit more as the game wears on, but I think one of the things seems as though the spinners tend to bowl quite fast at times. And I do say you would not be able to extract the sort of spin and maybe turn as you would expect.
Hodge bowls to Johnson. Johnson strokes it up into the extra cover region, and there is no run. So he remains on 136. Bramble in on striker is 12. 322 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars again delivery which he looked to force up towards mid on towards long on, and could only find the fielder, and there is no run. So Hodge in his 15th over comes in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson to this delivery is getting one again that turns slightly. This one maybe just rolling the wrist on it. The ball more coming more probably from the inner portion of the bat and getting it squarer towards a squarish mid wicket, and has enough time to collect a single to take him again on to 137, and the total to 323 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. As Hodge comes in again and bowls this time to Bramble. Bramble turns it away on the onside and will get a single which will take him on to 13 and bring up the end of another over from Hodge. At the end of it, Bramble is 13, 137 is Johnson. 324 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, Hodge being a bit fast in this over. We see one that turned and kept him, but again, he's not giving the ball enough air to at least turn and the bunks actually. And the Johnson was able to play this one on the Bramble played this one on the onside, and it stayed on a bit, just turned it to backward square, where he was able to pick up a single.
And Shillingford again will continue this marathon spell. Almost has closed one end here at the National Stadium. As he comes in on bowls to Bramble. Bramble drives up through extra cover region. The fielder at long off comes around to his left to do the fielding, and they will get 2 easy runs, as the fielder had to make about 30-40 meters to his left to do the fielding, and 2 more to Bramble takes him on to 15, and takes the total, the Guyana Jaguars total, to 326 for 5. As Shillingford gets ready again to move into bowl to Bramble. And Bramble to this delivery is getting almost full on the pad, turns it away on the onside. Thinking about a single and hitting the pad and hitting the stump direct through. And the umpire saying not out, but it was a good bit of fielding, and what a lethargic trying to get back there was Bramble. Maybe not expecting the throw to come in. And almost found himself in trouble.
It was hit firmly to mid wicket, and it picked up well there. That looked like it's a Fletcher.
Right.
It was picked up well, and
Kato, that looked like, yeah.
And with a direct hit, Bramble just got in, but it was good feeling and a good throw.
Yes, so. But no damage done. The total remains on 326 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. And just some repair work done to the stumps which were disturbed.
But just seeing Shilling for the last two deliveries, just seem to be bowling at different angle. Somewhat in the leg break action. As those two deliveries, one was hit through cover and this one was full on the leg side and played to mid wicket.
A delivery turn fine down towards long leg. A long chase there for the fieldsman at backward square. They're going for one, they'll be back for the second. And that's all they'll be. So 2 more to Bramble. He goes to 17. And the total moves on to 328 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. And Shillingford will try again this time, just throwing a bit down the leg side and being turned fine away for runs as he comes in to again played behind square. This time the ball a little further towards the off stump, therefore couldn't play it as fine as he did the previous occasion, and the ball going almost straight out to the fieldsman at backward square, and there's no runs. So Bramble remains on 17, 137 to his partner Johnson. Shillingford again, wrapped on the pad is just a stifle appeal, as probably the height may have been the issue there, or maybe just struck outside the off stump. So
seemingly turning down the legs, and as you said, the height probably is an issue. But again, this one he throwed it up and he really gave it some air and it turned.
Shillingford will try again as the sun comes out quite brightly again. And he comes into bowl to Bramble. Bramble get beaten by a one again, which turn probably the most amount of turn he probably may have seen for a while. But this one did grip and turn and pose some problems to Bramble. However, he's still there. He's on 17, 137 to Johnson, 328 for 5 is the Guyana Jaguars, and this is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, I got over by Shillingford in his 27 overs so far. He's bowled 1 for 88. And really continue to toil. It has been hard work. Now seemingly getting a little more grip from the surface. We've seen a couple of deliveries they turned, and that will give them some encouragement. But really has been hard work for the Windward Volcanoes bowlers.
Yeah, it's been hard work for all of them. And see Devon Smith back on the field. His substitute fieldsman would have gone off. So Johnson will get ready to face up to Hodge again. Hodge coming from the southern end to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a delivery. He maybe look to drive a lot straighter. The ball coming off the inner portion of the bat and going away towards a straightish mid-wicket area. The feel that short mid-on having to run around to his left to do the fielding. In the meantime, Johnson, the batsman, crossed for a single to take Johnson on to 138 and to take the Guyana Jaguars total on to 329 for 5. They are batting so far. They're in the 88th over of their innings and going big and going long. There is Bramble and doing so successfully. And the second 6 we've seen him struck off Hodge. A ball pitched up and he just got underneath it and lifted it up towards the wide mid on boundary, over the boundary in fact, for 6. So he goes to 23 and he's really on the match. 335 for 5, the Guyana Jaguars.
Yeah, good shot by Bramble. Again, pitch up, and again, Hodge just really pushing that ball through. And he picked it up really confidently and hit it over long on for 6. Just again, Hodge just being a bit quick through the air and suddenly doesn't give the ball enough time to turn or even to bounce. So you need to probably just has some variation in terms of.
Here he is to bowl to Bramble. Bramble gets one on the legs and just open up his stance and tuck it away towards square leg. They feel that mid-wicket comes across to do the fielding, and that will bring another single to Bramble. Takes him on to 24. 336 for 5. The score. Guyana Jaguars now beginning to build a lead, which the Windward Volcanoes would hope wouldn't be a massive one. As Hodge comes in and bowls again, and this time just turned away into a vacant area, in square leg area again for another single. So just picking the runs off the batsman at the moment. Johnson goes on to 139, 337 for 5. Guyana Jaguars. As Hodge, who will get ready again to bowl to Bramble, who has been really willing to take him on. And dead ball signal as Hodge maybe just losing his run there for a moment. Yeah. Wipes his hand in the dirt and comes into bowl to Bramble. Bramble driving up towards mid-wicket. Can't score. Again, see the intent there. Really looking to pierce the inner field. And any opportunity he gets, though he's not afraid to go over the top. We've seen that so far already on 2 occasions. As here is a delivery again, which is much better. On middle and off, and all Bramble can do is to play it back up to the wicket to Hodge to bring up the end of another over. At the end of it, Bramble remains on 24, 139. It is to Johnson, 337 for 5 Guyana Jaguars, and that is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yes, and this pair has so far put on 43 runs, and the importance of the partnership. We had a big partnership between Johnson and that partnership of I think was 150 odd between Johnson and
Barnwell.
And we see now this partnership is developing. We've seen an attacking play by Bramble, which sometimes most of the time change the mood. And really seeing that they are now beginning to put the pressure back on the Windward Volcanoes bowler. But interestingly, Justin, we haven't seen Cottel. He has only bowled 2 overs. And maybe it's interesting to note why just 2 overs he has bowled so far.
Well, here is Shillingford on his way to bowl to Johnson, who to this delivery is driving and into the body of the pillar shot ceiling mid off and struck really hard. He's down, and let's hope it's not anything too serious. Get to at forward short leg as a delivery flighted outside the off stump, and so those fielding positions go anywhere. You were always in danger. Well, he's up. He's sitting up now, so I don't think it to be anything serious. Maybe just a knock. Seems to be somewhere around the thigh area. The physio has come out, and I guess they will take the opportunity to take some refreshment out to the batsmen also. It's a much brighter evening than yesterday. It was very, very sunny. Yesterday it was gloomy. It was dark, and it's good to see the sun out in all its brilliance. And the players, though, would have enjoyed to a certain extent most of the conditions for most of the day. It's been not always sunny and bright, not always very hot. There are times when it was quite cool.
Yeah, but I think over the past few days we haven't seen the sort of bright sunshine that we normally see here at National Stadium. I think the weather pattern now has been so strange in that we had some bright periods, but generally there's sort of gloomy period, even from the morning when the game started. It was not the normal bright sunshine that we normally see every day. But again, it's good condition for cricket, and I think the players will feel very comfortable out there. Sun is not too hot, and even though it's hot for a short period and then come back cool. But again, we see the fielders still on the ground that look like Keto on an over-pitch delivery outside the off stump was hitting those struck and probably hit him somewhere, could be on the arm.
Could possibly be.
But he's up now as the physios are walking back off. But again, the Ghana Warriors are in a pretty strong position. They will want to push on. They will want to try and make as much runs as possible. Have a bigger lead as possible, at least, so they could put the Windward Volcanoes players under pressure come the second inning.
Well, it's in the hands of the Guyana Jaguars to dictate the terms from here on in terms of how many runs they would want to give set the Windward Volcanoes, and that will, in order to put them under some kind of pressure, maybe sometime coming near the end of today or tomorrow, the last day. So it's really in their hand to push the game forward, and they've been trying. Bramble has come out, has looked quite positive in a 43-run partnership so far with Johnson, and these two will be looking to push it on deep into the afternoon as Johnson comes forward and plays it up towards extra cover, and there is no run. A new over started by Shillingford, and he's now in his 28th over. He passes the umpire now to bowl to Johnson, and Johnson is getting one down the leg side, which he just tried to tickle around the corner, fails to make contact, and there is no run. So he remains, Johnson, on 149. Bramble is 24, 337 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. Shillingford bowls again to Johnson. Johnson plays it up into the cover region and will get an easy single as the fielder who is patrolling the deep cover boundary comes off the boundary to do the fielding. And another single had by Johnson. He's now on to 140. Bramble comes in to strike on 24. 338 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. And your math is better than mine, so you tell me what the lead is at the moment. So here is Shillingford, and down the track goes Bramble. But when he gets there, he really couldn't go on with the shot because it could have been a slower ball, and he didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and therefore didn't go through with the shot. So plays it back to Shillingford, who turns and begins to move in again to bowl to Bramble. What to do is if he gets one which tells me that it's somewhere around middle and off stump, and pushed back up on the onside. There is no run. So Bramble remains on 24 at the end of another Shillingford over. 28 overs, 2 maidens, 89 runs, 1 wicket. Bramble is 24. Johnson is 140. 338 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars.
Well, there's 48 overs remaining in this play, and I think we do have time to get those 48 overs. And the Guyana Jaguars will certainly want to bat. I would think maybe they'll after tea and try to get as much runs as possible, and certainly put the Windward Volcanoes under pressure. Maybe give them maybe an hour to bat this evening and see what happens.
Yes, as I said, it's in their hands, and it's up to them to really carry the game forward in the manner in which they think they should. The delivery which is driven back up towards the bowler by Johnson. Delivery full pitched, and Johnson just coming forward and stroking it back to Hodge, who continues from the southern end. He comes in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson this time opens the face of the bat and gets it through the cover region. They're going for one, but that's all there'll be as the fielder comes around from the mid-off area. Look like Larry Edwards, who is maybe on the field for someone, and there's a single to Johnson to take the total onto 339 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars. And Hodge will be continuing to bowl to Bramble. Bramble plays it up on the onside towards short mid wicket, and there is no run. So the lead is 21. So again, Bramble this time off the back foot and strokes it powerfully up towards mid-on. They're going through for a single, and they will have the single easily in the end. So 25 to Bramble, 340 for 5, and it brings Leon Johnson back into strike. He's on 141. 25 it is to Bramble as Hodge moves in again from the southern end to bowl to Johnson. Johnson tucks it off the pad, and goes through again for another easy single. Yadram having to run around to his left to do the fielding, and Johnson ticks on to 141, 340 for 5. The Guyana Jaguars, as Bramble takes strike. So there's rotation in strike through the over to Hodge this time, a quicker ball maybe, and pushes Bramble onto the back foot, plays it out into the onside. At the end of another over by Hodge. At the end of it, Johnson is 141, 25 it is to Bramble, 340 for 5. And after a few more thoughts from you, Reefer, it will be Master Stevens warm to continue the commentary.
Yeah, and Shillingford continues. He's now going to bowl his 29th over. So far has 1.89, and really has been toiling for the whole day. Not being able to get the sort of turn that we normally see from him. I think he has been using it quite a bit in terms of variation, trying to force the batsman to come forward and drive, particularly left-hander, with the ball turning away from the batsman.
Shillingford to Johnson. Johnson is reaching forward and pushes it into the grasp of the forward, the silly mid-off fielder's chest, and the ball just bouncing in front of him. Total remains on 341 for 5. It's been a tough day for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've had to work very hard. Shillingford to Johnson, who leaves it alone outside the off stump. The ball turning away from the left-handed batsman. Don't forget he's a conventional off spinner, so the ball will be turning away from the left-handed batsman. Here he is once more. Is Shillingford. He's there now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is driving and hits it hard into the maybe the ankle area of the forward leg fielder Douglas, and the ball went down to the deep extra cover boundary. They had time to cross for 1. One could understand why you call it Reefer, silly mid-off or silly mid-on, because it is indeed literally silly to field there. Here once more Shillingford. This time he's going to be bowling to Bramble. Bramble is sweeping down to the deep backward square area. This is going to go all the way into the boundary for 4. In the end, he did it with only one hand, so to speak, the top hand. And he was always in control because the ball went all along the ground. There wasn't anything miscuish about it. And it went down to the boundary for 4. So Johnson and Bramble, they've brought up the 50-run partnership of 71 balls, 40 minutes to get there. And they continue to trudge along, continue to bat rather positively, and putting more pressure on this Windward's team.
A pretty good shot by Bramble. I think he was fortunate. He was somewhat beaten. I think he probably had to stretch a bit more than he expected, but he got the bat to it fully and was able to hit it smoothly.
Shillingford brings the batsman forward in Bramble and drives it up to Maxeen, who is feeling at long off. The batsman had time to cross for 1. One more to Bramble, who's now gone to 31. And the total is pushed on to 347. Is it 31 or 30? Scoreboard is saying 30. So he's 30. 347 for 5. Shillingford this time to bowl to Johnson. And Johnson is reaching forward and driving the ball very nicely, competently, out to extra cover. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, it's 143 to Johnson. Bramble is 30, playing a good supportive knock. 36 balls for his 30 runs, 347 for 5, and Shillingford 29 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 95.
And Shillingford continues to attack off stump, continue to keep pitching that ball outside the off stump, giving it air, put faster one in that between, just hoping that the batsman going to hit to that short cover that he has placed. He continued to toil very hard. But Stevenson, interestingly, the bowling of Cottoy, do you think that something is, I mean, it's the only leg spinner that right arm uttered that leg spinner, and one would think that if his type of bowling, he probably would be able to attract some bounce and turn, but he has only bowled 2 overs. Yeah,
now that's surprising, really. And yes, I know he is an all-rounder, but I think he'll be known more for his bowling capability. He is a good all-round cricketer because he bats well, bowls well, and he's outstanding in the field. So here is Cotoy moving in to bowl to Bramble. He's there and bowls to Bramble. Bramble comes forward, gets the ball on the full, clips it out to mid-wicket, where Shillingford is fielding, and as customary, he will rub the ball on his trousers to extract us, to keep and maintain as much shine as possible. Here is Cotoy in now and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is getting a delivery that might have just come into him. He's off the back foot and just pushes the ball out to extra cover. Hodge comes in there, picks up easily, sends back to Cotoy. Seems to enjoy whatever he does. His Cotoy is in now and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is down the track, drives up to mid-on, can't score. Ray Jordan is stationed there. It's been a good over so far. That's just the third delivery. Before this, 2 overs for 7 runs. As he comes in again, Cotoy is in and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is getting a very good ball indeed. That one was right in up to the Midland leg stump. And he played it in a rather ungainly manner because that he should have been moving forward to the pitch of the ball, and he stayed most on the back foot. Got him a little bit cramped. Here is Cotoy once more, in and bowls to Bramble. Bramble gets a shorter one. He is equal to the task, goes onto the back foot, pushes it to the right of the bowler, who comes around rather quickly, rather athletic-like, agile manner, and prevented the batsman from crossing for the single. Total remains on 347 for 5. Guyana Jaguars. As here once more is Cotoy ball, shot outside the arse stump onto the back foot, and it cuts well, goes down to the backward point boundary for 4. Well, it got the treatment it deserved. It was outside the off stump and he rocked onto the back foot, long hop, and he spanked it behind point down to the boundary for 4. Guyana Jaguars have posted their 350 runs, 350, 554 balls, 374 minutes, and they continue to push along. So I would think Reefer that want to get maybe at the end of the day's play maybe about 150 lead.
Yeah, I would think so. I would want to think that even though it's 45 minutes batting time, and my view is they would want to put the Windward Volcanoes in, and the fact that the weather is not the best in terms of the gloomy period that will come in just around 4 o'clock. We begin to see outside again looking sort of gloomy. They would want to use the new ball this afternoon after we have gone through the day. My thinking, 45 minutes batting this afternoon.
Shillingford is in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, turns it neatly out to mid-wicket. Slow start by Bramble. Just wondered why on earth he took so long to get off the mark. I'm a little bit confused about that. Don't know what on earth he was doing, whether he was ball watching or not. But he was called very quickly, Johnson, for the single, and they had sufficient time, ample time really, to cross for the single. Probably could have gotten a single and a half. And in the end, everything turned out well. He's 34, will be taking strike. 352 for 5. Shillingford, off spinner, tall, from the island of Dominica, moves in to bowl to Bramble. Here he is now to Bramble, who is coming forward, bat and pat close together. Just pushes the ball out on the onside to silly mid-on. But there is no run. There's no indication of aggression by Bramble at that time. He's moving in again. Shillingford bowls to Bramble. Bramble is down the track. Shillingford sees him coming, pulls the line back, and well fielded there by Douglas, who is in the that's Cato, isn't it? Yeah, that's Cato forward leg. Yes. You got to be very brave to be feeling in that very silly short position, as it is once more. Shillingford moving in to bowl to Bramble. Bramble gets one that is shorter. He waits on it, allows it to turn into him, then goes onto the back foot and spars it out to extra cover, picked up there by Ray Jordan, and the batsman had time to cross for 1. 1 more to Bramble, who's now gone to 35. 45 deliveries, and the total has gone on to 353 for 5. Brings the left-handed Johnson, who is 144, now into strike. Just a one slip in and silly mid-off in the shallow as Shillingford moves in to bowl to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, gets a nicely flighted delivery, and pushes it out to a short extra cover, or mid-off rather, short mid-off. And this time there is no run as he goes in again. Is Shillingford in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is slog sweeping down to backward square. Jordan is down there. They'll get a single. 145 takes his total to. Total moves on 354 now for 5 as the over comes to an end. Yes, the over's just come to an end. So Schilling for 30 overs, 2 maidens. He's captured 1 for 98. And Kotoy, who will be bowling from the far end, 3 overs, no maiden, none for 11.
Yeah, good testing over, particularly to Bramble, as we see Bramble looking to get off that Shillingford, but it was good cricket, good thinking, and we see him bowl a quicker delivery, and he just had to defend. But it's clear that the Guyana Jaguars will want to step up their scoring, being in this dominant position, have a lead of some 36. They'll want to push on.
Kotoy has other things in his mind. Bowls to Johnson. Johnson gets a good delivery, flighted on the line of the leg stump, and he just comes forward and pushes it out to Hodge, who is feeling there at mid-wicket. No run. Here he is once more. Is Kotoy in and bowls, and he's reaching forward, drives up to mid-off, thought about a single. Ray Jordan comes in very quickly, and Bramble was not interested at all, but he did make a few exploratory steps down the track, and Bramble must have told him to go back, skip, go back, and obliged. 354 for 5. Kotoy is in again and bowls to Johnson, who's coming forward, long forward. He's not a tall man, but he used whatever little reach he has, pushes it out to short extra cover. Shillingford picks up and, as usual, shines the ball on the trousers and sends it back to Kotoy. Here is Kotoy once more into his 4th over. In now and bowls, and Johnson is reaching forward, drives the ball elegantly and sweetly from the middle of the bat, 5 inches from the base, hits it out to mid-off, and again he can't score. Still 354 for 5. Beautiful conditions, just calm and nice really, as Kotoy is getting on outside the off stump of the back foot and cuts, but just cannot pierce that outside field. I thought he needed a little bit more room. Maxeen is there just patrolling that area there between cover and backward point. It's got quite a bit of acreage to cover. Here is Kotoy once more in and bowls outside the off stump, one that is faster, flatter of trajectory. Nice jumping take behind the stump by Stewart. The over comes to an end. It was a maiden over. I thought he put good variation into that one. And maybe I would think Reefer, you'll probably have quite a bit of bowling to do this afternoon.
Yeah, I would have thought that he should have been on quite a while. This was a good over, and we saw that last really bounce and turn. And this is what you expect from the leg spinner. And it coming from the height he's coming from, you expect it to turn the bounce, despite the short one that you would have bowled that was hit to backward point. But leg spinners, they tend to give you a bad ball every now and again. But that was an impressive over.
Yes, of course, when the ball is coming out from the back of the hand, it is much more demanding and takes much greater skill to be able to maintain accuracy. And when you're coming from the front, like the conventional off spinner or the conventional left arm spinner, it's much easier to control. Here is Shillingford in now and bowls to Bramble. Bramble comes forward, circumspectly forward, pushes it out to Jordan, who's feeling a short extra cover. And there is no run. The total remains on 354 for 5. Shillingford again, just a slip in and short extra cover and a long off on the offside. He's dancing down the track. Well bowled Shillingford. Shillingford saw him coming. He did move a bit early too, so Shillingford had the ability to make the adjustment. And that's the thing about when you're going to use your feet. You can't be premature. As Shillingford again is in and bowls to Bramble. Bramble this time pretended to be using his feet and then just remained still, opened the face of the bat, glides the ball down to backward point as Devon Smith running across the lone slipper to a short third man, picks it up, but the batsman had time to cross for one more to Bramble. He's gone to now 36. Total has moved on to 355 for 5 as it brings the left-handed Johnson now into strike. Shillingford to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is driving, gets it up to extra cover to whitish mid-off preferably, and the ball is travelling very quickly to the fielder there, so he can't score, as it's once more Shillingford moves in. It's not a dull period, this is. Bowls, and Johnson is on the back foot, just pushes it out in front of him on the offside, and Cato runs back, picks up, and the total remains on 355 for 5. Shillingford again in now. Bowls, and Johnson gets one of the outer portion of the bat. They've got to hurry, the return comes in, and maybe just managed to get there. He had to run across to his left, covered ground very quickly, and hurled the return to the keeper's end. Meanwhile, Bramble was really scurrying home, and maybe just managed to get there, and was not, in fact, held by the keeper, backed up in the outfield. So, sort of scary single there, whatever the case is. All is well that ends well, they say. 365 for 5 is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, good feeling there by Kevin Hodge. Was at mid-wicket there. I think he moved quickly to that delivery, and probably Bramble, was a bit slow. I probably didn't expect him to get to the ball so quickly, and certainly had to. And certainly had to rush to make his ground.
So here's Cotoy with a no over. He is going to move into bowl to Johnson. Here's Cotoy to Johnson. Johnson doesn't have to play because Cotoy did not release it. Just wondering if he's okay. Just seemed to be favouring a little bit of his right arm. He's just turning it over, making sure that it's all fluid. Here he is now, bowls, and he comes forward is Johnson. Clips the ball out to mid-wicket. Hodge comes around very quickly, picks up, sends the ball back to Cotoy, who's into his 5th over. Moves in again from the far end, leg spinner, in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is reaching forward, pushes it out on the offside. Shillingford comes around very quickly and picks up. And as usual, as we've always said, for the umpteenth time, he will shine the ball. There's this characteristic red mark on his trousers after all those shining. As it's Cotoy again, bowls to Johnson. Johnson is coming forward quite easily and correctly. Plays it out in front of him. This has been a good innings, really. It's been marked with some measure of aggression, but he's also played virtually everything on its merit. Cotoy once more to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is coming forward and driving, gets it out to cover. Jordan moves across to his right, covers ground very quickly, and the batsman had time to cross for 1. So he's inching to that landmark, which is 150, is 147. And the total has gone to 357 for 5. Field has just changed over for the right-handed Bramble, who settles over his wicket, over his bat rather. In now is Cotoy and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is getting one that bounced and turned. Really bounced and turned, and he got on top, right up on the toes. He had to make as much height as possible and knocked it down. Devon Smith with a good screaming diving save to his right. Well done, the older statesman and the Windward's team. Here once more is Cotoy in and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is off the back foot, turns it up to mid-wicket. Shillingford is feeling there. The over comes to an end. Another good over by Cotoy. 5 overs, 1 made, none for 12. 357 for 5. And Johnson continues to battle on with a captain's knock, 147 not out.
Yeah, good over by Cotoy. You see him in this over again extracting a great deal of bunks and seem to enjoy bowling to the right-hander. That ball pitched and really bunks, and keeper having and the batsman having to get on top of it and played it down on the offside. But really he looks very good particularly against the right-hander.
Yes, and as I did mention early on, he obviously enjoys his bowling, and practically he's a kind of young man that enjoys whatever he does. Rather affable, amicable guy, as Sarah Shillingford is in and bowls to Johnson, who comes forward and drives the ball up to a short straight-edge extra cover. No run. Total remains on 357 for 5. Shillingford bowled a marathon spell in St. Vincent and the Grenadines against Barbados and reaped success. He did get 11 wickets for 195 in that match. Here he is now, bowls to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, gets a flighted delivery. This one was given a more generous flight than the first one. which he pushed out to short extra cover. And again, there is no run as Shillingford again moves in round the wicket, and he's bowling now to Johnson. Johnson is coming forward, gets a shorter, flatter one, but he's reaching forward and pushes it out to a squarish cover, but he can't score. Total remains on 357 for 5. It's been a good over so far. Into his 32nd over, Shillingford moves in to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is getting one that is flatter and a bit faster too, and can do no more than push it out to the extra cover area. Total still remains on 357 for 5, as it's once more Shillingford from the northern end bowling to Johnson. Johnson comes forward, just taps the ball out on the offside behind square, and Kotoy runs across quickly and picks up. So it's a rather silent period, if you want to put it that way. Nothing much is happening. The bowlers are bowling very well, and Johnson has been negotiating everything well so far. He's there now. He's looking to sweep. That ball goes down to fine leg. We'll have to see what the umpire would say. Well, it didn't, in fact, go for the single. I thought they would have gone for it, but Devon Smith ran very quickly behind the keeper and prevented what chance there might have been for the single. The over comes to an end. It's a maiden over there, bowled by Shillingford. It's probably one of the better overs he's bowled so far. 357 for 5.
Yeah, and Johnson's inning continues. It has been a very good inning, really, and he has really set anchor. He has batted very well and still looks well. He just missed that last delivery, a sweep shot that he played consistently in this particular inning. I think it probably hit him somewhere high up on the arm and just went behind the keeper. So there's no chance of even a leg by.
Here is Kotoy in now and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is reaching forward, clips the ball nicely through forward square. They've gone for one, won't come back for the second. Maybe thought about it for a while, but there was Maxeen covering good ground to his right and coming forward to his left rather, and picked up, sent the return to the non-strikers in. One, however, to Bramble, who's gone to 37 and brings the left-handed Johnson is 147 into strike. Kotoy comes in from the far end, the River Road end, and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is having a big booming drive at that one outside the off stump. I mean, I've just kept his eyes off it, taken his eyes off of it, and is collected behind the stumps by the keeper, Stewart. Kotoy goes back once more, and he is moving in now to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is slashing that outside the off stump. That's going to go very close to the boundary. It's not going to get all the way. Shillingford is after it, pulls it back just inside, and the batsman will in fact cross for the second run. So 2 more to Johnson, getting to that other landmark. Just reached for it and drove it sweetly through extra cover. He's gone to 149, and it's now 360 for 5. Kotoy once more, tossing the ball, spinning it rather from hand to hand, moves in to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is driving well through extra cover again, but he'll get only one. No, they'll come back for the second. The return from Maxeen to the bowler's end, they get 2. So another landmark reach. Johnson 151. His 150 runs coming, 291 balls, 371 minutes. And it has been more than a captain's knock, well orchestrated, Reefer, and I'm sure that he and his teammates will be proud.
Yeah, tremendous inning, a mature inning. He really played well. He put his head down and really batted well and from the beginning, and he has shown confidence.
Kotoy bowls outside the off stump, rocked on the back foot, and looks to cut well. In fact, Jordan moves across. Sorry, that's Maxeen moving across very quickly to his left, and that's where his right hand is, being a left-hander, and he caught it off nicely. Good movement across the turf, as it's once more is Kotoy moving in, and he bowls, and Johnson turns that to short, sort of extended gully or short fine leg, and the batsman couldn't score. So that completes the over, and that completes the post-lunch session, with Johnson getting a landmark, 151 not out, 293 balls, and Bramble also not out 37, No, I did say tea, sorry. Did I say tea? Should be the refreshment card. 37 is Bramble of 51. 98 overs bowled in the day's play, in the innings so far. Volcanoes bowling 98 overs to the Guyana Jaguars. 362 for 5. The partnership so far has yielded 68. 68, and the current run rate being 3.69. Chilling for 32 overs, 3 maidens. He's captured 1 for 100. And Kotoy, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. The Windward Volcanoes took, Reefer, they really had to work very hard.
Yeah, they had to work hard. As you know, I said before, I thought that the wicket today looked probably the best for batting. But one has to really credit Johnson. There's a lot of commitment. It was a mature inning. His concentration didn't waver. We saw just before he got his 100 in the 90s, he showed some nervousness. But outside of that, I think that he really concentrated well, and he really took on the role of being the anchor of this particular inning. And the partnership with Bramble, I think, is the one that really took it away from the Windward Volcanoes. And now we have seen that Bramble is in, and they continue to build on partnership there. So far, as you said, added 68 runs. So really, the Guyana Jaguars are in a very good position, and one would think that they would want to step it up in terms of their aggression. They probably want to get some quick runs. And if they could get maybe 120, 140 by probably close to the end of the day, where they could declare, if this pair continues, and probably give the Windward Volcanoes maybe the 40 minutes to bat this afternoon. I think they would be happy if they can find themselves in a position like that.
Yeah, they certainly would want to do something to at least curb the natural flow of runs that we've been having here. And this match is wide open, Reefer, and I say wide open from the context that you still have a final session which is yet to come, and you've got an entire day's play tomorrow. Now, considering, for example, that Guyana Jaguars, they probably get in, at the end of the day's play and leading, let's say, by 125, 150 runs or more, then they can say to Windwards, well, we probably will give you maybe about 15, 20 minutes with the red cherry, and let's see whether you can eclipse the 150, so to speak, after which they would have to provide some runs for the Jaguars to go after. So by and large, you've got a situation where Guyana Jaguars, they could feel very comfortable where they're placed right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, they can call the shots from here. Whether they're going to step it up or whatever lead they pick up, obviously would be some advantage. And they could come back and know with a lot of pressure on the Windward Volcanoes. Or they probably maybe want to bat you the day. And then tomorrow, knowing that they can't lose, would be able to come flat out against the Volcanoes. But again, as I said before, the surface is playing very, very well, and one expect that it wouldn't deteriorate in such a way that can cause batting very difficult.
Yeah, I did in fact speak with the chief groundsman, who suggests that the pitch is so well prepared that it could last another 10 days. Well, of course, I'd expect him to say that too, because obviously if someone has done something, he wants to make sure and wants to give as much credit as possible for his work. Reefer Crony has given way to Anthony Dixon, who had a pretty joyous time in the background and had a good lunch. I don't think he'll want me to necessarily say what the menu was, but the expression of his face suggested that he enjoyed it.
Expression expresses relaxation. Yes, I think the second option that Guyana has also is the fact that he can bat all day today. Some 39 overs still left in the day's play, and at the rate at which they're scoring, it means that they should be in the lead by some 150 by the end of the day's play, and probably bat once, hoping that the wicket just may keep a bit low on the fourth day, and have the Windies facing a target of a lead of some over 150. So they are in the driver's seat, and one waits to see what the approach would be like of good partnership thus far by these two.
Well, here's Preston Maxeen, moves into bowl to Bramble. Bramble is getting a short delivery that he pulls well, fine shot, 4 runs. Just behind square, to the right of the umpire. It was short, it sat up very well, rocked on the back foot, and he did that very nicely, got on top of it, and he pulled it behind square, and that went to the boundary for 4. Very quickly, he's gone to 41. Total has moved on to 366 for 5. Well played.
Yeah, well, he's playing a similar innings like Barnwell played, attacking, being positive.
Maxeen is in once more to Bramble. Bramble is getting one that was a little bit more difficult. He's onto the back foot, turns it behind square. Now let's just see what the umpire would signal, whether it was a leg by or not. It wasn't a leg by, so it did come off the bat. But Stewart, having to run across to his left, covered about 20 yards, and the batsman meanwhile had time to cross for 1 more to his total. That's Bramble's total. He's now got to 42, 367 for 5, and it brings the left-handed Johnson into strike.
See, you got to be careful with your length. Once you're shot, you're going to be taken for boundaries.
Well, here is Maxeen. He's picked up 2 for 75 of 18.2. Moves in now to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is getting a short delivery that he gets inside the line and pulls well down to backward square. 2 short. They will come back for the second run. The return comes to the non-striker's end, and Bramble hustles home. They get 2.
Yes, so that pace, Maxeen should be looking, to hit some good lines, hit good areas. The wicket is so flat, it's so placid. He's not quick by any stretch of the imagination, so he needs to be in good areas. And 2 short deliveries. Lucky it's on the second occasion that the man at backward square really had a lot of ground to cover, running to his right, and made the save. But would need to be in better areas, like all the Windward bowlers. I think one of the areas where they actually erred in is the fact that they have been not on one side of the wicket. I mentioned that this morning. We saw Barnwell making full advantage of that, and the fact that they have not been able to consistently bowl in one particular area on or about the off stump has contributed to the fact that Guyana is now in such a good position. I have not taken anything away from Johnson, especially the captain. He has played an extremely important knock. He has batted his team into safety, first of all, having gotten there when there was some 22, I think it was, for the loss of 2 wickets. And he's still there, steering the ship and steering it quite well. He's on 150 plus. And he's played a certainly fantastic knock.
Yeah, he certainly has. Bramble seemed to be having some discomfort, though I'm not sure what really happened. But in taking that last run, something happened. But he was favouring the right elbow. But he seems to be okay. They did come out and give him a little bit of medical attention. Here once more is Maxeen in and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is cutting outside the off stump down to the sweeper position. Will get a comfortable single. That was much too short. The last 3 deliveries were in fact just too short. 1 more to his total. He's gone to 154. He's 370 for 5.
Yes, giving Johnson sufficient time to free his arms, lean on the back foot, and just play it square on the offside. He's been there very long, so those deliveries are not challenging to him in terms of getting him out. So, like you said, Maxeen will have to be a little further up.
Maxeen once more moves in. Let's see whether he's going to pitch this one up. He's there now and bowls. No, he gets it shorter, and might have just jagged into the right-handed Bramble. Looked a little bit cramped, had to rush onto the back foot and pushed it out to Gully. The fielder there coming in was Hodge. Picked up. The ball is going to be relayed to Maxeen, who is into his 19th over. Moves in again in lovely conditions here at the stadium. He's in and bowls, and he's wrapped him on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before, not given out by the umpire. Might have pitched maybe just outside the leg stump. And he came forward and was looking to whip that through mid-wicket. Missed everything. The over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, Maxeen 2 for 76 of 19, 370 for 5 is the latest score here at the National Cricket Stadium.
Yes, that last delivery better length from Maxeen and Bramble looking to go through the onside, but the ball having pitched outside the line of the leg stump. Probably would have gone on to hit the stumps, but would have pitched outside the line of the leg stump and missed the shot. But that's a better length from Maxeen, and he should be trying to maintain that kind of length more consistent.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. Who are they going to continue with from the far end? Is it Ray Jordan? Yeah, looks like Ray Jordan from here. Is it? So it's going to be Johnson. And it's going to be taking strike.
But it's a lead of 52 at this juncture. It seems to be Lewis.
Lewis
Will be coming in from the southern end. I don't think something is quite right with Kotai. I haven't seen him bowl some 4 overs. He's been taken out of the attack again. Didn't go for plenty. But probably something definitely is not right because he's the only leg spin bowler on the team as Lewis comes in.
Yeah, he's in now, brushing past the umpire. He's there and bowls to Johnson. Johnson takes it on the pad. Ball goes down the leg side, and Stewart moves around very quickly to his right, cuts off any chance of the batsman's thoughts about a single.
Another thing, Stephen, I don't know if they bowl him with plans to certain batsmen, and if they are, we're not seeing it being executed probably the way it would have been rehearsed in the dressing room. As Lewis comes in again.
He's there now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson gets a Yorker-like delivery, coming down very heavily on it, turns it down to long leg, will get a comfortable single. He's now gone to 155, I make it. Total has gone to 371 for 5, and it brings the right-handed Bramble into strike. So Lewis should be fresh, shouldn't he, Tony?
Yes, he should be fresh, and hence the reason I'm making the point that Johnson has been batting there for since the game started this morning, and obviously you should see something that you can work on. Seems to be business as usual from the bowling perspective, from the bowling team. Not taking anything away from Johnson. He has played brilliantly well.
Here is Lewis in now and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is in defence, turns it up to mid-wicket, and it goes to the fielder who generally patrols that area once it's on that side of the wicket. Shillingford. No, it's not Shillingford, is it? That's Yadram.
Yeah, that's Yadram.
Sorry. Shillingford doesn't have broad shoulders as Yadram. So he is once more tapping at the crease Bramble. He's 42. He's batted well. Moves in once more. Is Lewis to Bramble. Bramble gets one outside the off stump that he leaves alone. Stewart collects behind the stumps.
Just a line from Lewis. Just honourable, just outside along the off stump. Bramble not playing. Having a good look. Ball moving away from the right-handed batsman. Lewis has that ability to move the ball away from the right-handed batsman, but we have not really seen him bring the ball back into the right-handed batsman. Now, if he can do that, it means that he can surprise him with the delivery. But most of them have been moving away towards the sleepy area.
Here is Lewis once more into Bramble. Bramble is driving, but can't beat extra cover. He did get over the top of the ball very well. Maybe he should have thought about hitting it a bit straighter, but he did open the face of the bat just slightly. That's why it went across to extra cover. Maybe the better thing was to just probably drive it through the line. It would have gone between extra cover and mid-off or down to mid-off. As here once more is Lewis, brushing past the umpire now. He's there and bowls to Bramble. Bramble drives expansively in the air. They go to for a single and will get it comfortably in the end. That was a big booming drive. It wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, and that's why it was airborne for a while. But they got a single in the end. It's 155 to Johnson, who will be taking strike, 43 to Bramble, who may just have thought that he played a bit of a loose shot there. 372 for 5, a partnership that is trudging along and, in fact, worth 78.
Yeah, Stephen, just being told there by my competent score to the left that the lead is now 54. and 318. We've probably been saying 317 scored by the Windwards, but it's actually 318. Stephen, another thing we have not seen again from the bowlers is the fact that we have not seen a Yorker. When you meet surfaces just like this, you have to experiment a bit and vary a lot.
Maxeen is in to Bramble. Bramble is clipping that nicely down through mid-wicket, and that's going to go for 4. Now, how audacious is that shot? That is brilliant, really is brilliant, and it really reminded me something of a Viv Richards. He came forward and just used the wrist very well, and he did it with nonchalance, but with an element of flair too, and it went through mid-wicket for 4. That was a special shot. Gosh, I enjoyed it. He's gone to 47, 376 for 5.
This is a nice shot again, middle and leg stump, asking to be hit really too, because it was in the slot, but he played it well. He executed the shot perfectly, and the result was 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs. He continued to motor on. He continued to be a thorn in the flesh of the Windward Islands, and he continued to take some advantage on Maxeen.
Yeah, that really looked lovely, beautiful on the eyes, and everything about it was correct. Everything. Here once more is Maxeen is in and bowls to Bramble. Bramble is driving well out to mid-wicket. Good diving stop there. I think he might be a little bit disappointed with that. He might have wanted to hit that maybe a little wider, but couldn't pierce the field. Total remains on 376 for 5.
Yes, I think he was. It was a half volley. Probably closed the face of the bat a little bit too early, so didn't cue it properly. Probably wanted to hit that ball to the left of the man at mid-on, but I'm looking probably closing the face a little bit too early.
Here he is once more in bowls. Very good delivery. There's an appeal for caught behind, gone. Now that's a wonderful delivery. It pitched just about the middle stump. It rose at him and then in fact moved off the seam. The edge was taken. The catch was taken by Stewart. And what a wonderful delivery it really was, in contrast to what he bowled earlier on. And really, you can't really fault the batsman too much. I could say it was an absolute peach of a delivery. So Bramble goes, cut Stewart of the bowling of Maxeen. He's gone for 47, 376 for 6.
Big outside edge. First delivery we've seen from Maxeen that would have gone across the right-handed batsman. Pitch on about middle and off. A good length, good line. Moved away from him, reared at him also. Beaten for a bit of pace. And completely bamboozled by that one, found himself in no man's land. Good catch, straightforward catch taken by Stewart. And we kept saying entire day that the line and the length is so important, especially when you're playing on a surface that is assisting the batters. Your lines and your lengths have to be consistently good if you are to, stem the flow of runs. And there we saw Maxeen, very good delivery. Bramble comprehensively beaten and give a simple catch to Stewart, who the wicketkeeper standing back.
Yeah, but it really was a very good catch indeed. Really was. Well, not so much very good catch. I should be saying a very good ball, and turned out to be a pretty decent catch. So Bramble goes, and Permal will be joining his skipper. Permal is just being tapped on the back there. On the back by Johnson, as if to say, hey, you've got your opportunity now. Score me a half century. I'll get up to a double century. And we're going to be right in the driver's seat. So Versami Permal has come into bat after Bramble just went. Caught Stewart of the bowling of Maxeen for 47 is 376 for 6.
Well, I think that partnership with Bramble and Johnson, the captain, was very important. With Bramble, of course, he got some 40-odd runs with playing the leading role in that partnership. Johnson went about his business as usual, rotating strike. As to whether or not Sammy Permal can play a similar role in terms of being the aggressor and being positive and, he playing the big shots as the Barnwells and the Brambles, we're not too certain about that. It's a good break by the Windward Islands, however. It means that they can...
Yes, they're scoring 3.74. They did in fact go over 4 for a few times, of course, during the course of the day. It was well bowled, and it does again confirm how important it is and how lethal he is when he brings the ball up. And that one, in fact, took the outside edge, went between the second and third slip. 4 runs to Johnson, a little bit streaky. He's gone to 159 in 181 for 6.
Well, you have to give credit. You have to give credit to Maxeen. Also, he has been taken for a few boundaries, but he got severe that last delivery there. Again, good areas that he's hitting some good areas. And despite the fact that Johnson would have faced some almost 300 deliveries, still that one had him in a bit of bother because of the area in which it was pitched, and streaky edge. Got 4 for it in the end. Unlucky Maxeen, but good delivery.
Yes. That was a good over, though. It's probably one of the better overs he's bowled in his performance so far. So McCall, and the ball went across just to backward point. Couldn't score. Total remains on 381 for 6. This is an opportunity here for the Windwards to sort of wrap things up here, but they still got 4 wickets to dislodge, and it may not be the easiest thing in the world. Lewis from the far end comes in and bowls to Permal. Permal is off the back foot at first, and then just sort of transferred the body weight onto the front foot and stabbed the ball down to gully. But again, he in fact remains on 1. He's got his little nephew down here, that's Lewis. I had a little chat with the young fella. Didn't go to school yesterday, and asked him whether his teacher would be a bit upset that he came and looked at cricket yesterday, and he said he doesn't know. Whatever the case is, he wanted to see his uncle bowl.
Great.
Interesting that. Here once more is Lewis is in now and bowls to Permal, who drives out to mid-off as Ray Jordan, who is always sprightly. You'll be around him, you're always peeling with laughter, has always something humorous to declare. And nice guy too, nice character. Never a dull moment around Ray Jordan. 381 for 5 as Lewis is in and bowls to Permal. Permal looking ambitiously to pull that from outside the off stump. He was going to tug that maybe through mid-wicket and didn't make contact. Still collects behind the stumps. Just wonder whether Johnson would say something to him. Yes, he is in fact, and quite rightly too. If the skipper is at the non-strikers end and see him play so loosely, he's supposed to come and say, hey young man, come on, you got to do much better than that. So after having chided him, he goes back and Permal tops away at the crease, aspiring to do better with this delivery. Here is Lewis in now and bowls and looking to turn that out on the onside. Let's wait to see what the umpire would say as they go through for a single. I suspect it is a leg by. No, it isn't. So yes, it is. A little bit belatedly indicating there by the umpire, who took his time to do that. So 1 more to the total. Extras, of course, is increased by 1. 382 for 5. And Johnson now comes into strike.
The first time I saw Lewis, he bowled a number of superb Yorkers. That was the first time I had a look at him a couple of years ago. And Permal is new. He's not known for his batting by any stretch of the imagination. And and I think that on a surface such as this, the bowlers have to always be thinking in terms of dislodging batsmen, in terms of getting people out. And I think it could be a useful delivery for someone as new as Permal. Yes, he might be driven, he might overpitch one, but I've not seen during the course of the day from any of the seamers.
Over there bowled by Lewis. You did talk about him, Tony, earlier on, just maybe about 2 seasons ago, when he would bowl the Yorker at will. I saw him, in fact, in Trinidad at the over, where he bowled very well, bowled quickly too. And the thing about it is that he was getting swing and he bowled the Yorker at will.
Yes, to me it seems just business as usual. And I'm saying that on a surface such as this, where you don't have much opportunities as a spin partnerships, there is a bit
60. Total has moved on to 384 for 7 of the mark. So he's gone to 1. It's 385 now for 7. And I did, in fact, at the end of the over, I did, in fact, hear you yesterday, Tony, yourself and Justin Hector, bewailing the fact that neither of you had sent a kite born for the entire match so far. There is, in fact, one kite competition some years ago as up. So according to the St. David's, those are nice flying kites. Well, we know back then it was those that would literally stand in the air and just fly.
And like Justin Hector, I don't believe why his son is not playing cricket or he's interested in sports. I was never interested in the kite. So you'd make them for me. I would fly them. They always stuck. And climbing those huge trees in those days was not one of things that I love very much. So I was not, kite was not one of my. However, I enjoy looking at the kites. I normally would go to Pearls Airport. They usually have some kite competitions up there during the Easter. It's a lovely, of course, Smith is a fast bowler. And again, his line is what he has to work on. Just honor about the stumps, and he should be in the business area.
Yeah, and has just maybe given a word of admonition there to Maxeen, who moves in now and bowls the Smith, is getting a good delivery. That is on about the line of the middle stump, or middle and off thereabout, and he just came forward and pushed it out on the onside for Jordan to pick up, and there is no run. So 386 for 8. Johnson is still battling on there. He's 160. It's been a marathon innings and a marvellous innings too. He hasn't done anything from you. It would be Justin Hector, but I'm sure that the Windwards would be pretty happy, and the captain himself, Hodge, in the performance of Maxeen.
Yeah, Preston Maxeen, brilliant performance thus far, picking up 5 wickets for less than 100 runs at the first class at this level, and put in some work to him. And of course, we'll want to build a partnership with Smith. We've seen it happen in the past. We've seen
164. So here, of course, 5 wickets when his viewers, Maxeen, bowls well into the vacant mid-wicket area. And this has gone pretty close to the boundary. In fact, it's gone into the boundary for 4. So, and another short ball, short, and no real venom. And Johnson was able to just get inside of it and pull it over mid-wicket. Well in front of square, meaning that he's in full control.
Yeah, well, again, of course, Jordan is a very attacking bowler. So we expect to see a bit of some loose deliveries from him. Now Johnson is already past 160, so it means that anything loose, he's going to pounce in it. A lot of areas out there, out there. As to whether or not it was a wise decision to bring in Jordan at this juncture. Yes, you can see probably he will want to get rid of the tail as quickly as possible. But I think we will have to look at that decision. It actually makes sense because Johnson, if he's not in areas that
Johnson gets on.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for the day in streaming, but we are back up and running now, so thanks for your patience.
What does the poor streaming have to do with Guyana having oil? Go find them political chat room.
Yeah. About the streaming? What do you do? What do you do?
Yeah, my wife has getting some trouble. So this had the cost, and then this had the cost for another information.
What do you think?
I can't think, but it's only in Grenada. So this not to say keep the chair. But people say come back for the
So, we're back for play after tea in the game, the Guyanese Guyana Jaguar versus the Windward Volcanoes, and the tea time position of 402 for 8. The Guyana Jaguars. Johnson is on 175, 1 to Smith, and if it's one thing to Crony, what we've seen, it just has clouded over a little bit again. It has gotten a bit dark. In fact, even the light on the scoreboard has become quite bright, and that's a sign of that there is. It's a little bit darker than it was maybe before they went in.
We have seen that for the last day when we had to stop earlier yesterday afternoon, and today, even though we had spots of brilliant sunshine, it was not for long. And I did mention before, when you look at the weather condition, the tendency just around the 4 o'clock hour, we would begin to see outside getting gloomy, And we have seen that. No, it's not even 4 yet, just after 3, and we have seen that.
Jordan comes in to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a short delivery which he just sways out of the way and allowed to go almost, well, over his head almost.
Yeah,
And
but
short wayward delivery by Jordan.
And this is the sort of condition you expect your fast bowlers, your seed bowlers to do well. They should relish this sort of condition to bowl in. And we see Jordan, the first delivery, very short again, looking for some pace, and Johnson just pulling away and allow this one to go out. But he will be well advised to keep the ball up to bat, give it an opportunity to move about.
Yes, and that's a much better feel to what we were talking about there in terms of trying to prevent Johnson from doing what he wants to do, which is to score boundaries early in the over, and then to rotate the strike, to get the single, to get back on strike on the next over. No, he will not be taking those singles, and then the boundaries are protected. This is much better by the captain.
Yeah, he's now offered a single very early in the over, so at least they can bowl against Smith. But as we saw before, Johnson would have refused the early singles.
Here Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets a shot delivery and hooked and pulls it around down with, towards the deep mid wicket. And of course there are protection down there now, and therefore he cannot get the boundary, and he doesn't go for the single. It's only the middle of the over. 3 balls gone in Jordan's 10th over. He has taken 1 for 52 with 1 maiden. So it's 102 for 8. And this cat and mouse games then becomes very, very boring at times. As here is Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is looking to clip it away down the leg side and not making contact. Delivery sliding down the leg side. Not quite where Jordan wants to be or should be.
But there's 4 deliveries now gone in the over, so he probably will be looking for the single now as we see the third man comes into what would be a second slip. The backward point in the boundary is now coming into normal point position, and the mid wicket square leg on the boundary is now coming up to just about halfway of the boundary. So they are trying to avoid him getting that single to face the next over.
Well, let's see what Jordan does. He's tended to be short for the most part. Would he take that route again? I'm sure if he is, Johnson would probably wouldn't resist the hook shot or the push shot, because whatever is the case, even if he gets the boundary in the last, it doesn't really matter. Here is Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson, and Johnson gets a delivery down the leg side. You'd have said that you're hiding it, man.
Yeah, trying to keep it away from the batsman. But this over have been, sort of erratic, very short.
Very short and wide, yes. Yeah. It can't be deemed negative bowling in any way.
Yeah, and in condition that is suitable for this type of bowling.
Yes, give it overcast now. Sun has hidden behind the clouds. As here is Jordan on his way to Johnson. Final ball of the over comes in now and bowls to Johnson, and Johnson gets on. She's wrapped on the pad. There's an appeal, but wood can be given. We're pitching outside the leg stump. Johnson looking to whip it away. Can do so, but the end of a maiden, which was not the doing of the bowler, but really the situation of the game.
Yeah, certainly it was all over the place in this particular over. He was both very short and down the leg side, and really it seems as though you're looking to keep Johnson in this end for the start of the next over.
Yes, indeed. Way to bowl to Smith. Smith gets one and gets off strike. But plays it just in the air, just past the short leg hand. Maybe just Preston knows that he's erred a little bit in line. Maybe just bowling a bit too much into the pad. And Smith did his job, got off strike and got Johnson back on strike. So he's on 2. 403 for 8, the Guyana Jaguars. And it will be Johnson who is on 175. That will take strike from Preston Maxeen.
And there were certainly 2 runs there in the making there, but the plan obviously Johnson is going to take most of the strike. But it was well played by Smith, as it was on his pads, and he just turned it down to mid wicket and picked up an easy single.
So it will be Johnson again to take strike from Preston Maxeen, who comes in and bowls to him outside the off stump, and the ball just coming off the, probably was wanting to leave it, and it seemed like he inadvertently hit the bat and went down towards Studman. And well, I don't want to say there is no run. He refused again, the singer.
Yeah, the field is there's a third man on the boundary, there's a cover on the boundary, there's a long off, there's a long on, a deep backward square, all right on the boundary.
He's again bowls to Johnson. Johnson plays it up into the offside, and Keto moves across to do the fielding. For a while has gotten some time out in the field. It's been spent a number of time in the short leg, silly mid-off area. So Maxeen will want to add to that 5-wicket column. That wicket column is certainly taken on 5 for 95 so far. As he comes into bowl to Johnson. Johnson advanced track, and when he gets there, just not enough room to freeze him. Therefore, just pushes it back to the bowler.
It has been a good spell of bowling by Maxeen. I think it's one of the better spell I've seen him bowl, and he was able to extract quite a bit of pace out, even though he was swinging the ball, but he was able to get good pace out of the wicket. As we see, the field now comes in to prevent the single.
Yes, and he's with 4 balls gone in the Maxeen over, as he waits for Johnson, who peruse the field to see the areas where he can probably steal the singer. As Maxeen comes in, bowls to Johnson, and Johnson hits it in the air. The fielder is coming in but wouldn't get there, and just lobbing it into the mid-wicket area, and gets the singer. And really a cat and mouse game, almost deliberately played, because the ball was on a good line.
And the field was basically set for the short ball. He had the backward square that went back, and the long leg on the boundary. And this one was not short enough, but again he was trying to go through that area and just get it to fall in it's a forward square leg, and the fielder came off the boundary, could not get it.
404 for 8, the Guyana Jaguars, as delivery played up towards the short leg, so safely negotiated by Smith, and it means that Johnson, who is on 176, will be on strike for the start of the next over again. 404 for 8 it remains, the Guyana Jaguars.
But Guyana Jaguars is 87 runs on, and would want to really push on. Again, looking at the conditions, you would want to make sure you get an opportunity to bowl against the Windward Volcanoes this afternoon. So one would think that, probably they would want to try and score as much runs as possible. Again, taking time into consideration. I think this is the reason why you find that Johnson now trying to take most of the strikes. So they will want to bat for a certain length of time, and within that time try to score as much runs as possible.
Indeed, and with the contrast with yesterday afternoon and the darkness and the wind, of course, it was very, very windy, including last night. I don't know what it was on your end. Jordan Bowes and pulled away towards mid-wicket and straight out to the fielder there, who is Keto, and there is no run. So anything short, Johnson is really looking to go after it.
Yeah, I think that it's beginning to get a little darker earlier today than it was yesterday. And we did have quite a bit of breeze, but again, it was just around the 4 o'clock hour, and we are some, maybe 40 minutes from that.
Here is Jordan on his way to Johnson. Johnson looking to pull, and the ball probably coming off the shoulder. He's just having a look at it. So a well-directed short ball this time, just over the off stump. Very difficult, and the height for Johnson, who is not a very tall man either. And he didn't get hold of that.
It seems as though they planned probably to bowl very short.
Yeah.
To Johnson with a backward square on the long leg on the boundary, and he continues to go for that hook shot.
This guy feeling that we get finer than squarer. He's just steering it down towards third man. And of course, the third ball of the over, he wouldn't go for that single.
Yeah, bit of a cat and mouse here. Third man on the boundary, backward point on the boundary, and then he have the backward square on the boundary and the long leg on the boundary. Long off on the boundary. So really they're trying to give him the opportunity to just to turn the strike around.
Johnson is on 176. Here is again Jordan bowls to Johnson. He takes the single this time, plays it up towards a very deep mid wicket, and he goes on to 177, 405 for 8. The Guyana Jaguars. Smith, who is on 2, comes in to strike. So far doing the job. He has faced 13 deliveries. So not like they didn't have opportunities against him. They did have opportunities to bowl to him.
Have you seen Johnson now coming down to have a chat with Smith? And his job, as you say, is just to stay with him.
But what do you tell a tailender to
well, the most you can say to him is play his game. If anything he tries to do outside of playing his game, I think it probably will be worse for him. So we just need to play a game. Maybe just concentrate a bit more, try to be a little straighter. But you have to, at the end of the day, play the game that you are used to. Outside of that, obviously would probably impact negative.
Most tailenders think that they're as good as the top order. So what do you say to them? Here is Smith this time. Wide delivery down the leg side, and opportunity lost. Not making the batsman play. You want to making the tailender play as much as possible.
Yes, Smith just had to get some bat onto that and run down to the fine leg for 4. But again, down the leg side and. Smith looking to turn, but
the captain has to be very mindful on the management of the Windward team, the use of Maxeen. I don't want to overbowl him to that extent. He's bowled 25 overs so far. The delivery is driven down the ground and goes all the way towards the wide long on, and there's no runs because the batsman Johnson is not interested in handing over the strike, that only in the over. And I just get a feeling though that Maxeen may be just tiring a bit, Crony, as he moves in again to bowl to delivery by Maxeen. I really want to think that may just be the last over we see from him.
Yeah, just look at the down even pace now. He has been going for a long period.
Yes, as he comes in now to bowl to delivery outside the off stump, and this time he takes the single. So it's 25 overs, 26 into his 26th over. Yeah, 101.
Picked up
5 wickets. Yeah. As now Smith will have 2 deliveries to negotiate. Yeah. So the Guyana Jaguars would have batted all of 112 overs so far, 113, coming up to 113. 2 more balls to go in the 113th over.
And the scoring rate has been pretty good.
Pretty good, yes. It has been on average about 3.8, so somewhere close to 4 most of the innings. So here is Maxeen on his way to bowl to a short delivery down the leg side. And I was saying earlier, Crony, the temptation is always to rush it when you have tailenders in. You want to, but you get overly excited and you lose your plot.
Yeah,
no longer.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is the time you have to concentrate and try to put the ball exactly where you want to see it. Maybe bowl as straight as possible.
Yes, and do the thing you would probably do if like it was a proper batsman, and then because the tailender, you. So anxious. Here he is, Maxeen, anyway, on his way to bowl to another short delivery, which is easily avoided. And we're sort of almost like wasted effort. 182 is Johnson, 2 is Smith, 410 for 8. The Guyana Jaguars. That is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
And Smith continues to do the job that he needs to do. He's taking no chances. He's just trying to make sure that he stays in the wicket, not trying to push any delivery. The 2 deliveries from Maxeen there Obviously, he hadn't the play, he went under it. Maybe on a normal condition, he probably would have been looking to pull or to play a shot. But his role is to stay with Johnson, and he's making every effort to avoid playing, but to play only when it's necessary.
He's been there for 17 deliveries, but Jordan comes in out to bowl to Johnson out to this delivery, driving up towards long off. But can't pierce the field. So the intention is boundaries only in the over. And rather almost like stalemate, these situations. And then it gets quite confusing for the crowd to see the ball being struck, far away and the batsmen aren't taking runs. As here is Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets one on the off stump, lifting, and Johnson just plays it in front of him, square the wicket on the onside,
And just
on the offside.
We get so used to the fast pace, the T20s and the one-day cricket where the ball going all over the place. And now we see in a situation where even when the ball is played in a position to get a run, no run is taken. So, it could be, the sort of dull period for the crowd.
It's on 182, Johnson. So another milestone could be brought up. Really wayward delivery there by Jordan, just banging it into the turf, and the keeper having to move almost to where a leg gully would have been to collect. It's that wide down the leg side. So Smith stands leaning on his bat on the non-striker's end. Johnson 182 and 340 deliveries, and total 410 for it, as here is Jordan bowls to, this time he takes the single. Of course, it only three deliveries, with 2 deliveries to go. I'll expose Smith now to Jordan, who hasn't looked really menacing since he has come on. He picked up a wicket, but has just prayed it around a little bit. Haven't been consistent.
And Johnson is getting closer to that double century, so I would think also that you'd want to make sure he stay there and get to that mark. And Smith, obviously, will want to give him all the support to get there, and then probably see what happens from there.
Yes. It's on 183. Again, has a word with Smith. Consistently, he's been down in his ears, reminding him of what is expected of him. As there's not more attacking feel now, much more attacking feel for Jordan against Smith. He hasn't been able, the opportunities we saw him bowling to Smith, he hasn't been able at all to hit that line on that length. Jordan, he comes in from the southern end, right arm over the wicket to the right hand is Smith. He comes in to bowl to Smith and gets a delivery again just on or about leg stump, and just open up his stance a bit and pushes it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So once again, he has safely negotiated one.
It was well played by Smith, and he get behind it, and this delivery came into him, and he was able to play it comfortably out on the onside.
Well, if you could say anything, it has probably gotten a bit brighter in the last few minutes. Terry Jordan on his way bowl to Smith. Smith drives and punches it up towards covers, and there is no run. At the end of the over, Smith is 2, 183 is Johnson, 411 for 8, the Guyana Jaguars. That is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Guyana Jaguars now lead by 94 runs, and again the batting of Johnson really has come forth in this session. He's still 17 runs from 100 from a double century, and will be hoping to reach that mark, and really he's trying to take most of the strike, which is so necessary with 8 wickets down. And Windward Volcanoes certainly will have other ideas in trying to remove, if not Johnson, but try to remove Smith to get to the end of the Guyana Jaguars batting.
So it will be Maxeen again, continuing to bowl to a delivery which is Johnson plays up off his pad, up into the mid-on area. Shillingford had to come all the way in from long on to do the fielding. No run was had.
See the field widely spread. Now we see almost everybody back on the boundary, with the exception of the mid-on, which is three-quarter way back.
Here is Maxeen on his way and using his feet and looking to hoist it down the ground. And all he can do is get it again straight to Shillingford. And there is no runs. So using his feet to the medium pacer, looking to pick that gap between Shillingford and the field out on the deep and the wide mid-wicket boundary. Can do so. And here again is Maxeen on his way, and they attempted a slower ball it looked like, and no timing at all whatsoever, looking to swing it around but not getting hold of it the way he wanted to.
Yeah, full toss, probably a slower delivery. He was not able to get the timing, but really is one of the deliveries he would have loved to put away. But it went bouncing down to the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary.
Still believe that maybe over too much for Maxeen now, as he bowls and delivery is teared down towards third man. And again in the fourth delivery, he has taken the single, so Maxeen still has two deliveries now to bowl to Smith. So it really has been a cat and mouse game. 184 to Johnson. Smith is 2. So far he has survived 19 deliveries, so he's doing his work well, doing what is required of him. 412 for 8, the Guyana Jaguars. And just so far to me they haven't been able to get it in the right areas for the tail enders. For the tail ender, although he looks quite decent in defence. Here is Maxeen on his way to bowl to Smith. Smith just gets in behind it and pushes it down on the onside. So he hasn't looked too bad at all.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable. Again, this one shorter delivery from Maxeen, and he just stood up and played it calmly onto the leg side to the mid wicket, where he looks very comfortable.
Yes, he does, as he turns on the top of his mark and begin to move in again to bowl to Smith, who to this delivery is getting one about around the off stump. Much better line. That's the area you want to be looking for. The ball coming off the inner portion and almost going back onto the stump, onto the inner portion, onto his booth, and goes away on the onside. So the end of the over, the end of which the Guyana Jaguars, they're 412 for 8, 194 it is to Johnson. Smith not out 2, and that is the latest score here.
Well, there's some 22 overs remaining in the day's play, and the Volcanoes, having started after tea with Jordan on one end and Maxeen on the other end, really would probably be looking to someone else. Maybe let's see if Jordan's going to continue from that southern end. Have been bowling pretty short and not been as penetrative as he ought to, and the Volcanoes really, their work continues in terms of working very hard to dislodge these batsmen.
So Jordan will continue, and he will be bowling to Johnson, and who is very clear as to what the approach is by himself as the captain, and of course the Guyana Jaguars. As here is Jordan on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson gets one almost going down the leg side and maybe just coming off the body, dropping down on the onside. There's no run.
Looking to pull again, and this one has actually stayed down, but eyeing that gap down deep backward square, even though there's a fielder plays on the boundary on a long leg, but he seemed to favour that pull shot. But
still looking to play the ball on merit. If it's short, you look to play it out in that area. I think whatever is on offer. Harry Jordan again on his way to bowl to Johnson. Johnson drives up towards mid off and is taking the single quite early in the over, second ball of the over, which is a change in approach.
Well, I feel confident in Smith. He can. So
maybe thinking that Jordan is less effective, so therefore Smith would be able to handle him. And of course, he needs to get on and off strike as much as possible so as to, he need only what, 15 more runs to compile a double century. And he's gone up now to 185, 413 for 8, the Guyana Jaguars. And once again the field becomes a lot more attacking for the supposedly less accomplished Smith. Not to be series Jordan on his way to bowl to Smith, and Smith gets one which he drives and peels off the outer portion of the bat and goes for 4. So he'll be looking to attack a delivery outside the off stump, maybe quite the length, not quite the line, maybe a little bit too wide outside the off stump, and the batsman flashing outside the off stump and the ball going over the slip cordon and down to third man for 4. So he's on 6, and it's 417 for 8, the Guyana Jaguars. And again, coming to have a chat with him, probably not what the captain wants to see.
Yeah, it's a shot you didn't expect really. He was not to the pitch outside the off, but he had just a room and he flashed. And good thing about it, he flashed very hard, so he took the edge and went over, slipped.
Yeah, Jordan on his way to Jordan. Again, and another one. Shot outside the off stump, but this time he goes up and under and plays it down towards third man again for another 4. Jordan just too short, too wide.
Yes, he had been bowling very short. And Smith played this one confidently in total control. He stood up and just steered it over the slips down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, so he's gone to 10, and it's 421 for 8. The lead building all the time. And Johnson on the other end watches as Smith now is on the attack. Here is Jordan on his way to bowl to Smith, and Smith again is driving, looking to pierce that field, looking to beat the made-off fieldsman. Can't do so. There is no runs.
Interesting, he's now playing an attacking game. That ball again, he looking to place it through the covers and went straight to mid-off.
So he waits again for Jordan, comes in to bowl to him, and to this delivery, Yadram has replaced Maxeen from the northern end, because Maxeen have had a pretty long spell. As I say goodbye to Volcanoes, as Yadram gets ready to bowl from the northern end. Still a very well spread field, and he will be bowling to Johnson. As I said, I'll come back to Tony.
Thank you, Justin.
Yes. So let's see if Yadram will be able to do the trick for the Windward as he comes in, as the Volcanoes. Wide outside the off stump, very wide indeed. Probably just got away with it. And,
well, I'm not impressed at all with the Windward's bowling. I'm totally not impressed with Jordan's bowling, especially in this spell. Over 70% of his deliveries have been innocuous, short, wide. You're bowling to Smith, who is a number 10. I just can't understand why all the short deliveries.
Here's Yadram coming to bowl to Johnson. Gets a delivery outside the plays a naughty little shot. We're just looking to run it down behind square on the offside. The type of lazy shots, Tony, that you can simply just get a little edge into the gloves of the keeper.
Well, I think he's just trying to, palm the strike, if you want to use such a terminology. Take as much of it as possible. Obviously, he does not have much confidence in Smith. He seems to be giving him at least 2 deliveries every over to face as Yadram comes back in.
Yadram comes in to bowl to a delivery again. This time he plays the shot he intended it on the first occasion, gets it down towards backward point, and the fielder comes off the boundary to do the fielding, and there's a single for Johnson to take him on to 186. Smith now 10 comes back into strike, 422 for 8, and yes.
Yes, I don't understand the strategy being employed by the Windward Islands Volcano at this stage in the game. Number of short, wide deliveries. Yadram now back into the attack, and all the deliveries have been wide of stump, giving Johnson an opportunity to just play nice and smoothly through the offside.
He comes in now to bowl to Smith, and Smith is on 10. Comes in on bowls to Smith, and Smith gets a delivery on target this time on the off stump. And Smith showing some good technique in defence. Plays it up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's a better delivery, making Smith play on the stumps. You know, I reiterate the fact again that Smith is a number 10. You know, so you have to keep attacking the stumps as much as possible. And by doing that, you should be rewarded sometime later.
Yadram comes in right time over the wicket, bowls to Smith, and Smith gets on with his just shipping down the leg side, and just played maybe out a portion of the bat goes out on the offside, and there is no run. Let's look at a bit as it does look a bit as Bishu at the wicket though.
He's a small man,
yes.
Smith. He's a small man for a fast bowler. Small in stature.
Here is Yadram anyway, on his way to bowl to Smith, and Smith to this delivery gets a short wide delivery down the leg side. And so far, all the Windward bowlers have been concentrating on bowling short. Well, Smith has survived, and he's on 10, 186 for 186 to Johnson. 422 for it, the Guyana Jaguars. And after a few more thoughts from you, Tony, the next commentator will be Pastor Stevenson Worm.
Can't remember a wicket being taken today by the short, innocuous deliveries that we've been seeing subbed up here. President Maxeen took 5 wickets, and most of them was caught behind the wicket in the slip area by the wicket keeper. And so we're seeing really not good bowling by the Windward Islands, especially Jordan, much too short for my liking. And he continues to bowl from the southern end to Johnson, who is on 186. And, you know, he continues from the southern end.
Here is Jordan in now and bowls to the left-handed Johnson, who's had a marathon innings, comes forward and pushes it out to short mid-off, and Shillingford moves around, picks up. So it's been, I would say, a sort of dismal bowling performance by the Windward Islands. I'm not taking anything away at all from the batting of the Guyanese Jaguars, but the Windwards have a lot of work to do. Here is Jordan in now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is clipping that nicely through forward square. Nice shot. They've gone for one. They're not going to come back for the second. The return comes in to Stewart. Does a good bit of work here, Stewart. The batsman had time to cross for one. The total has now gone to 423, and Johnson has now pushed on to 187. Just 13 runs short of what will be a well-played double century. He's batted very well, and it is also nice for regional cricket to see someone not just scoring a century, but continuing to push on and get past 150 and threatening to get 200 runs.
Yeah, it's very pleasant to see that, despite the fact, as you quite mentioned, that they have not been bowling very well. But he has played a marvellous knock so far, 186, some 352 deliveries. And, you know, you cannot take anything away from him. It has been a superb inning thus far.
Yeah, it's not a usual thing that you see in the Caribbean with batsmen getting double centuries. Here once more is Jordan in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is outside the off stump and the ball peels off the edge of the bat, goes down to third man. Maxeen is down there, but the batsman had time to cross for one. So one more to Smith, who's now pushed on to 11, and the total has gone to 424 for 8. 424 for 8. Windward Volcanoes, they scored 318, just in case you've just joined us. And they've been very steady, Tony, with the run rate throughout the day. They're now scoring at 3.81. They did get up to 4, but by and large, they've scored reasonably quickly.
They have, and they have been aided by the ill-disciplined bowling of the Windwards. Another short ball from Jordan that Smith just got off the back foot and played down to third man.
Here is Jordan in now and bowls, and he's slashing outside the off stump, and that was a naughty shot by by the captain Johnson. He must be annoyed with himself, and the body language seemed to suggest that he's doing some self-chiding. That was outside the off stump, and usually, normally would let that go by, but he flashed at it in a very naughty schoolboyish manner, and Stewart collected behind the stumps. The total remains on 424 for 8. Just a one slip in, the field is far flung, spread wide. In fact, about 6 of them on the boundary. Here once more is Jordan in now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is driving, gets a easy single, just pushes the ball out to short extra cover. They amble a single. He's now got to 188. Total has gone to 425. And now the field is going to close in for the right-handed Smith. So Smith, they will now have 2 slips in square cover. I think more like a backward point. Couture is going more to his right. As here is once more Jordan from the far end. He's wicketless. He's in now and bowl and pushes it out to cover, and there is no run. Did say he's wicketless. I beg your pardon. It went for 66. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Jordan 14 overs, 2 maidens, picked up 1 for 66, and Johnson is there battling along. He is 188, and it's really been a resplendent knock.
This has been a good knock. Jordan a bit on the expensive side. I'm going for almost 5 runs and over. Again, it's a reflection of the way that he is bowled. He has not been disciplined in his bowling. Too many short deliveries on a surface that is not giving him much assistance. Too many short deliveries and giving the batsman ample time to get on the back foot too and play shots that are very comfortable. Yadram, he has picked up the attack from this our broadcast booth end, the northern end. A bit on the wide side also and on the short side, and again the Windward Islands bowler is not disciplined, not being able to bowl in a particular area, and this has led to their downfall in terms of how many runs scored by Guyana.
Yadram is moving in now to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is leaving that alone outside the off stump. Not a bad delivery, but he saw that it was not threatening his off stump, let it go by and stood collected behind the stump. So Yadram 5.1 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. So it's been an uphill task for this Windward Islands team, as it's once more Yadram moving in now to bowl to Johnson. Johnson is looking to cut that one, the ball going over the blade as it went into the gloves of Stewart. Total remains on 425 for 8. 188, and it's been a marvelous marathon, meticulous innings of 188, 356 deliveries. He's batted for the entire day, and it's a very rare sight, a very rare accomplishment for West Indian batsmen at any level for that matter. As he moves in again, is Yadram in now and bowls to Johnson. Johnson is getting onto the back foot, pulls that in the air. The ball is going to fall safely down to mid-wicket. He was looking to maybe clear the boundary, give himself room. And I think the bowler may have seen him a bit and might have just followed him. Gets a single though. He's gone to 189 and the total is pushed on to 426 for 8. Yes. Brings the right-handed Smith into strike.
Yes, closed him up a bit, tucked him up a bit, and so he couldn't execute the shot as well as he would have liked. Saw him coming, and tucked him up a lot more, and not really executing the shot as well as he would have liked.
Yadram is in now to bowl to Smith, who is coming forward and turns it out on the onside. Is caught, is he? Is he caught?
Yes, he is.
Well, yeah, he's caught. I think, I'm sorry, listeners and viewers, everything was done so nonchalantly. The ball was pitched up, and I might have just lost the sight of it a bit, but it was taken so easily at mid-wicket, nobody celebrated, and that's a rare thing, because usually when there's a catch is taken, there is some measure of celebration there. Was it Fletcher who took the catch? Yes,
it was
Fletcher took the catch, and he did it as though there was nothing happening at all, no celebration at all, not even a little bit of congratulation to the bowler, and it just tells you the frame of mind of the Windward Islands Volcanoes team there. So Smith has gone for 11, caught Fletcher of the bowling of Yadram, and so Guyana Jaguars are now 426 for 9.
Yes, delivery that was pitched up on about middle and an off stump and going across the line of the ball. Played it into the hands of the man at mid-wicket. Easy catch. And there we saw again Stevenson the fact that the ball that has produced the wicket is not the short, wild one. It's the one that is between wicket and wicket, and the batsman having to play And as a result of that, they have been rewarded with a wicket. It just goes to show that, you know, if they're looking at what is happening out there, they should realize that almost every wicket that has fallen to deliveries that were good deliveries, pitched up deliveries, on or about the stumps. And, you know, and hopefully they will learn from them, especially if the bowling department learn from their mistakes in this game, in this inning, and will take the positives and move forward with it.
So Keon Joseph has come in to replace Smith, who would be proud with his performance. Scored just 11, yes, but quite frankly, he stayed there quite a while with his skipper, and he must be very happy. So Yadram, 5.4 overs, 1 maiden, has picked up 1 for 23, and the total 426 for 9. Now, whether we're going to see another hold-up in terms of partnership here, we'll have to wait and see. Yadram, who had 89 of 357 deliveries, and Guyana
11 missed it completely and lost his off stump. The Windward Islands, they will have their work cut out for them. It's a big lead. It's a lead in excess of 100, and they will have some batting to do. It's not the best time to come out and bat this afternoon. The conditions are very good for swing bowling. It's not very hot. The bowlers are fresh. They've been in the pavilion for the entire day. So Guyana probably would have a sort of almost perfect situation. Some 18.1 overs still left in the day's play. So sufficient time to pick up some wickets here this afternoon. And of course they are already in the driver's seat. But if they can pick up some wickets here this afternoon, sufficient time to do that. And the Windward Islands will really have their work cut out for them. But a fantastic innings, well orchestrated by the Guyanese. Went about the business quite nicely. Of course, led from the front by the skipper, Leon Johnson, scored a marvelous 189 not out. And it's an innings that will be remembered for a while. It was an inning full of control. He manipulated the situation very well, assessed the conditions very well, and you know, he will remember this knock, I think, for a very long time. And we, of course, here who would have been pleasured to look at it, we have enjoyed it, Stephen.
Yes, and I think it's really refreshing to see a West Indian batsman staying at the crease, occupying the crease for such a long period, and after getting to a century, which is an important landmark for anyone, to give it away. He certainly did not give it away, decided to sort of start all over again, and went about constructing and building and developing a fine knock of 189. Yes, it was a long marathon innings, 357 deliveries, but all in all, he played a handsome role and scored almost half the runs for Guyana Jaguars. Well, John had 1 for 66 of 14. Yadram, in the end, picked up 2 important wickets because, you know, they could hang around a bit. 5.5 overs, 1 maiden, is picked up 2 for 23. And, of course, you also had a very good knock of 47 by Bramble. I thought he played well.
He played excellent. Bramble came and played similar to the way Barnwell played. Very positive, struck a number of big shots over the top for 6, and in partnership with his captain, you know, give the Windward Islands a lot of bother, a lot of trouble, and scored 47 good runs.
Yeah, talking about Barnwell, 107 before he was let before to Hodge. That was a lovely innings too, almost a run a ball innings.
Yeah, well, that was the innings, I think, that together with his captain, I think that was the innings that really squeezed the Windwards away, because despite his captain was playing cool, composed. Barnwell really hit the ball to all parts of the field in a 4-day game, scoring at a run a ball, a number of big shots over the top, down the ground, and really took the fight off to the Windward Islands. Excellent partnership in excess of 150 together with his captain, and I think that was the basis, that was the foundation for the mammoth total 426 that they got at the end.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a change in terms of innings. The Windward Islands will be going into bat in the second innings, and until such time, you can probably have a cup of tea, maybe have an ice cream or something edible, and we'll be back here to bring you ball by ball commentary. Guyana Jaguars, they're out on the field. And the Windward's opening pair, Devon Smith and Cato, they're going to be opening for the Windwards. So here is the first ball by Joseph in to bowl to Devon Smith, and that one was in fact very low and did not carry.
Yes, the first delivery. Smith on the back foot. He's cuffled across. The keeper having to take it down, low down, on the knee roll. Probably Smith should have been on the front foot, but still think the wicket will play very well.
Yeah, I think he must have been very surprised that was so low. Here is once more a delivery now by Joseph, and Devon Smith leaves that. Again, this one looks a little bit on the low side, a little bit surprising, because so far just about everything has had good carry. Both of them did not really get up at all. Strange that. So Cato opening the innings for the Windward Islands alongside Devon Smith. Devon Smith, of course, the veteran, has got more runs than any other player in the history of West Indies cricket. He's been around for quite some time, prolific. Here is Joseph in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is leaving that alone outside the off stump. Again, not the kind of carry you would have expected. And Bramble collecting behind the stumps. So this is a very important period in the match here, when the Windwards will have to play out another 15 overs, so to speak. And they would want to make sure that they don't lose any wicket. But it's going to be quite a monumental task. 3 sips of gully, squarish cover, extra cover on the mid-off, as a delivery by Joseph is turned just to the left of the square leg umpire, and Bishu has to run after it. So Devon Smith gets his first run. He's off the mark. He's gone to 1, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're 1 without loss, brings Cato now into strike, the right-handed batsman. So both batsmen, in fact, are from Grenada, of contrasting handedness, because Devon Smith is a left-hander. Not that he's left-handed in terms of the hand that he uses regularly, but he bats left-hand, like so many other players. Brian Lara too bats left-hand, but it's a natural right-hander. As here once more is Joseph moving in to bowl to Cato. Cato is leaving that alone outside the off stump, and it's picked up, collected behind the stumps rather, by Bramble, and there is no run. The total remains on 1 without loss.
Yeah, I'm looking at a carry, Stevenson. I'm looking at a carry from Joseph. I don't know if he's hitting the seam as well as he would like, but all the deliveries thus far has been taken under the knee roll by Bramble, unlike those we have seen throughout the course of the Guyanese inning and throughout the course of the match so far.
So here once more is a delivery from Joseph, who brings Cato forward, pushes it up on the onside. So the over comes to an end. It's been a pretty good over from Joseph, just a 1 over for 1 run. And I did promise to give you a little bit of analysis, the bowling analysis of the Windward Islands bowling department. So Maxeen, 27 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 102. Lewis, 17 overs, 4 maidens, none for 49. Jordan, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 66. Yadram, 5.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. Shillingford, 32 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 100. Hodge, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 60. And Kotoy, a little bit surprising, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. We thought that he was under-bowled, but whether he's got some little niggling injury, we don't know. So it's going to be Smith from the far end, and he's going to be preparing to bowl to Devon Smith. So it's going to be Smith to Smith. I still am a bit impressed with him, the fact that he's not a big fast bowler, but he still manages to extract a bit of pace, which means that he is fluid. Nice approach to the wicket. He's there now and bowls to Devon Smith. Smith is off the back foot and pushes it out just in front of square of the wicket on the offside. And Hemraj, Chandapal Hemraj, just running across to his right, fields the ball, and there is no run. The total remains on 1 without loss. But I did mention also the fact that as this Dale Stenish approach to the wicket, and even his delivery too. And once more from the top of his mark, he's bowling from the southern or River Road end. Begins to move in now to bowl to Devon Smith, who to this delivery is hitting that ball hard into the ground. Maybe was double-minded in terms of whether he should square cut it or just play it defensively. I think in the end he decided to do that and hit the ball hard into the ground. In the end, Hetmar, who is there fielding at gully, picks up. Total remains on 1 without loss. As he goes back once more, Smith. It's a characteristic feature of the end of the day's play, or coming to the end of the day's play. It's been looking rather dull and dark. Here is Smith now, bowls to Smith outside the off stump, off the back foot, and bangs that square of the wicket on the offside. I think this has sufficient carry to go to the boundary. Will it get there? Just manages. No, he's just pulled back just inside. It couldn't be more than 6 inches away, and the ball just stopping just to the edge of the rope, so to speak, and they get 3. So 3 more runs to Smith, who's gone to 4, and the total has pushed on, yes, to 4 without loss, brings the right-handed Cato into strike.
You think what happened there too is the man at backward point did get a hand to it. He dived at it, and he obviously stopped it from flowing to the boundary, but it was well timed, and they got 3 in the process.
Yes, it was well struck too. An egret flying, I guess he's going to his place of abode for the afternoon. Might have been out for the entire day. Here is Smith moving in now to bowl to Cato. He's there now, bowls to Cato. Cato is in defence. It's a short rising delivery. I thought he played it well. It's right up on the toes. Opens the face of the bat and glides the ball down to gully where Hetmar is fielding. And there is no run. The total remains on 4 without loss.
I think the 2 batters will be saying to themselves, look, the wicket is not going to play much different, and once we do what we're supposed to do, which is watch the ball hard and be disciplined in terms of our stroke or short execution, we should be okay.
Smith again is moving in to bowl to Cato. Cato looks up and sees him coming, and he bowls, and Cato turns that neatly down to backward square, would get a comfortable single. The ball that is pitched just about on the leg stump around the rib cage area, and he got inside the line and tickled it nicely behind square and got a comfortable single. He's off the mark. He's gone to 1, and the Windward Volcanoes, they've now pushed on to 5 without loss, brings the left-handed Devon Smith now into strike.
If you saw the surface, once you can spend some time out of the middle, and get the feet moving, and get the sweat going. Once you can bat to the sort of surface that you should score some runs on.
Yeah, once more is Smith moving into Devon Smith, and Smith is wrapped on the pad, and there's an appeal for leg before. The ball slanting down the leg side, not supported by many of the players. Just the fielder at mid-on that appealed for it. That completes the over, and at the end of Smith's over, the Windward Islands batting a second time after scoring 418 in the first innings, and Guyana replying with 318, replying Guyana Jaguars with 426 there in the second innings, 5 without loss.
Yeah, I think what we have seen thus far from the opening pair, the opening bowlers, is discipline and not trying to bowl too fast. Yes, the conditions are good. It's a bit gloomy. So it's good for seam bowling, it's good for fast bowling, but they're ensuring that they do the basics right, which means getting the balls in the proper areas and making the batsmen play. We have not seen a short delivery as yet, because they have the slippers, they're waiting for anything that is nicked.
There is Joseph in now to bowl to Cato. Cato is coming forward, turns it behind square on the leg side, gets a single, comfortable 1-2. Just going on to the back foot, didn't look to pull or anything like that, but just squeezed it behind square and got 1. He's now moved on to 2, and the total has now gone on to 6 without loss.
Both Joseph and Smith, they are going to probe just outside that line, just on about that off stump, and play on the patience of these 2 batsmen. Like I said, I don't think we're going to see much short deliveries this afternoon, but more focus in that corridor of uncertainty.
Joseph is in now to bowl to Smith. Smith is leaving alone a delivery outside the off stump. The approach, Tony, I would think the Windward's got to be careful in terms of whether they're going to just play a shellish knock where they play very defensively, as well as there's the other aspect of it where they might be blazing with the guns, which I don't think is necessary. I think what's important is to ensure that they secure the wicket, but if the bad deliveries come, they should put them away. Devon Smith taps away at the crease. We're about to say something, or you probably will talk that after the end of this delivery. Here he is now on bowls to Smith outside the off stump, left alone, and Bramble collects behind the stumps.
Well, they have to be positive, and being positive doesn't mean playing reckless. It means that you assess the conditions, that you get a sweat, you get in, you know, and you have a good look at the ball. You have some 13 overs left in the day's play, so it's not many overs left in the day's play. So basically, what you're looking to do there is get in, watch the ball hard. Yes, you dispatch the bad ones when they come, but your shot selection, you want to be as perfect as possible in your shot selection.
Well, here's one who wants to be as perfect as possible. Bowling is Joseph. He's in and bowls to Smith outside the off stump, left alone. And Bramble collects behind the stumps. Much too wide. Smith would not have to go behind that. And he should be counselled to pitch the ball up. That one was wide and a little bit on the short side.
There's another factor in play here, and that is the light. We've seen throughout the course of the game so far, the umpire is going off for light. It is not dark by any stretch of the imaginations, but the light is not expected to get better. So again, that probably might come into focus. I don't think that is playing on the batsman's mind at this moment. However,
it is Joseph in now to Smith. Smith is turning that neatly down to fine leg. I think this is going to go all the way into the boundary for 4. That's a good shot. A badly lined delivery too. And he came onto the front foot and just turned it nicely. Used the wrist and used the pace also and a bit of angle. And just nudged it down to fine leg for 4. He's gone now to 8. Well played. The total has gone to 10 without loss.
It's a good shot, leg glance, delivery badly line, and Smith just played it off the hips quite neatly, delicately, down to fine leg. No one is there. The long leg is wide, and 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs.
Yes, he really played it very well with great skill and ease. As it's once more Joseph in now and bowls to Smith. Smith is leaving alone a delivery that is outside the off stump, sprayed much too wide, and Bramble skips across rather nicely and collects the ball. The over comes to an end. Joseph 2 overs, no meals, none for 6. It's 10 without loss to Windward Islands Volcanoes in the second innings.
What we have seen of these young bowlers throughout the course of this game is the fact that they cannot really stay in a particular area for any lengthy period, meaning that bowling a good line and a good length, it's not, it's sort of difficult for them. So as a batsman, once you can look at the ball and have a really good look at the deliveries, there will be a number of bad balls to hit, and there will be some that you don't have to play at all because they're not really pressuring you to play almost every delivery. And of course, Cato and Smith will have an opportunity to have a good look at the deliveries and secure their wicket for tomorrow.
Here is Smith moving in now to bowl to Cato, and Cato is turning that through mid-wicket, waiting to see whether the ball is going to beat Chandapal Hemraj, but he did in fact come across very quickly and ensured that he stopped it, intercepted it before it went past him. Good feeling there, good effort. He was quickly off the block, and if that had gone past him, it might well have yielded 2 runs. 10 without loss. Cato is 2, Smith is 8. As Cato taps away at the crease, looks up and sees that Smith is there now and bowls, and he's coming forward. Ball takes the outer portion of the bat and goes behind square on the offside. Chandapal moving in very quickly there from backward point, picks up, and there is no run. The total remains on 10 without loss.
It's a good line there by Smith on our body off stump. Cato coming forward delicately. Has to be careful because the line is good, making the batsman play. And Cato obliged quite nicely, playing it out to the offside.
So here once more is Smith. He is there now and bowls to Cato. Cato is driving out to extra cover, but he still can't pierce the outside field. It didn't drive with any great sense of aggression, though, as Bishu came in from extra covered grounds to his left, about 15 yards. The batsman didn't have time to cross for a single. Total remains on 10 without loss. I think it'll be nice to see a few Guyanese fast bowlers coming on. They've not produced a plethora of fast bowlers over the years in terms of West Indies cricket. Those have got up to West Indies level. Here he is once more, Smith in now and bowls and gets a nasty one. Oh, that was a lovely delivery. He just bent out of the way, that skate. I thought he handled it very well, but it was snorting at him. He didn't have him dancing, but quite frankly, it was a nice sharp delivery. A good carry into the gloves of the keeper.
Yes, good middle and off stump bumper. And you know, it's also refreshing to see that. You've not seen that very often, the fast bowler running in. Good off stump, middle and off stump bumper. Keto having to get out of the way. And did it well, however. No difficulty in evading the short delivery.
Yeah, but it brought a smile on my face. I love to see genuine aggression by fast bowlers. Here he is once more, bowls to Cato outside the off stump, left alone, and the ball is collected by Bramble behind the stumps.
Love the delivery again. That one late swing, Cato recognized it also and acknowledged that it was a good delivery. Pitch on about off stump, moved away from the right hander, showed good judgment, good adjustment, saw it all the way, and saw it in the gloves of Bramble, who's done a good job, Bramble, in the first innings, and of course did a real decent job with the bat also. So he has been having a good game.
Yeah, right. Both in front and behind the stumps. Here once more, Smith in now. He's passing the umpire and bowls to Cato. Cato is wrapped on the pad. There is an appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. Well, that wrapped him. Might have gotten a nick onto it, or probably just slanting down the leg side. But it didn't seem to be too bothered over the decision, though. Smith has just bowled a very good over, a maiden over, in fact. And, of course, it'll be Smith to take strike on the opposite end, but by and large it's been a pretty good over by Smith.
Good over, hitting good areas, making Cato play the last delivery. Cato a bit on the back foot and probably should be on the front foot. Lower appeal going up, umpire saying not out, but a good over again. Not bowling shots. The area that he's bowling is a good one. He's attacking the stumps, and it's good to see the young fast bowler. He's not big by any stretch of the imagination. It's good to see him bowling the bumpers and still at the same time, you know, getting the ball to late swing. It's always a good sign when you're seeing the fast bowlers getting the ball to late swing away from the right-handed batsman.
So it's going to be Joseph once more, moving in with his third over in and bowls to Smith. Leaves it alone outside the awesome. Good line, good judgment too, good carry. Everything was very good about that last delivery, and the response to it by Devon Smith was equally good. Total remains on 10 without loss.
That's the area that the seamers need to be bowling this afternoon. They only probably just get a little bit closer to Devon Smith and make him play. He got out in the first inning with one that was a good delivery. And, you know, just a little bit closer, make him play a bit more. And he could be in the business area.
Yeah, well, here's Joseph. Certainly wants to be in the business area. He's there on Bosa Smith, outside the off stump, let alone. And Bramble collects behind the stumps. That was, in fact, early on mentioning about some of the fast bowlers from Guyana, and they've not really produced a whole lot. Of course, Colin Crofts will be the one that will immediately come to mind. Must be the nation's most outstanding fast bowler for Guyana over the years. Rian King also represented his country pretty well too and was sharp. Here once more is Joseph in now on Bosa Smith outside the off stump, left alone, and the keeper collects behind the stump. Anybody else comes to mind, Tony?
Yeah, those that come to mind, probably at the regional level, didn't do very well. Besides that, Reed Joseph, Colin Stewart, a number of them. But of course, as you rightly said, Crawford was outstanding. One of the original of the 4-pound piece attack, together with Michael Holden and Andy Robertson, Joel Garner, of course, created havoc. Batsmen was, put fear in batsmen minds all over the world. And remember seeing Colin Croft here, Guyana versus Combined Islands. I think it was 1982-83. It was a fantastic game. Looking at Colin Croft running into bowl to Viv Richards, and those memories stays in your mind forever.
Yeah, I can't forget it at all. two of our young men in the commentary booth would not have a clue as to what we're talking about. Here he is, here moving in now is Joseph, and turned up to mid-wicket by Devon Smith, and there is no run. This place was packed, if you remember. It was a big crowd here. The great Sir Viv Richards was playing, Alvin Kalitran also for Guyana. Clive Lloyd was the captain.
Of course.
Andy Roberts was teaming in, knocked over Alvin Kalitran, broke his arm, I think.
Yes, he did.
Viv Richards got 29 in that match, 25 or 29. Colin Croft got him. He was charging down the pitch.
Caught by
Who
Roger
took the
Harper.
catch?
Roger Harper.
Roger Harper.
Blackwood Square.
Good old memory, Tony. Here he is once more. Moving in is Joseph in, and Bolster Smith outside the off stump, and he doesn't have to play. And Bramble collects behind the stumps.
In contrast to today, that particular game, there were thousands of fans.
Wow.
At the Queen's Park. It was not yet the National Stadium. Of course, it was old Queen's Park, and fans all sitting all on the boundary lines.
How did you get in, Tony?
Well, I was on the scoreboard, Steve.
Oh, there you are.
Get in at all.
Oh, there was some folk who jumped over the galvanized. It was a precarious jump, but they made it. Here he is once more. Is Joseph in and bowls outside the arse stump and cut down to an extended gully, but can't score. So that completes the over. So it's a maiden over there. So we've got two successive maiden overs bowled. One before, the previous one was bowled by Smith, and then Joseph now bowling another maiden over.
I think what we're seeing here is that they're sticking to a plan, and they're bowling on or about the off stump, making Smith and Ketter play, and of course hoping that they would make some, that they would do something wrong, and play a bad shot. But so far, they have been able to play well. They have been able to negotiate everything that has been subbed up to them. Obviously now they're going to have a better idea in terms of how the pitch is played. Not that they don't know, they've been there for the entire day. They've seen they've seen the Captain Johnson produce a marathon and then the marathon knock. And in the back of their minds, they know once they can stay there, they possess the ability to do something similar or even something better. But of course, we have to wait and see. There seems to be a change from the southern end. It seems that Reefer seems to be coming into the attack, the left arm seamer. And let's see how Cato will negotiate. Reefer coming in from the southern end.
Good change?
Well, I think it's a good change because it's not many overs left this afternoon, and Reefer is fresh. And you want to give him a crack at the cherry also.
Here is Reefer moving in now to bowl to Cato. Cato, could see him shuffling. When the bowler is about halfway there, he tends to shuffle across the pitch. It's not quite the trigger movement as yet, but he shuffles across, and then just at that point of delivery, that's when he makes his trigger movement. They're supporting Reefer with two slips and a gully. Now here he is, moving in his Reefer, makes that little movement across the wicket is Cato. Short delivery, let it go by, is collected behind the stumps by Bramble. Total remains on 10 without loss.
I don't think it's a bad idea to bring in Reefer at this stage. Of course, variety. We have both the right-arm fast bowlers in Joseph and, of course, Smith. And the batsmen seem to be negotiating quite well. So I think captain is saying, not many overs left. It's just about 10.5 left. Reefer is quite fresh. Didn't have much work to do today. So let's give him a go. Probably see if he can get something in about 3-4 overs.
I would have loved to see another slip in though. Here is Reefer moving in now to bowl to Cato. Cato is getting away with delivery outside the off stump. Good take by Bramble. In fact, to the right of the first slipper, which shows you how much the ball moved away after pitching. It seemed away. Now I would have taken one of the players out maybe, and say to Cato, drive it, slant it across him. Yes, he may get a couple boundaries, but there is something about that new ball moving across the right-hander's body. Here he is now, moves in and bowls to Cato. Cato is coming forward, pushes the ball out to cover. Bishu is there, and there is no run. So we have not had a run in 2.5 overs.
I don't think they would mind that. The fact that the ball is hit in the middle of the bat, I don't think that Cato and Smith would mind that because they're eating up the overs. At the same time, they want to ensure that the dot ball is not really a problem at this juncture. We still have the entire day to bat tomorrow, please God. So I think they're looking more in that direction.
Reefer is in once more to bowl to Cato, who is turning that, and there's an appeal for leg before. He's giving him gone, leg before. Well, he was looking to turn that behind square on the leg side. The ball cannoned into the pad and dribbled behind square on the leg side. The appeal went up, and so the umpire has said to Cato, that's out, that's out. So Cato goes, leg before to Reefer for 2, and the Windwards, they've lost the wicket. It's 10 for 1.
Yes, Cato on the back foot probably might be a little bit, the ball probably pitched just outside line of the leg stump, but the umpire, of course, is in a better position than we are here. And but on the back foot, probably should have been on the front foot playing through mid-on, looking to play square on the onside, playing around the line of the ball, and always instructed early in your innings to play in the V through mid-off, through mid-on. And however, he played around this one, and he missed it, kept a bit low. And the Reefer has done the trick. He's gotten the breakthrough for the Jaguars. And the Windward Islands have lost their first wicket. Cato going for only 2, I think. Didn't bother the scores very much. And in walks the captain, Hodge. And one of our comrades in the dressing room is stating this evening that the Windwards might probably find themselves 735 for the loss of 3. Let's hope that doesn't happen. The pitch is still very good. Smith and Hodge will have to build a partnership. Not much time to do that this afternoon, so it's important that they stay there, and see if they can survive this afternoon. Come out fresh tomorrow, please the Lord. But of course, this is cricket. So many things can happen. We still have some 10 overs left in the day's play, and it's a lot of overs, Stephen.
Yeah, you're right. He said somebody's forecasting 3 wickets. I think the Windwards would prefer to hear forecasting rather than being prophetic. 10 for 1. The new batsman is Hodge. He played a long innings for a half century, and he'll have to do that and more here today. Here's Reefer in now to bowl to Hodge, who is getting a short rising delivery. He's right on top of it and just opens the face of the bat and glides the ball down to Hemraj, who is feeling there at backward point. The total remains on 10 for 1.
It always makes it easy for the umpire in adjudicating these decisions, just like before, especially when you're on the back foot and you're playing a wrong delivery. If you're playing down the line, it's a bit more difficult. But sometimes the ball can just pitch a trifle outside the leg, and you can get trapped based on the shot that you play.
Well, I'll tell you something that I noticed with that dismissal, though. Here is Reefer in now and bowls, and Hodge is coming forward and opens the face of the bat, just glides it down nicely behind square on the offside. So that's a wicket maiden there, bowled by Reefer. So we've had 3 successive maidens, haven't we?
We have, and that always adds pressure.
Yes.
The dot balls. Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, I did notice, though, when Cato was struck on the pad, and that made it a little bit more suspicious. He did try to push that left pad sort of like outside the leg stump. So with this suspicious body movement, it gave the umpire even more of a decision to say, look, that's out. And it's one of the things that some of the players do. You struck in front and you just try to push the pad outside the off stump or maybe away on the leg side, and the umpire that is not astute and the umpire that is not very observant could give you the benefit of the doubt, so to speak. But on that occasion, I think the umpire felt, well, you're out. Even if you try to move your legs after, it's where it struck you first.
Yeah, and I've always been told, especially, I remember Hensley Ned always mentioned the fact that early in your innings, you play in the V, and these players must learn that. And early in the innings, you play as straight as possible. And that was not to be. And there's a change, there's a switch from this end here.
Yeah, and that's going to be Smith moving in now to bowl to Devon Smith, who is off the back foot and hits that out to extra cover. Got on top of a short rising delivery, didn't hit it squarer. I thought he might have just opened the face of the bat and go a little square with it, but managed to hit it out to extra cover as Chandapal Hemraj there patrolling the area. and the total remains on 10 for 1. Smith is 8. Has a good reason to get a good score here. Devon Smith taps away at the crease, looks up, and sees that Smith is getting ready to move into the bowl to him. So it's going to be Smith to Smith, as Permal had just come there and give the ball as much shine as possible for Smith, who moves in to bowl to Devon Smith, and Devon Smith gets a delivery that swung a bit in the air, but he's right on top of it and pushes the ball out to mid-off where Permal is fielding, and the total remains on 10 for 1. Devon Smith remains on 8.
Yeah, well, I think the Windward Island batsmen should be playing a lot for pride. I don't think that they can win this game. I think that they can make contributions towards their team, and they also personal contributions. It's only one day left in this game. I think that they should use that opportunity, having conceded first innings, and play for a lot of pride and also personal achievements.
Smith is once more moving in to bowl to Devon Smith, who is turning that down. That goes down to fine leg. Now let's wait to see what the umpire would say, whether it's a leg by, whether it's leg bys. Yeah, that's right, leg bys. He didn't get a nick onto that, but he got inside the line and was shaping to turn it down to fine leg. The ball just taking the outer portion of the right pad, and the keeper Bramble made a really diving but futile attempt to stop the ball, and it went behind him down to the boundary for 4. So extras have gone to 4, and the total is pushed on to 14 for 1.
Yeah, I think Guyana would have really read the situation well. Even bringing in Reefer from the southern end paid immediate dividends as Smith comes back in.
Moves in to a bowl to Devon Smith, and outside the off stump, Smith left that one alone, and Bramble collecting behind the stumps. Maybe when you get a chance, though, you should just go back to the tape and look at Dale Steyn and just look at the way Smith, and even the way he comes back to his bowling mark. There's so much similarities between these two. I'm not talking about pace, accuracy, and maturity, but I'm just talking about the mannerism or ability, for that matter. But it has to do more so just with the entrance to the wicket. Look at him, very much like Dale. Here he is now moving into bowl to Smith, who is getting a very good delivery. He played at that one. There was no question about it. Did play. Devon Smith may want to say that he played inside the line, but I thought he went after it, and the ball just moved past the tentative blade. Bramble collecting behind the stumps. He certainly was beaten. The total remains on 14 for 1.
Good delivery, and he was tentative. You're so correct, as you correctly said. He was tentative because it's in that area of real uncertainty, and the ball did move slightly up the seam. Didn't make much height, but comprehensively beaten Devon Smith.
14 for 1. Devon Smith is 8. Hodge is yet to score. Devon Smith 8 from 24 deliveries, as Smith again makes his way in smooth, lovely approach. He's there on both. Smith is off the back foot and hits the ball down to the deep backward point position. Would get a single. It was shot outside the off stump, and it was cuttable, and that's one of the meat and drink favourite shot of Devon Smith, and he got one more run, so he's now moved on to 9. The total has gone now to 15 for 1, and that completes the over. So at the end of the over with Smith 9, Hodge is yet to score, and he still has to wait because Smith is going to be taking strike. Smith 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3, and Reefer 1 over, just 1 maiden, and did pick up a wicket. More thoughts from Tony, and then for the next, in fact, will bring us to the end of the day's play. It will be Justin Hector.
Another good testing over from young Smith, bowling from the northern end of this ground. Devon Smith very watchful, a little bit tentative, as Guyana obviously would have done the homework. The sweeper on the boundary, knowing that it's his favourite shot. Welcome back to you, Justin.
Yeah, Tony, thank you. And maybe outside the off stump, tickle fine. Could be of the pad, or we'll wait to see. It goes over the boundary for 4 and leg bys. Yes, it did seem to have come off the pad, never really raced off. As Reefer was just drifting down the leg side to Smith. And the total goes on to 19 for 1. Smith is 9, Hodges not yet scored. And delivery straight in line down the leg side. So the Windward has a real task on their hands. And the Windward Volcanoes. And they would really ruin that chance from the man, in fact, who is from Barnwell. And the deficit really, that's the difference. Smith gets a short delivery coming back into the left-hander and could do no more than jumping into line and playing it out on the offside, and there is no run.
I don't think the Windward should be too disturbed. It's only a total lead of 108, I think. And once they can play on merit, don't give their wickets away. The surface is still extremely good. Survive this afternoon and basically have a batting practice tomorrow. Occupy the wicket for as long as possible, and like I say, add to their personal contributions and their scores.
Here is Reefer on his way to Smith again down the leg side, and this time turned away down towards backward of square, and Smith picks up another single. He goes to 10. Hodge comes in to strike. It's 20 for 1, the Windward Volcanoes. And of course 426 posted by the Guyana Jaguars. And they would understand the conditions. While I was down on the ground, it was said by some of the players that they thought that it was one of the better wickets that they have batted on so far in the tournament.
This is a fantastic surface. Ever since Cricket World Cup 2007, this surface has been producing a lot of runs. So no stranger to runs.
So here's Reefer on his way to bowl from the southern end to Hodge. Hodge gets one shot and just going away a shade with the angle of the left-hander, and just allowing it to go through to be taken by Bramble.
The thing with the surface is that the bounce is consistent. It is consistently true. But you have to be out there. You have to spend time out in the middle if you had to get big totals. And we saw that happening with, of course, Johnson, who did exactly that. But you must spend time out in the middle. It's very important.
As Reefer turns on the top of his mark and begins to move in again to bowl to Hodge. And Hodge has to wait for Reefer. Gets one which he almost dragged back onto the stump. One just in line almost with the off stump and looking to force it. And the ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, and luckily he didn't go back onto the stump.
Yes, good delivery again. Hodge off the back foot, looking to play this through the offside. Taking the inner portion, as you correctly said, Justin, and he has to be careful. Don't think at this juncture he should be looking to play many attacking shots, unless the deliveries are there to be struck. Good delivery from Reefer, good line, good length, and getting the ball to seam away from the right-handed batsman.
He turns on the top of his mark again, encouraged by that last delivery. Comes in now to bowl to Hodge again, and Hodge with this delivery gets one this time a little closer to the body. We turned it to the leg side, they're going for one, and they should come back easily for the second. So just straying from the off-stump line and being punished by Hodge Reefer. And two more to Hodge, in fact, to get him off the mark. It's a no ball, yes. So, in fact, he has delivered a no ball. That will go on to extras. Extras is now 8. And we know they're 21, they should be, for 1. 23, in fact, for 1. Yeah. So, here is Reefer on his way again to bowl to Hodge. Go to this delivery is pulling through mid-wicket. They're going for 1. They will be back for the second. In fact, that will run pretty close to the boundary. Already they have stopped running and doesn't have to anymore because it goes into the boundary for 4 to take Hodge onto 6 and to take the Windward Volcanoes onto 27. 27 for 1 at the end of another over by Reefer.
A short one this time, and as we have seen all day long, the short deliveries get punished on the surface. And Hodge, sufficient time off the back foot to crash it through mid-wicket. And that raced away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And we've seen throughout the course of the day's play, Justin Hector, that once the delivery is short on this surface, gives the batsmen sufficient time to rock back on the back foot and execute whatever shot that they need to execute. And on most occasions, it's a boundary ball. So, and the players should learn from that. Probing there, good lines, good length, hitting good areas. Once you're off target on this surface, you're going to be punished.
Indeed, you will be. And it's 27 for 1. And spin will certainly come into into the game. And Windward, despite losing the wicket of Keto, They have sort of moved on rather steadily. And it's Sami Pamal who will be continuing for the Guyanese. Had a long spell in the first inning, but I think they realized that probably the Windward are a bit more susceptible to spin, and certainly Pamal is quickly into the attack.
Yeah, he had a very good stint in the first inning, taking up 5 wickets, and really the Jaguars will be looking to him again to make some inroads into the Volcanoes batting.
Delivery outside the off stump with Smith just allowed to go through to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Doesn't really spin the ball. Very rarely does he ever get the ball to spin. It's very much as he comes into ball to Smith again. This time wayward delivery on the pad with Smith and tugs around down towards backward of square for a single. And Smith goes on to 11. 28 for 1, the Windward Volcanoes.
Yeah, short delivery that hit down the backward square. And if there's one thing we could say about Pamal is that he tend to be pretty quick through the air. As you see, he does not get much spin, but depends a lot on flight and variations.
He comes in again. He goes very close to the umpire, and then he veers away to almost very wide of the crease. Must be get accustomed to that type of getting very close, and then but almost cut the bopping crease when he gets out to that wide. And the delivery is into the body of Hodge, turns it away towards Quelleg and picks up another single. So he goes to 7, 29 for 1, the Windward Volcano. Must be a bit difficult for Pamal to pick up a little bit leg before he really does bowl from very wide of the crease. If you notice, very, very wide of the crease. And I deliver short over length and played back towards Pamal. Smith would want to really do much better than the 27 he got in the first inning. Here is a delivery which is straight almost onto the middle and off stump from Pamal. Smith right in behind it and plays it back up on the onside, fielded by the bowler, who walks merrily back to his mark. Near the end of his first over, he comes in now to bowl to Smith, who to this delivery is getting another one on the pad and turns it easily down towards backward of square for a single to bring up the end of a Pamal over. At the end of it, Smith is 12, 7 is Hodge, 30 for 1, the Windward Volcano score, and that's the latest here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, and first over by Pamal have been a good one. Again, just throwing a bit on the legs of Devon Smith, who was able to turn him down to long leg for a single in that last delivery. But this pair would want to remain on to the end. We have just about 7 overs to go. A deficit of 108. They would want to make sure that they stay to the end. Smith, who got 27 in the first inning, and Hodge, who did play very well. Probably 2 of the mainstay in the Volcanoes batting, together with probably Andrew Fletcher. And they will want to see through the day and not lose another wicket.
Yeah, because sure, Andrew wouldn't want to come out this evening. It's not very, very bright. It's cool. Although the light hasn't really gotten us, it's been that way almost for the last hour.
Yeah, it just seemed to be probably light meter.
Yes, maybe coming out. Yes, light meter. But just as we talk about it, from here it's not looking that bad. I think it was very much worse than that earlier yesterday evening.
Yes, and the spinners is bowling, and condition is not as bad as it was yesterday afternoon around this time. So I would think they would probably get very close to completing all the overs for today.
And I think the norm is that whatever reading they took on the first day, I think maybe at the end of each day they will have. Yeah?
They will have to probably stick to
that. Yeah, yes. It doesn't look that bad just from here. It looked far worse yesterday from this vantage point.
Yeah.
But when I look at it, the players are just lying around, and certainly I don't think they will continue. The spinners on, although the board is brightly lit.
Yeah, I think they are looking at it from that southern end. They would have probably just looked at it from the northern end and just going to the southern end.
Yeah. So the Volcanoes, with a slight uphill task, having to wipe out a deficit of 108, which really should, as was said earlier, shouldn't be too much in the conditions as exist at the moment.
Yeah, the pitch continues to play very well. I think there's no dangers in the wicket. I think you need to put your head down. You need to concentrate, and if you do so, like Johnson, you can bat, for a long period. So it's not much of a worry, but to keep concentrating and make sure that they play each ball on its merit.
Well, Reefer is on the top of his mark, ready to continue. I think the umpires are satisfied that the light is still very playable, and just like we were saying, it doesn't look that bad. So it will be Reefer to continue to bowl to Smith, but it could be the kind of situation that just put the batsman off to a certain extent. Breaks the concentration as Reefer turns and comes in to bowl to Devon Smith, who is on 12. Comes in out, bowls to Smith. Smith gets a delivery, probably keeps a little bit low, or probably he was on the back foot to a delivery that he probably could have been forward to, and having to come quickly down on it.
Yeah, he's looking for this ball to be up a bit more, and this one actually stayed down, so he really had to come down on it. But the good thing about Reefer is that they're bowling straight. We look at the attack in the first inning, it was, sort of a bit erratic, all over the place. But in the opening bowlers, they have made concerted effort to bring the ball up to the bat.
Reefer again turns and begins to move in again to bowl to Devon Smith, who to this delivery is getting one which comes into him and turns it down behind square on the onside and goes through for another easy single. So, in fact, it's leg by, right? So, didn't get any bat onto it. Ball just coming off the thigh pad and rolling away behind square for a single. So, another extra. He's been contributing fairly well. Extras on 10. Just in the 10th over. So, Smith remains on 12. Hodge comes into strike. He's on 7. And it's 31 for 1. The Windward Island Volcanoes. And as here is Reefer again on his way to the stem to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is in defence and plays it up on the offside. You feel that mid-off comes in to do the fielding. That's Smith, and there is no runs.
Hodge looks very, very confident player. You'll see him play the ease and which he plays with. He just seems to be in control of his batting.
So it will be Reefer again, who turns in the fire and on the southern side of the field and begins to move into bowl to Hodge. And Hodge to this delivery is again in defence. This time opens the face of the bat and plays it out towards towards backward point. And there is no runs to be had. So Hodge remains on 7. 12 to Devon Smith, 31 for 1. The Windward Volcanoes. Remembering that the Guyana Jaguars got 426 when they chased down the 318 made by the Windward. Lead of 108. And they'll be flicked away on the onside by Hodge, but can't be the man at mid-wicket at square leg. And there is no runs. So 41 for 1 it remains. Reefer, the man operating on the far end, the southern end. See? So he goes back to his mark. Very quiet evening, very little. The flag is very still this evening. As here is Reefer on his way to bowl to Hodge again, a delivery which is pitched up, and Hodge again in defence and just plays it out on the offside to bring up the end of another Reefer over. Maiden over it is at the end of it, 31 for 1. Devon Smith is on 12, 7 to Hodge, and this is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, another good over by Reefer. Made the batsman play on each delivery, and they had to be very watchful. Just short of a length and keeping that ball just a middle and off, and Hodge was equal to it, have been pushing it out onto the offside. But a very good tight over ball by Reefer, such as we see Pamal prepares to continue from this northern end, hoping to get another breakthrough before we closes.
He's bowling to Devon Smith as he comes in on bowls to Smith, and Smith gets one which he comes forward to easily, plays it up on the offside, and there is no run. So Palmer will get through his overs very quickly. There's only 5.5 overs remaining in the day's play. So we're winding down here as Palmer comes in again and bowls to Smith. Smith is coming forward again and just plays it up with a dead bat on the offside. Palmer takes about 5 or 6 steps forward to pick it up, and there is no run to Smith. He remains on 12, 7-2 Hodge. Here is Palmer again. Left from a rugby wicket bowls to Smith, and Smith is off the back and just allow it to, I can't say spin through, but allow it to go through to be taken by Bramble, who has done some neat work so far.
Yeah, it's a very good.
Pretty
good.
good.
I mean,
Yeah.
both keepers
were
excellent.
Yeah. So here is Bramble on his way again to Smith. Smith just pushes it up on the onside, and Palmer comes across to do the fielding. There is no runs. So quickly again, Palmer into Smith, and Smith with his delivery is just driving easily up on the offside, and the fielder that covers comes across to do the fielding, and there is no run. A real power in the shot. Smith just a controlled push into the offside. As Palmer nearing the end of his over, it's one to be the last ball of his over, comes in on bowls to Smith, and Smith is driving this time much more powerfully, straighter, and finding the mid-off fielder to bring up the end of another maiden over, this time by Palmer. At the end of it, Smith remains on 12, 7-2 Hodge, 31 for 1, and the Windward Volcanoes, and that's the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, and both batsmen is looking to survive for the afternoon. There's no aggression. You see Smith there, looking in control, and just pushing each delivery on the offside. Certainly he would want to remain to the end of the day's play. With 5 overs to go, they would want to bat out the rest of the day's play.
As it will be Reefer to continue, and he will be bowling to Hodge. There's still 2 slips on a gully, waiting for that edge. As Hodge comes into bowl to, as Reefer comes into bowl to Hodge, Hodge gets a short delivery and hooks well down behind square. That will run away for 4. So a short delivery, and he's not a very tall man, Hodge either, but he really controlled that very well, hooked it down into the ground and got it all the way behind square for 4.
Yeah,
and another no ball by Reefer. So he has been struggling.
Yeah, very good short play there by Hodge, and as I said before, the confidence in which he played. It's a short delivery, and here you're probably looking to make sure that you stay, but he was so confident that he got in the position and hit it all along the ground, and he went down to backward square, which was vacant, down to the boundary for 4.
So 4 it was, and extras contributing well. 11 in 11 overs for the Windward Volcanoes. As here is Reefer on his way again to bowl to Hodge. Hodge gets a short delivery again, and just climbing into it and playing it down in front of him on the offside. And Bishu comes in to do the fielding, and there is no run. So Hodge is on 11, 12 to Smith, 36 for 1, the Windward Volcanoes, and 4.5 overs left in the day's play. So luckily we should be able to get the full quota of overs today. Jerry is Reefer on his way to bowl to Hodge again, or just changing the angle, going around the wicket this time, and probably like we see him he was trying to do yesterday, angling the ball in and getting it to ship away from the right hander.
And that was a good delivery by Reefer there, because this one he came around the wicket. He was able to get it to leave the right-handed batsman, and Hodge did well as he just dropped his wrist and all of this one to go through.
36 for 1, Hodge is 11, and Reefer goes back to his mark in the distance down the southern side and turns. Really no breeze at all. You hardly could see any breeze on not much fluttering of the trouser or the shirts of the players. Series Reefer into Hodge. He gets a good short ball just over the off stump, and Hodge just leaning away towards the leg side and allowing it to go through to be taken by Bramble.
Yeah, good short delivery there, and Hodge had to really pull away quickly. As he was able to extract some really bunks of this delivery, and it was taken by the keeper.
What is
a strange weather we have been seeing. We're not used to this sort of condition, you know. Pretty early in the afternoon, it began to be very gloomy, very dark.
Prepare for snow. Here is Reefer on his way to bowl to Hodge. Hodge off the back foot punches it through the covers. There will be a chase on. They gone for one. They will come back for the second and quite easily. So 2 more to Hodge. Short delivery just on outside the off stump. He was able to get on top of it and push it between the gap between cover and extra cover, and picked up 2 runs to take him on to 13. And they take the total on to 38 for 1. The Windward Volcanoes.
Again, good shot by Hodge, just short of a length, and he had to just sort of step up a bit and place it through the covers, you know. But again, the confidence and the ease in which he plays, it tells you certainly that he's really in good nick.
And using, of course, the full face of the bat, that's what you want to do. Again, this time, ball closer to the body, and he just knocks it down towards the short leg. And there is no run, so he remains on 13-12 to Devon Smith.
And just seems to have taken the captaincy in both hands, and really has improved his batting. You've seen a form of maturity and control, and certainly that goes well for him.
That's what they want to see from players, you know, when they are given responsibility there. It really brings out the best in them. Series Reefer bowls to Hodge. Hodge turns it away on the onside and will have another single. Reefer not very happy, but nothing the short leg fielder can do about it. It was well away from him. But that's the end of the over, and some frustration shown there by Reefer. At the end of it, 14 to Hodge, 12 to Devon Smith, 39 for 1, the Windward Volcano.
Yes, they're really hoping to get another breakthrough, but I think the way Hodge is playing, you know, as he was behind this delivery that came into him, and played it with so much ease, so much confidence. He played on the onside. Really is looking good, really following up from the inning that he played and the first inning. And he continues to look very well, and the wicket, the pitch continues to play well despite the condition. You know, the pitch itself continues to play well.
Very well. I mean, the consistent bounce and carry and everything is there. When if you put something in it, you surely get something out of it. I think all the medium pieces and the spinners have all enjoyed it to a certain extent. Here is a delivery shot and outside there was some Hodge cutting, but knocked down there by Johnson, and there is no runs. Right. Pommel for 1, just offering a little bit of room outside the off stump.
Yeah, short delivery and a good stop by Johnson, the covers.
As Pommel gets ready again to move into bowl to Hodge, not quite. He's probably wanting an extra fieldsman.
Probably just putting in the forward short leg.
Most likely.
The helmet.
Yes. So it will be Chandapal Himraj who will be going into that position. And Pommel gets ready again to go into he's not quite ready. So Hodge is on 14, he waits for Pommel, who comes back to the top of his mark and begins to move in again to bowl to Hodge, who to this delivery is getting one which probably just bonks a bit and almost jerkily opened the face of the bat and played it out towards backward point. So
yeah, they flighted this one, it bumps a bit, and Hodge had to make quick adjustment, which he did. Plays it out on the offside.
So here is Pommel on his way to bowl to Hodge again, and Hodge this time is much more comfortable. Just goes on to the back foot and plays it out on the offside, and there is no run. So he remains on 14, 12 to Smith. 39 for 1 as Pommel comes in again and bowls to Hodge. Hodge comes forward and this time gets a ball, if anything, just drifting in towards the leg, and plays it back up on the onside of the wicket. Pommel skips across to do the fielding, and again there is no runs. As here is Bramble again, bowls to Hodge, and Hodge is getting on this a quicker ball into the pad area and had to hurriedly turn it away on the onside. And you can see Pommel just holding his head, probably thinking almost got through, but it was not to be. So Reefer, the only wicket taker so far in the innings, as Bramble comes in to bowl to Hodge. Hodge off the back foot and pushes it up towards the cover region, and there is no run. So that it brings up the end of another maiden over by Bramble. And of course, the Volcanoes, Windward Volcanoes, will really want to see that next 3 overs out to mark the end of the day.
Yeah, they certainly wanted to see the next 3 overs out. I think both batsmen is looking fairly comfortable. Bramble continues to be very, very tight. Using a lot of variation, we have seen in the flighting in that over, and then we have seen a quicker delivery, one particular delivery which bounce and turn, but Hodge being able to adjust. It had been another good over, another made over, and certainly he would be pleased with his work in this particular game. I think he bowled long spell, bowled well in the first inning, and he started in the second inning in the same vein.
Yes, it will be spin now from both ends as the Venture Bichu comes into the attack, and he'll be bowling to Devon Smith. So here is Bichu with his first ball in his second inning, comes in and bowls to Smith. Smith gets a short ball and does he punish it? Now it will be saved down on the boundary. A rank long hop by Bichu to begin with. Smith was only be able to not time it properly, gets it down towards backward of square and get a single to take him on to 13.
It's interesting, we haven't seen much of the right arm alternate like spin bowling in this particular game, which is pretty strange on a pitch that is playing so well. The tendency for the leg spinners to bounce and turn.
With this, the second inning will probably see more of that as Bichu bowls to Hodge, and Hodge gives himself some room and punches it into the offside. The fielder from deep cover comes around towards a straightish extra cover area to do the fielding, and there's a single for Hodge to take him on to 15. Smith on 13 comes back into the strike 41 for 1. The Windward Volcanoes. Charles Bichu again bowls to Smith. Smith gets another short delivery which it pulls again down behind square on the onside, and just like the first delivery, ball fielded down on the backward of square boundary, and another single to Smith, and he goes to 14. So not a good start by Bichu. Been really short and wide down the leg side.
Yeah, short delivery there, and Smith again hitting it down to long leg. Future is fairly fine. He was not able to get.
Here Bichu to bowl to Hodge, and again short, and Hodge pulls it away down again behind square on the onside. So he's struggling with both right arm and left arm. He's been short down the leg side to Smith, and now short down the leg side almost to Hodge. But good thing is he haven't paid the full price on any of those occasions. Yeah, his batsman collecting singles as a result. This takes Hodge now to 16, and the Windward Volcanoes total to 43 for 1. And see, winding down here at the National Stadium on day 3 of this game, and Smith again just turns a delivery into the pad quietly down towards long leg and goes through for a tame single. Yeah. And lots of work for the umpires, because there was rotation in the strike almost every delivery. The umpires having to move from one side to the next. Yeah. So Bichu really have not much time to settle when there's only 3 more overs to bowl, and they probably are guaranteed only 2. As he comes in and bowls to Hodge, and Hodge is on the back foot and plays it up towards the cover field. There is no run. At the end of it, Hodge is on 16-15 to Devon Smith, 44 for 1, the Windward Volcanoes, and this is the latest score here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, poor over by Bichu, his first over. I think most of the leave was very short down the leg side, and I think probably was lucky not to go for more runs in that particular over. But as you say, it's his first over, and leg spinners are such that they give you opportunities. They give you a bad ball here and there, but they also pick up wickets. This was not one of the best over he would bowl.
Well, Bramble with the penultimate over of the day's play. Coming to bowl to Devon Smith as he comes in now to bowl to Smith, and Smith to this delivery gets one which is a little bit short just on the off stump. Gives Smith the chance, the time to go onto the back foot and play it up into the cover area. There is no run. Smith waits, taps away at the crease. Palmer just been made to wait as he comes in from over the wicket to bowl to Smith, and Smith comes forward and pushes it up this time towards extra cover. The fielder from the short cover comes into the fielding. There is no run. Here is Palmer again into bowl to Smith, and Smith gets one this time straighter, much more on target and quicker, and can only push it out into the offside, and there is no run. See, Palmer gets 3 overs very, very quickly.
Yeah, very good line.
Yes.
Very
As
good
he
line.
comes in again to bowl to Devon Smith, who waits, and Palmer to Smith, and Smith gets one again. Similar delivery, almost heading straight into middle and leg. Smith can do no more than to push it out into the onside, and Bishu did the filling out there. There is no run. So it's Palmer again to bowl to Devon Smith, and Smith gets one tossed up a little bit and beaten a little bit in the flight, probably looking to play towards the cover, the ball coming off the inner portion of the bat and going back out towards the mid-wicket area where Bishu fields. So a bit of variation by Palmer and almost deceiving Smith. Here is Palmer on his way again to bowl to Smith, and Smith gets one again onto in line with the pad and turns it up towards Bishu. Another maiden over by Palmer, and quite period now as we come down to the end of the day's play.
Yeah, good over by Palmer. We are seeing variation there, in that he toss it up, he bring the quicker one, but he have been able, to keep a very good line, a very good length, and Smith there only had to defend this over. Another good over by Palmer, and really he would be one of the bowlers that I think the Volcanoes batsmen will have to look at as we head into the 4-day tomorrow. We expect that the pitch is probably gonna give a little more spin. Probably would be a bit more rough, and certainly he could come into his zone.
Bishu would like to get things right now. He bowls to Hodge again. Hodge on the back foot, and the fact that he's on the back foot tells you that the length is not quite full, and plays it out on the offside. That Hodge will be complaining. Much more comfortable on the back foot. Here is Bishu on his way again to Hodge, and Hodge gets a delivery. He drives up towards covers, extra cover, and there is no run. So he remains on 16. Smith is on 15 at the non-striker's end. Here is Bishu again on his way to Hodge. Hodge gets one this time, probably the straighter delivery, and probably coming in with the arm if anything. And he was able to just tuck it away into the onside towards mid-on, and there is no runs. So Bishu again begins to move into bowl to Hodge, who to these deliveries again on the back foot. This time the leg break, one could clearly see just turning ever so slightly away from the right-hander. And Hodge, equal to the task, just pushes it up on the offside of the wicket, and there is no runs. As Bishu comes in again to bowl to Hodge, Hodge just turns it away on the onside and will get at least a run for it. He does. Single which they just almost for. So Devon Smith will have one ball to contend with to end the day's play. 45 for 1, the Volcanoes, the Windward Volcanoes at the moment. Hodge has moved on to 17, and he will looks like remain on 17. Will start at 17 tomorrow. So Devon Smith has one ball to negotiate from Bishu. Bishu has switched over to around the wicket to the left-hander, and a couple more players just called into the circle. One ball to go. Smith is on 15, and here is Bishu on ball to Smith. Smith gets a quicker delivery and almost got through. Ball coming off the bottom portion of the bat and going down towards third man to end the day. Devon Smith has moved on to 16, 17 to Hodge, and as we come to the end of the day's play, the Windward Volcanoes, they are 46 for 1. It's been a day dominated by batsman Crony.
Yes, it was a day that I think the batsman really batted well. I think that one can say that the pitch would have played probably the best for batting. The ball came through, and you would have seen this morning, the batsman really took control. I think the Guyana Jaguars were very positive in the batting, and that took away the advantage very early, and certainly would have led them to a score of 426 in reply to 318 scored by the Windward Volcanoes. But the Volcanoes having to bat some 16 overs. Was able to do so, 46 for the loss of 1 wicket. And both batsmen are looking pretty confident. So it's an uphill task tomorrow. But one expect them to do well on a wicket that continues to play very well.
Right, so both teams 318, as I said, by the Windward Island Volcanoes, 426 in reply. So centuries from Barnwell, and of course the captain, the captain both scoring centuries, and therefore they managed to get a lead of 108, and as such, Windward Island Volcanoes in reply. There, as I said, 16 overs to negotiate this evening. They did lose the wicket of Keto, but LBW to Reefer. But all in all, it was a fairly comfortable period in the end for the Windward, and they would be quite happy with the situation, being 46 for 1, and tomorrow can come and probably it's all about maybe some of the batsmen trying to get a score for themselves, because it will be unlikely. And we want to say unlikely. Can't be too certain about that. There would certainly be a result there. No, we don't think so. We don't think there should be, not in the condition as it exists.
Yeah, but I agree with you. A very comfortable period for the Windward Volcanoes. I think they battled well, not in much trouble.
Yeah.
I think you must also say that I think the Guyana Jaguars fast bowler did bowl very well in that. They were concerted effort to bring the ball up to the bat, and you see most the bowlers are bringing the ball up to the bat and moving. But as I say, the wicket is playing, the pitch is playing well. I think there's no worry about the wicket, and I think the batsmen this afternoon have put on their head to make sure that they went it close. Just 1 wicket down for 46.
Well, this is all we have for you, and it's been a pleasure bringing the commentaries to you, and I hope you will join us tomorrow morning when we'll be here again to bring you the ball commentary in this game, the Windward Volcano versus the Guyana Jaguar. So from all of us here, it's goodbye and good night.